Hello and welcome to the 13th and final round of this year's Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined. I'm not sure how delighted he is. It is early in the States, but Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, how are you?
Well, I am extremely delighted. I will not make it a secret that I am very tired. It's before 6 in the morning. But it's been an absolutely phenomenal event. And if I'm this tired, I can only imagine how tired the players are. I'm still as excited as ever for the action. And there's nothing I would rather get up in the morning for than this.
That's great to hear. Well, before we have a look at the results and the pairing and so on, congratulations once again to our two winners who won the event with a round to spare. First of all, Jorden van Foreest with a simply phenomenal performance in the Challengers tournament. And of course, congratulations to world champion Magnus Carlsen, who won an 8th title here in Wijk. Absolutely incredible. But we still have some other podium places to be decided. First of all, let's see, how did Magnus get there? What were the results yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible day. Magnus defeating Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces down an exchange. And of course, that exchange wasn't lost. It was sacrificed in an exquisite positional effort. What a way for Magnus to end the tournament. And of course, Mamedyarov beating Vidit. That was a crazy piece blunder. Sam Shanklin defeating Karjakin in less than 30 moves. Of course, Magnus's performance, as amazing as it is, doesn't fully overshadow all of these other incredible performances that we saw yesterday. And even the draws were definitely very combative as well.
Absolutely. And let's see what an action-packed day meant for the standings. So with one round to go, and remember that the reason Magnus has already won it is because he will not be playing today. We'll get to that in a second. But for second place, a few people still in contention. Shahriar Mamedyarov and Richard Rapport currently sharing second on 7.5, but Anish right behind. And there is actually a direct clash in that group. So let's get to the pairings.
Indeed, let us review the pairings for the day. We have Van Foreest Shanklin. We have Grandelius against JKD. Ooh, and we have Report Gary. That's going to be a big matchup in terms of determining who is atop the podium. Prague is playing Yasipenko. Another marquee matchup between two very exciting young players. Carlsen Dubov, of course, is not going to happen. That is a walkover win for Magnus. And Mamedyarov, Caruana, Fabi is definitely going to look for some sort of redemption in the last round. Karjakin facing off against Vidit. Both of those players, Fiona, are going to come in pretty darn angry. I feel like neither of them had a particularly restful night of sleep yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very curious to see how both of them will have bounced back respectively. Really, I think watching Vidit yesterday after his blunder was one of the most painful moments of the tournament, where really that blunder, I mean, the way he felt shown through so clearly on camera. But those two games, very much looking forward. Also, of course, to the clash between Rapport and Anish Giri, as you said. The two players, direct competitors for the podium finish. And Dania, not just the players, but also our viewers at home can get involved. How do they do it?
Well, today is the last round, so it's particularly important for everyone to get involved. Do not forget to vote on the results of today's games. Head on over to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters. There's also free diamond memberships, but the most important thing, voting ends on the 10th move. So do not procrastinate. Go on to chess.com/events ASAP and vote on the results.
Absolutely. As Dania said, this is your last chance, so go and do it now. And Dania, we are going to go on a very short break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes here with the start of the round, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Fantastic.
Welcome back to the final round here at Tata Steel Chess 2022. And Dania, first player to arrive at the board. He is ready for that last round clash against Richard Rapport. It is Anish Giri.
Yeah, as we see him staring off into the distance, contemplating the meaning of life. He's got the black pieces today. Not the tournament that Anish would have hoped for. Sort of got off on the wrong foot of the loss to Magnus in round 2, but Magnus is a runaway train this tournament. He's really not the only one who got, hit and didn't know what hit him. You blink and Magnus has played the Catalan and destroyed you in 25 moves. So what to do? Such is life.
Magnus, it was interesting to hear Magnus's thoughts on the Catalan yesterday. And yeah, he has every reason to be satisfied. For Vidit, on the other hand, who's just arriving there, he will be disappointed. He was one of the early leaders. He had such a great start to the event, and towards the end, it all came falling apart a little bit. Yesterday was in great shape up to the moment he allowed that F5 move against Mamedyarov.
Yeah, the dominoes really fell in the wrong direction. First, he lost to Prague in a game that really he shouldn't have lost, in a game that he could have essentially achieved a risk-free position. But of course, all credit to Prague. That was an incredible effort. But yesterday, another very, very inspired opening. And then that blunder came absolutely out of nowhere. And, I saw him playing Blitz on chess.com a couple of hours after the round. Very relatable moment. You're just so disgusted with yourself. You want to wipe the slate clean and convince yourself that you're still capable of playing some good chess. We'll see how that impacts this play today, but it probably won't impact it negatively, I think.
Yeah, no, I think I absolutely am with you. It's so important to just shake that feeling that you have after the game, and we'll see. He's currently still waiting for Karjakin to arrive. Elsewhere, play will start in a couple of minutes. I'm over eager, but there we see Pragg arrive for his clash against Andrei Yasepenko. Daniel, what do you expect of this matchup between the two youngsters?
Well, I think Andre playing black, he's not going to be going, crazy with the black pieces to produce winning chances. But Pragg is a very solid player. So I would make the prediction that we're going to see at least 2 quick draws. And it's hard to say which games exactly we'll see them in. But I would anticipate that given that first place is not being contested, some of these players are probably going to come to the board with pretty peaceful intentions. And the people playing black today are not necessarily going to protest. But it's really hard to say, what mentality the players are coming into the board with, because some of them, such as Niels, for example, might also want to end the tournament on a very positive note. And Niels is a very fighting player. So one could absolutely imagine that he, for example, wants to seize the opportunity to play a full game against JKD. I could see it being one way or the other.
For sure, and there we see Jorden van Foreest arrive for his clash against Sam, and exactly at 12 on the dot as Sam starts the clock. This game as well, I think we could have a fight here. Sam, he's made his feelings towards quick draws very clear.
Yeah, he has. Although, obviously, once again, Sam has the black pieces, so he's not really going to protest if Jorden plays something relatively peaceful. And I think the clocks have been started.
And so, as we see there, the bottom right corner, that board, no game will be played. That's where Magnus and Dubov would have been. I think everyone has arrived except for Sergey Karjakin. So we still see Vidit. Oh, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The 2 players are still missing. For Vidit, I'm curious to see what approach he takes today, because he will be playing in the first Grand Prix leg, which is starting in only 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to hit the reset button because he's got a huge tournament coming up. And that's one of the hardest things to do, especially when you end a tournament like this. Your confidence level drops. You start doubting. You just start doubting yourself. And to reset completely, recuperate in 4 days, and then start a tournament in a completely new place setting is it's one of the necessities of professional chess, and yet it's one of the most difficult aspects of the life of a professional chess player that really isn't often talked about, but is tremendously difficult from not just an objective chess-wise point of view, but also from just an athletic, physical point of view. I mean, you're exhausted, and you just need to find a way to gather up the reserves of energy and pour them into the next tournament, because you're going to be playing people who haven't played in this tournament, and they're going to be very fresh.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward. The Grand Prix, of course, is going to decide the final 2 spots for the candidates tournament. As Sergey Karjakin, he doesn't need to worry about that. He has qualified already through the World Cup. He has arrived for his game, and he's just opening now with 1 E4. And I don't know, maybe we can go to the bird's eye view to get an impression of what these opening stages look like.
Yeah, well, we're seeing a Queen's Gambit declined in Magnus Carlsen. That is a line which could potentially end in a quick draw. There's one of those famous, early repetitions that starts exactly as they've started. So we'll keep an eye on that. Now, again, I wouldn't be too surprised if Shakir just decides to end his good tournament on a solid note. But we see, for example, that Pragg is repeating a line that has been a frequent guest this tournament, the Samish Nimzo Indian. He goes A3, and that signals his intentions as being anything but peaceful.
Yeah, we definitely have a fight on our hands there. Karjakin just deciding what is it going to be, an Italian or a Ruy Lopez. I guess you're hoping for the Ruy Lopez again?
Yeah, always. I'm a Ruy Lopez person, or maybe even something else like the Ponciani. Although that's wishful thinking, obviously.
Oh, a Scotch.
Maybe the four
a
knights.
Little Scotch would be nice.
A little Scotch would be nice in both
We see
senses of the
Grandelius
word.
against Duda. Yeah.
Yeah.
Grandelius against Duda, one of the rare open Sicilians we've had in this event.
Truly. And I want to say we had a Rosalimo yesterday in Fabiano against Carlsen, and a Rouser. That is a very infrequent guest at this level, and it's one of the most underrated openings, period. No qualifiers. One of the most underrated openings, period. People just don't think of the Rouser on the same level as the Najdorf, but it really is. Sorry, Fiona, go ahead.
Do you want to start there and tell us why that is?
Sure. So it's interesting, tracing the history and level of popularity. And I've talked about this throughout the tournament. A lot of subjective beliefs about openings are shaped by fashion rather than actual objective evaluation. And nobody has ever refuted the Rouser. It's always been a full-fledged weapon, really, since it gained prominence, several decades ago. And yet it's always been overshadowed by, the Najdorf and the Sveshnikov, and more recently the Taimanov. But there are players like Daniel Dubov who have really made a career playing the Rouser very, very successfully. And it's not exactly like the Najdorf. It's got similarities to the Scheveningen. It's got similarities to the Najdorf, sometimes to the Dragon, but it's its own opening. And it also has a lot of different systems within the opening. So for example, even in this position, Black has the old school system, Bishop D7, or of course the modern move is E6, which almost everybody plays nowadays. And after E6, Queen D2, once again, there's a million different systems. You can play Bishop D7, Bishop E7. You could even play A6, and all of those are viable systems that have to be studied. So I'm a big fan of the Rouser, and I think the fact that Duda is playing it means that he's definitely playing for a win this game with the black pieces.
Yeah, so fighting opening here, some interesting. I think Niels will be happy as well. I think he has no classical tournament coming up for a couple of months, and for these players, I know it's been a long event, but they like playing chess, and I think some of the players will for sure give it their all. Let's go back to the bird's eye view, and Dania, I'll let you choose where to go to next.
Yeah, I mean, Mamed Yarov Caruana is very, very likely to end in a quick draw. Let's keep an eye on that game for now. Let's see if Shakhriyar indeed goes for the repetition, or if he's playing this actually as just a full-fledged weapon. I'm trying to remember exactly how the repetition goes. I know Rajabov and Nakamura have done this a lot. I think it's C takes D5, and then knight takes D5, I want to say. And then I want to say it's A3, knight C6, bishop D3. No, I can't quite put my finger, but there is some sort of a repetition within this line. I can guarantee that. It's also just a very peaceful and very positional line that often kind of fizzles out if black plays D4. But I guess we'll see. And I don't know what that look means by Shakhriyar. Does it mean that? Okay. End the tournament on a solid note.
Maybe like you, he's trying to remember where exactly the repetition
where's the repetition
is.
again? Right. How do I do this again? What do I play? I see that the most popular move is A3.
But he has captured on D5, which lends even more credibility to your theory. I'm with you. I think this game will be a quick draw. Shakhriyar has had a great event. Fabiano has had a tournament to forget. So I think both of them, for different reasons, but will be happy to end this game peacefully and quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think my memory is not deceiving. This is definitely the drawing move. Caruana with knight takes D5. There's going to be a trade. It's going to be a trade. And then I feel like there is some sort of a repetition there. Well, let's just keep watching. He takes on d5. We're going to see e takes d5. And bishop and a3 here is a move, and bishop d3 immediately is also a move. There's a3. Fabi is going to go knight c6. Almost certainly.
So after knight c6, that brings us to the position we had on the board a second ago, right? Where we were trying to find...
Yeah. First, Fabi is going to have some tea. And so will I. Maybe that'll help you remember the draw.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was reading yesterday, we talked quite a bit about Fabiano's chamomile tea, and people in the chat were curious, aren't you supposed to drink chamomile tea before you go to sleep? But not the case for Fabi.
Yeah, not the case for, I mean, I've had it, during the day as well. It's just, I think the point is that it's kind of calming. It has a calming influence, and, for me, I would drink tea during the game if I didn't have such a need for coffee, which unfortunately I do. So I can respect a tea drinker for sure. Bishop b, so just following the most popular line in the position, bishop b6 castles, and now d4 e4, but this is definitely not the drawing line. This is a different theoretical line, so we'll see. Fabi going knight c6.
Yeah,
we'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, I think maybe here, if we blink, we might miss the end of the game. But we'll move on for now. Also, maybe the players will prove us wrong, but Shahriar, he is playing quite quickly. Bishop d3 is on the board as predicted, and yeah, we'll come back here if the players are still there. For now, let's go back to the overview.
I'm gonna make a very bold prediction that this is going to be the first game that ends. Discounting Magnus against Dubov, of course.
Mm-hmm.
We do actually have a little scotch, a 4-night scotch.
Oh wow!
He
heard us.
He heard you. He heard you, and Sergey is. I mean, he's definitely played it before, but a little bit of a flourish here in the last round, as he opts for a slightly more unconventional weapon. Shall we go to that game, or does anything?
Let's go there, and I think that as well indicates to me. I don't know what you make of it. That Sergey too wants a game.
Yeah, I mean, most of these players do with the white pieces. And 4-night scotch. So the reason I say 4-night scotch, the traditional scotch is d4 in this position. It's a completely different opening. In fact, it has very little to do with the 4-night scotch. The addition of the moves knight c3, knight f6 mean that black generally plays bishop b4, and that leads to its own set of positions after knight takes c6. And in the traditional scotch, white plays e5. But here, e5 is not good because of the pin, and so white goes bishop d3, d5, and now Karjakin refraining from the very typical e takes d5 and playing the extremely uncommon move, bishop d2. This has only a handful of games in the database, and that is why Vidit is settling into a think. First of all, it's important to clarify, does this blunder a pawn? Well, bishop takes e3, bishop takes e3, d takes e4. I don't think it does because of bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and white recovers the pawn. And Karjakin's point, I think, is, well, it's a very symmetrical position with the exception that black has a significantly inferior structure on the king side than white. So it looks like white's got a pretty stable edge here, but Vidit's already thinking, and that's a pretty good sign for Karjakin.
Yeah, I don't think he will want to go down that line. Once again, my question with the tension in the center, bishop d2, just ignore that. So if you're black, do you want to push that pawn? Do you want to keep the tension alive? Do you just want to castle and develop? How do you go on about it?
I seem to remember that bishop g4 is a move here. Trying to induce f3 and then returning to e6. I vaguely remember some sort of a game in this line, and I see that there are 2 games in the database that followed this sequence. What you don't normally want to go d4, these positions. And the reason why is that White's center is now completely untouched, and this allows White to start expanding in the center with a timely e5, and Black is not going to be able to go c4 here. These pawns are kind of stuck in molasses, and you can play b3, creating a blockade on the light square. So this is just not very appealing, even visually. Black needs to keep the tension, and there's many ways to do that. I mean, Black can castle, bishop g4 I mentioned, and bishop takes c3 and d takes c4 is still very much a viable option that needs to be considered.
Yeah, so plenty to think about for Vidit, who's just staring us right down in the camera. We'll move on from here. I'm intimidated. And let's check in maybe with Richard's report and Anish Giri.
Sure. Grunfeld. We have a Grunfeld, which also we have not. Have we even had a single Grunfeld this tournament? I feel like the answer might be no.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, it's wild how this just happens during a 13-round tournament. You just don't have Sicilians who don't have a Grunfeld until now. And what line does Richard opt for? Well, c takes d5, e4. This is one of the main lines. And now bishop e3. Now, there are 1,000 different setups in the Grunfeld, and all of them are very popular. This is one of them. The main line here continues queen a5, queen d2, and this tension between the queens means that there can be an endgame happening really at any moment. C takes d4, c takes d4, and this kind of Grunfeld endgame, sometimes it favors White, sometimes it favors Black. It really depends on how the rest of the pieces are arranged. Generally, Black does not hurry with c takes d4. Castle's short. Rook c1 is the most popular continuation, and now Black sometimes takes on d4. Sometimes Black goes rook d8, which leads to just a tremendously complex and kind of a very classic Grunfeld style position where Black is applying pressure on the center with his pieces, and White is trying to develop with an eye toward solidifying the center as much as possible.
And we see Anish has just gone queen a5. I mean, as you were saying, there's so many options at every turn here. And I think we're only just at the start of the theoretical discussion here between the two players.
Yeah. This is still, standard fare. It's hard to put a finger on the pulse of the position. We'll see who makes the first surprise. I have a feeling that it'll be Anish, although Richard, it's quite rare for him to go down one of these mainstream lines. So maybe it'll be he who comes up with something crazy in one of these positions.
He too has gotten himself a nice cup of tea.
Okay, during our next break, I have tea, but it's cold. It's from yesterday night. And now that I see the hot tea, I can't drink what I have in front of me. Like, I need a piping hot, glass. And I need one of these glasses, the transparent glasses. I feel like the tea tastes better when you drink out of them. Yeah,
it looks quite nice, actually. Visually very, very appealing. As Richard, he is enjoying. Clearly, he is enjoying. And his eyes keep darting towards us.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like he senses that the commentators lack tea. And so, their days are simply not complete. It's like he's trying to signal to us, how much we're missing by
and
not
Vic
having
is really rubbing it in.
Oh, Vic also has tea?
No, I mean with his close-in on.
Oh, with the camera work. That's
yeah.
Right. Oh, well, Vic always rubs it in, so that goes without saying.
Okay, well, the start of the debate here. With Richard adopting an interesting thinking pose, not even looking at the board. So
nope.
This is
who needs that?
Who needs that exactly? He's trying to remember what he looked at before. So we'll come back. What haven't we looked at yet?
Well, Prague against Yasipenko is interesting, and they're following in the footsteps of Van Foreest Giri. Let's go to that game. In fact, they're repeating the same line. A3 was featured in that game. And Yasipenko taking a slightly different approach to Anish, but the same general plan. So if you might remember that Anish played knight c6 here, followed by b6 and piling up on the c4 pawn quickly. Andre goes c5 immediately. But then he does something similar. Knight c6, castles b6. And after e4, the knight drops back to e8. This is actually the most common line. This isn't some sort of outlandish system. And the point of knight e8 is to take the sting out of the move e5. Now e5 doesn't really come with tempo. I mean, and the other point is that bishop g5 here has become a pretty serious threat after e4. What you don't want to do, I mean, if you go bishop a6, you potentially allow bishop g5, and you certainly don't want to go h6, g5 in one of these positions. This is a massive hook, and White could exploit this with h4, f4, and black's king is going to be busted open here. So knight e8 is a common idea in these positions, and this is the current position. Andre's plan is very, very simple, Fiona. Bishop a6, knight a5. This knight sometimes comes in through d6. He wants to win the c4 pawn. And he doesn't just want to win it, period. He wants to win it and take that pawn with the bishop in order to disarm Prague's light squared bishop, which is, in the event of e5, going to be White's main attacker. Prague wants to get stuff going on the king side before he loses the pawn on c4. It's essentially a race.
So how do you, as White, how do you initiate the race? How do you want to go on about your king side attack?
Well, you castle and then you just start, you just start running f4. And if black ignores, if black goes knight d6, I'm seeing here that the main line goes knight g3. So here's the pawn sacrifice. You actually give up c4. But the bottom line is after takes, whoop, you go f5. And you can kind of see how quickly White's pieces are coming into the king side. You don't really need the light squared bishop here because you already have all of the other pieces. And so it's very important for black not to allow this. And so for that reason, the main line is f5 in this position, trying to preempt White and slow down White's attack. I see that knight g3 is a move here, g6. I mean, just a very, very complicated position. And I've dabbled with this system with the white pieces, and I always end up losing this pawn and not having anything to show for it. But Prague has demonstrated some great opening preparation this tournament. I think that has not been his big problem. So we will see if he can manage to carry that forward to the last round.
The opening prep hasn't been the problem, but he has... Oh, we have a result already.
Wow.
Richard Report and Anish Giri. Yeah, we just came from there, but a draw was agreed just...
Oh, they went... Oh, of course. I forgot about this line. This is a famous Grunfeld draw. Yes, of course. Of course. I should have predicted after Queen A5, Richard going Knight D2, which essentially leads to a forced repetition. Castles, Knight B3 looks like a blunder, giving the C3 pawn away with check. But no, this is a line. Bishop D2, Queen B2, and the queen is perpetually pursued between C3 and B2. It has no other squares, and a draw is agreed. And understandable results, and a great tournament, Fiona, for Richard Report, who, again, people often sleep on when they think of top super GMs.
Yeah, it really has been. Richard Report, he finishes on 8 out of 13. He lost the first round, but then from there on out, he got a lot of wins, a lot of decisive results as well. And he is walking away from Wijk with a nice plus 10 ELO points gain.
Wow. I mean, at that rating, that is a very, very nifty, nice number. And yeah, that is the first game to end. Now I amend my prediction, and I will say that Magnus Carlsen will be the second game to end.
Also, by the way, we can just say that also means if Schach draws, then I think the podium is decided. Report.
Right.
He is currently in second place on 8, Magnus winning, of course, with 9.5. So now it's all down to Schach's results. If he draws, he equalizes with Report. If he wins, he will get sole second place.
Yeah, and I mean, again, judging by Schach's opening choice, he has a very vast repertoire. So if he wanted to play, full steam ahead, all guns blazing.
I think he just offered a draw. Sorry, Daniel, to interrupt you.
And Fabi's going to accept it. There it is. Okay, I wasn't too wrong. They basically ended at the same time. They
Close
basically
but no cigar, Dania. We won't allow it.
No. I hold myself to the highest standards. I was wrong.
And very soon we'll hear from Anish how does he rate his performance. But yeah, that means that the podium is known. Magnus Carlsen, the winner of this year's event, and Shahriar Mamediyarov and Richard Rapport tying for second and third place. A great event from both of them.
Indeed. And again, if you put yourself in their shoes, what you really don't want to do is go crazy, in the last round, take unnecessary risk and then lose. If you've had a good tournament, you would much rather, play it safe in the final round, make sure that you don't lose, and, take some rest before the next tournament.
And speaking of which, look at Karjakin against Vidit. There's not too many pieces left there either.
And there's 8 games in the database in the position they have, by the way.
That's crazy, actually.
And Black certainly needs to be careful. White has a tiny advantage because of the control over the B file. But something tells me that Vidit is still in his preparation, even though he spent 10 minutes and Karjakin has played instantly. So I would be a little bit concerned if I'm Vidit here, not to slip into a bad position in the endgame.
Yeah, we can bring up the board in a second while we're still waiting for Anish, but I thought we would have time to make our point. I have an eye on him. Yeah, so Daniel, I think we have a few seconds. So you were saying.
Well, I'll just very quickly show what happened. Anish, I'm looking at Anish. Vidit going indeed he castles and then he plays bishop c3 de, and then you just have a mass liquidation. Takes, rook b8, rook b1, forcing the trade on b1. And most likely Black is going to go rook d8, to which 4 people have responded bishop f3, and 3 people have gone.
Sorry, Daniel, we'll come back.
Let's go to Anish.
Just go to Anish.
Anish Giri, I think it took more time for us to set up the camera than the game actually lasted.
Which is partly your own fault because you set up the camera way too long. But
yes.
Let's go on.
Exactly. Okay, today like a quick draw against Richard Rapport. How would you sum up your tournament?
Actually, Richard made a very good joke, which is maybe not such a joke after all. He told me if I had played the Grunfeld the entire tournament, I would have maybe won it. And there is some point in that because I lost the 2 games in the Nimzo-Catalan complex. And I kind of lost it pretty much out of the opening, both of them. So in a way, maybe that's where it all went wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. So Grunfeld for life.
Yes, Grunfeld for life.
But like, how would you? How was your tournament? Like,
I think my preparation was not very good. I've spent a lot of effort. Given the circumstances that I had, I've did my best to prepare for the tournament, and I spent a lot of time, more than I expected. But yeah, not really on the right things in hindsight, and and maybe that was also partly why my play was not very good. And there were a couple of highlights midway. When I got out of the opening with an okay position, I played well against Yasipenko. Was a good game, and against Shankland as well. It was a very straightforward game, but there were too many downsides, and finally the score is all right for sure. But not very happy with how the whole thing went. Yeah.
Before the tournament, you told me that you also use this tournament basically like a little bit to prepare for the Grand Prix. A lot of other players here have exactly the same feeling. Do you think you're warmed up for the Grand Prix, and how do you see the Grand Prix season?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every I wouldn't say bad turn, but every loss and every moment you stumble, given that you work hard, is very important, because that shows you, that things you improve, and this is a very important feedback. So I think I'm motivated to do few important things before the Grand Prix. I've seen what can go wrong. I've seen what can go right. So I'll try to work on that. And circumstances have to fall my way to win the Grand Prix series. But I think that I saw here that there is hope for sure. And yeah, I have some time now, which is very nice. I already know what I should work on. I have some interesting ideas on how to improve my play, and hopefully, I'll be able to accelerate into the Grand Prix.
What is your favorite game of this tournament? Not only yours, but just like the game that you've seen here, Masters or Challengers.
A good question. I mean, for me, it was very easy to say that. I think against Esipenko, against Shankland, there was a little, in a way, there was not that much, that many difficult decisions I had to take, but against Esipenko was very good. From the other players, Magnus's yesterday game, I have to say Magnus's games though, it is incredible how far into the game he's prepared. He didn't have to play any unfamiliar positions, like already by the time he starts the game, like the character of the position is crystallized. So I mean, yesterday, for example, it was just, I've also had this this line where black gets 2 bishops, takes on b3, goes a5, and already by the time he has to start playing, he's in a familiar position, which is very clarified. So yeah, but still, a very beautiful game, I think, yesterday of Magnus, and surely some others of him were good. He played a lot of high-quality games. I mean, it's just the preparation goes straight into the conversion. There's just not that much creative process, but very beautiful games in hindsight. And yeah, a lot of good games, I'm sure. Challenge. Oh, well, of course, Erwin's game yesterday was really, really good. Very beautiful exchange sacrifice, also very correct, and then yeah, very nice concept overall. I have to say, I clicked through, of course, through all the games, but it's not like I recall Arjun's games. I mean, many of them were very easy, very straightforward. It felt like he's just class apart, at least here. So didn't see anything there that caught my eye. Yeah, I mean, many fighting games really here. Fabiano was fighting, Shach was fighting, everybody. Richard also had a lot of interesting games. Videt's games were, yeah, just a lot of games in terms of content, I think. Only slightly overshadowed by a couple of short draws, like the one I just did now with black pieces.
Tata Steel Chess Tournament event you haven't won yet. Will 2023 be your year?
Well, I mean, it's not at all given that I'm fighting for the first place, first of all. And then this tournament started, it seemed like this is definitely not going to be it. I had a little bit of, yeah, weirdly stacked, let's say, pairings that the start was really rough the way it happened. So I didn't convert my white games. I got black with Magnus, which I ran into trouble. And then I also got a black at some point against Fabi, which also looked bad at some point. But eventually I managed to, well, sort of fight for the first place. I think if I had played better in the opening against Duda, because against Duda I was at the time having 4 in a row, of which 1 was forfeit. Still 3 in a row is not bad. So there I was kind of hopeful, and I had white against Duda, and I just kind of got into a position from the opening where I'm just fighting for a draw. So that kind of ruined it a bit. If I had won that game, I doubt I would have. I mean, if I'd won that game, I would have probably more energy, and I would have done something smarter against Jorden, and wouldn't have fallen into that opening thing. And then maybe if I'm on a high and I play Niels with white, it's again a different story than what it was yesterday. So I think I had chances there to win this year as well. But in terms of next year, we have to start from scratch again. It depends how prepared, depends how the pairings go, and yeah, just to be honest, the fact that I'm able to compete with these great players is already something I don't take for granted.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
back to Tata Steel, and it is a great honor to be joined by Anish Giri. Anish, congratulations on finishing the tournament, and always a pleasure to have you in the studio providing your insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for congratulating on finishing the tournament. Indeed, these days it seems like an accomplishment.
Well, it's a long tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Like a lifetime. Feels like a lifetime every year.
It feels like those tournaments in the 50s. What does it feel like? I mean, does it feel substantively different than a 9-round tournament? Do you feel the exhaustion piling on, or is it just like any other tournament?
Yeah, I think it's definitely different. Also, of course, a lot depends on how many ups and downs you have, how many emotional swings you got. You know, I guess certain eventful games, they add up to the emotional landscape there. And yeah, 13 rounds is a special thing. As Magnus mentioned at the opening ceremony, it's really the only tournament that is that long, and that makes it really special for sure.
Well, we'll get into the games, but I have to disturb you for one more question, just to generate some content. When Fabi plays Rook B6, what crosses your mind? Like, what is the first thought that enters your head? Is it disbelief, or are you just like, this just happened, and like, this
I've
is
been around too long.
Over and over again.
No, I've been around too long to know that this stuff happens. It's not the first, nor the last rook that is blundered in my games. So, to be honest, at that point, I was no longer. I was very happy, of course, but to say I'm shocked would be honestly a little bit of an exaggeration. And I've seen these things happen a lot. There was a lot of tension in that game. It's already many mistakes clearly have happened. I felt that the game was completely out of control already. It's complete freestyle. We had very little time, so I expected a blunder, though frankly more from myself than him, but still blunder was expected.
Yeah, that makes sense. You'd already lost the thread.
Daniel, not everyone is like you, yeah, playing 1000 bullet games without a single tactical error. Not everybody is like you.
Wait, who is like me?
I mean, nobody is like you, because you are playing these 1000 bullet games in a row without a single tactical error, without a single blunder. It's different for us mortals, you know. We blunder stuff.
Unfortunately, when I sit down on the board for a classical tournament, I seem to lose the magic.
No, I think you still don't blunder rooks. It's just that there's more to the game maybe than just rook blunders.
Right. Unfortunately, that is true. Well, it's the last round, and we've already had 2 draws. It's funny, and we were joking that all of the games might be done by the time we came back to the broadcast, but a couple of them seem to be heading in a more combative direction.
Yeah,
Shall
for
we
sure.
have a quick look at all of the remaining games? Which one would you like to start with? Van Foreest, Shanklin, maybe? We were discussing that during the break.
Yeah, so clearly, let's say the game of Karjakin and Vidit is heading towards a draw as well. But Praggnanandhaa Isipenko is a fight. Grandelius Duda is definitely a fight, as is Jorden against Shankland, Sam Shankland. And okay, let's say some players, they've had their reasons, but some others they have no reasons to not fight today. And so we do have a few exciting games for sure. We can start with Jorden against Shankland. It's a pretty clear-cut position. Terrible position.
Clear-cutedly bad for black.
Yeah, clear-cut, not in a good way for black. I do like e5 in the sense that it is terrible, but at least you see how black can hold it, right? Like in the long term, like lots of suffering, but lots of trades, this terrible d5 pawn, and you just stand and maybe hold in the end. So I do like that transition at least.
And I'll just show for the audience, if Sam had just developed a bishop d7 after bishop d3 followed by knight e5, it's a nightmare scenario, literally and figuratively for black, with absolutely no active play. And these positions can happen in the Caro-Kann exchange variation. So Sam sensing
it's very
the
well
urgency
known.
of the moment.
It's very well known, exactly. When you've got this half-open e-file, and you've got this knight on f6, and you don't have knight e4, so the other option instead of e5 would be knight e4, as we spoke briefly before the game started, and then f5, bishop d3, f5. Then I feel black's position is very suspect, but at least you've got that e-file kind of blocked a little bit. The access to e5 square is blocked. Bishop b5, yeah, maybe it's good. Then you take knight e5 and f3, and it's going to be very ugly. But what,
Yeah,
what,
and
what
take the
already
camera
things
out.
have gone really wrong, yeah? Like, we have to really go a few moves back. I think the mistake happened before, yeah? Like somewhere around here, it's really not,
were surprised
it's
at
really
this
not how
move.
you do that. CD, ED, maybe you can play knight h5 and get access to d6 square. That would make some sense. But you can't take and bishop d6. That's just not it.
Yeah, mixing up ideas. It seems either bishop d6 straight away, or if you take the knight h5, and as a result, yeah, the dream setup. So e5 takes. Jorden is thinking here. In knight takes e5, I thought, and maybe knight a3.
Yeah.
Seems like one
One
option.
way
and
or the
heading
other,
for d4.
bringing the knight. Yeah, maybe via d2, f3 is a bit more normal, let's say. But via a3 as well is the same thing. You basically dump that knight on d4, and you start moving around. It could be doable for black if he goes bishop d7, let's say, and then brings rooks to the e file, gets some trades in. Stands very passive, very sad. Can hold these positions on a good day, though.
Yeah, well, there's no second weakness. That's a bit of an issue for white in terms of making progress. Yeah, just put the queen on d6, maybe.
Not yet the second weakness, but as it is in these positions, they sometimes appear. Sometimes I go a4, a5 later on, or in endgame I go f3, g4, start pushing on in the endgame, obviously. Yeah, f3, g4 is not something you do with queens on. But yeah, you probably know very well how these things can still go really wrong for black. So yeah, definitely a great position for white. Also very easy to play, completely risk-free. So definitely good choice there in the opening.
This is one of the things, Anish, that impresses me about you super GMs is I feel like I almost never win these positions against 2650 plus players, and for you guys it seems you make it look easy. And sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I'm not sure actually. It's, I mean, I'm sure you're also very good at these things. It depends also, you know, on the game, how the opponent plays. I'm sure if it's still within black's power to defend this, if he does his utmost best. But it depends, you know, on his mood. Like Sam, what is his mood? What does he feel like? Is he motivated to hold and grind it out, all these defensive moves? Or is he tired of the whole tournament and already very frustrated with the fact that he got here in the first place? So it all depends on these little things.
That's interesting. So let's have a look at some of the other positions as Sam kind of enters the suffering stage. What catches your eye next as we look at our
of course, the Yasipenko game. As people might have realized, I'm not an expert on the Zem variation, but as far as I remember, this does look very, very similar to some theoretical position that's been debated. Like it looks similar to this Hikaru. Hikaru had 2 games here, I think, with Magnus, maybe even.
I'm seeing Queen A4 listed.
But not okay. I mean, maybe like the last few moves have been different. But this pawn structure where black has gone f5, EF happened, BC happened. Now, like, of course, long term we see the bishops. Yeah, imagine it's an endgame. The white bishops are dead. But currently, black's is a little shaky. Like the knight on e8 is a bit passive. The f5 pawn is slightly hanging. The bishop on a6 is a bit loose. So maybe white can jump quickly with his pieces and do some damage.
Yeah, from that perspective, Queen A4 seems to make sense, hitting the bishop straight away. And the game continued knight C7. To me, bishop B7 looks pretty natural, transitioning
I was
onto the
thinking
long
as well
diagonal.
about bishop B7, bishop C6. Yeah, that's also the move I considered.
Maybe rook B1 with the idea bishop C6, queen A6, but then I guess knight C7 is possible.
Yeah, it seems white has to really do something concrete, because if you just allow black to consolidate, maybe there are some tactical resources to rook B1, some queen C2, G6, yeah, you have, or queen D7 even.
Instead of rook B1?
Yeah, I'm not sure what did we have achieved. Okay, rook B1 first, probably better to include rook B1, bishop C6, queen C2, and now G6 or queen D7, yeah?
Right. Yeah, let's say queen D7, maybe rook E1.
I would have loved to bring my bishop from E3 to H4. That's the only place the bishop can ever be active. But it's not easy, because you need to remove the G3 knight first, which is a real pity.
Right. This is where Nimzovich would play knight H1 and win in brilliant fashion against Tarrasch. Unfortunately,
I'm sure Nimzovich would win with black well, in brilliant fashion.
Oh, because of the square control.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure about this queen A4 business, what we have achieved. Bishop on A6 was not the best piece maybe anyway. Yeah, so how do we... Bishop takes f5 is not a thing.
Ooh.
Yeah, I assume.
It's because of bishop takes, or because of knight takes f5.
Queen d5.
So let's say king h8, knight takes f5, and now is there a move?
I'm not losing material immediately though.
There is bishop takes c4.
Yeah, but
that's
then
probably
okay, then
not
I
too
got rid of
impressive
my
for
bad
black.
pawns, and you got the knight on e8. Maybe this is the way to go. But it's very similar to some kind of theory. Yeah, bishop takes f5, knight f5, queen d5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you go bishop
That's a
c4, which is like the lazy way in the final position, I feel white could be slightly better after queen c4, rook f5, maybe some queen d3 or something like that.
And maybe c4.
Maybe c4 f5, and then the bishop on e3 suddenly gets a lot of scope, and the knight on e8 is very passive. This is like nice risk-free advantage for white.
Yeah, this looks great. So
Yeah,
black
it's a tactic
can
there in the
search
house.
for alternatives here.
You know, instead of knight e7, can you check if g6 is not played a lot, or?
The chess.com, oh, g6,
G6.
13 games actually.
Yeah, that's the line, g6. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Main
the
line.
line.
And then bishop takes f5.
Yeah, I guess bishop takes f5 now, but now after you've got this dominant bishop, yeah? gf, queen d5, rook f7.
Yep.
And
8
I've got
games,
these light
queen
squares.
c6.
Oof, the light squares. Look at that.
And now bishop b7, yeah. Oof.
And then the
g4,
g-file,
e4.
you know?
I mean, why could get mated here? Like rook g7,
Yeah.
h5,
So g6
h4.
was the way. G6 was the way to go. That's maybe the Hikaru games. Like I recollect some Hikaru stuff, like 2 games of someone, Hikaru or Magnus or both of them. I don't know.
Do you think Yasipenko might have confused the line?
Yeah.
Well, he's also taken a lot of time, so he's definitely out of theory.
Yeah. He confused the line, but now Prague will take on f5 because I don't see what else you do. I don't know if Andrei missed it as such, maybe underestimated. But let's continue bishop f5 line. Knight f5, knight queen d5. There is this knight c7 move that makes a lot of sense.
After king h8, knight f5, knight c7.
Yeah.
And if queen d6.
We win the knight on f5.
Oh, no.
right?
Then the knight hangs and the knight defended.
Queen
so you have
d3,
to go
right?
queen d3.
Yeah, now d5, bishop c5, bishop c4 is what? It's continuous. Queen h3.
So you have to.
Queen c2, yeah.
Queen h3. Queen
Queen
h3
c2
looks.
may be better. Yeah. Bishop f1, bishop f8. So there I'm a pawn up. Or not really. No, queen
Right.
f8.
Because
Maybe also
a3
falls for
hangs
black.
at the end.
Queen a3 in the end, yeah.
And if
And
king
if king
f1,
f1,
g6, then you win f4.
Yeah, so maybe it's still some sort of equality by force. Maybe knight e7 is just another way to play than g6. We'll see.
But from that perspective, queen h3 might be a better idea because if we have the same line, there's knight g7 maybe in the end. Like after all of the captures.
Wow.
Is there knight
Queen
g7
c5 check
here?
though. Queen c5 check though.
Ah.
A little intermezzo there.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here maybe you have though something on the king side after queen a3. Maybe because I'm currently a little bit mispositioned. Queen on h3 is active. Maybe something active here, but I don't quite see what it is. Yeah, black should hold.
Maybe
probably,
slide the king to h1 without your opponent noticing, and then you can take on g7.
Yeah, but if he does notice, then probably he'll bring some pieces into the game. Rook f8 and queen f8. And should be okay for black. Yeah, interesting sort of semi-theoretical battle where the players are not really remembering stuff. Could very well be an important theoretical position that we are looking at here.
It seems quite precarious. I had a quick question for you, Anish, on that topic, and of course we can look at the other games. But do you feel like there's been a shift among the younger generation in terms of how they approach opening theory? Is there maybe less of an emphasis now on memorization and more on sort of conceptual understanding and maybe a different way of working with engines? Or is there more emphasis on memorization and computer work among the Yasipenko generation, let's say? That includes Prague.
Yeah, I think we can't speak of a generation as such. I think each individual player is very, very different. They all seem like the same and great and all, but they are very different. So if you speak about Yasipenko as one thing, you speak about Prague as another, and they're, by the way, not exactly the same generation either. I mean, it's
Prague is younger.
Everybody is his own man, pretty much. You've got those kids who go for forced lines. Prague is, well, mostly what you see, I think, is that they switch approaches from game to game. I think that's really the modern thing to do. You don't just stick to one approach. One day you play a very forced line, the other day you play much less forced line, and that's I think the modern thing to do. That's what most top players and talented youngsters do as well. Just switching approach from game to game.
Yeah, and it's interesting they do it as young as Prague's age. This kind of universality. But there are two more games: Karjakin, Vidit, and Grandelius, Duda. Which one catches your eye first, Anish?
Well, Karjakin Vidit, I think, is just sort of doomed.
Draw.
Doomed to end. So Rook A3, let's say, just to see how it goes. Bishop E2, I think, right? Is usually the way.
Two.
Yeah, if you take, I just take
A7,
Rook C5. You're not even close. So instead of Bishop,
right?
Instead of Rook A7, you can
Bishop. But Black is threatening A5.
Yeah, so if you
Bishop
take
B7.
on E2, Rook E2, Rook C3 maybe to keep putting
Ah,
some
Rook
pressure.
C7, Rook C6.
It's so drawn. Rook E4, Rook A4 maybe is a draw. It's the
Mhm.
easiest maybe. Yeah.
A4.
But
That's
it's
a nice
like
idea.
it's a big margin. No, so they're just both. I mean, it's much more interesting to try to understand why they're doing it, and then you will sort of understand. Well, basically, it's usually up to white, these things. And Sergey, you just have to see his last few rounds. He's been having a really bad finish. He's been having incredible bad luck and unfortunate circumstances. So he made this draw with Magnus. Then he decided to somehow invite all of Twitter to bully him. Then after he did that, the next day he mixed up against Shankland a theoretical variation and lost by force. And Twitter continued bullying him. And now he's white against Vidit, and there's nothing to play for. And yeah,
that was a crazy game yesterday. I mean, you don't see someone like Sergey losing like that, like ever. So we were. I was pretty shocked.
But he does mix up his prep a lot. Just usually not. It's not that critical, and then he continues with a worse position. But there, the line was so forced that if you mix up, it's just lights out. Lights out.
Right. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, this is very
interesting,
and I think Duda is kind of asking for why is the bishop on b3? How did bishop appear on b3?
Well,
Wow, that's so unusual. Why would the bishop
Queen
go
b6
to b3?
You were a little surprised by, and
Queen
then
b6
bishop
is not the way. Yeah, you're supposed to go d5, I think, in such kind of positions. Supposed to go d5. It is even some kind of theory. I think Queen e1, Queen a5, or something like that rings a bell. I don't really play the stuff. Oh, I mixed up. No, bishop b4. Bishop b4.
Yeah, here there's.
Yeah, bishop b4. Oh, there is a line, you know, a3, bishop a5, b4, bishop b6, ed, knight d5, and there is a queen sec somewhere. Maybe it's not here, yeah. No, sorry.
Sec on.
No, not like that. Not like that. Can you go a few moves before? Probably I have. Before I have probably bishop c7, no? Is
so
ed first?
b4 is the second most common.
Oh, ed
bishop
first.
d2 is the most common.
Ed first. No, ed first.
Sorry,
That's the way to go. Knight d5. b4, knight takes f4. That's the way to go. Rook
Oh,
d8, bishop d8.
yep.
Yeah. That's a very cool position where you are queen down, but you have a lot of compensation. Dark squares and all.
Yeah, bishop f6, rook c8, 25 games.
Yeah, it's some sort of old theory.
Well.
Yeah, so d5 is definitely the way to go. But of course, he didn't want. Also, white can avoid the queen sec and play it very safe. So Duda wanted to fight. He wanted to get winning chances. He did this move queen b6 that I've never seen. It's such a weird move. It's in the way of the b pawn as well. It's
Locks the pawn.
It's desperate because he just wants to protect the d6 pawn at all costs. Because now if you take on d6, I guess he has a point. What is his point? Long castle and 98.
It appears it's long castle. Yeah, 598.
Yeah. Okay, great. That's his point. Yeah, but if I don't take on d6,
cool
the queen
idea,
is misplaced.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now I have to just. So the question is, do I start pushing the pawns somehow, or is that not? Is that not
on the king side?
Yeah. Well, you can always play king b1. That's always a move you can make, and it can't be bad. Yeah. Now the question
perhaps
is
black wants to castle anyway.
Maybe he wants to castle long. Exactly.
Not king d8. Castle long.
Maybe he wants to castle long.
And then d5 potentially.
Yeah. Although even if you get d5, it's not. But okay, so king b1. What is punishment for probably not.
So bishop c4 is actually the most popular move with 17 games, or over 17 games. And now,
So long castle is not the thing.
no, it is actually. It is, but rook d8 is extremely uncommon. So I'm seeing 16 games long castle and only 3 games with rook d8.
This database, by the way, that chess.com has, is that of which games? Classical chess or?
Yeah, I have to look at that. I think it's similar to the ChessBase online database. It's classical, but I also think there's World, Blitz, and Rapid and stuff in there.
I meant to say like it's not the chess.com games.
No. It's classical. It's the classical database.
Games that were only played on.
Right. Long castle is the line bishop b3, and then bishop e7 or d5. And why is that? E takes d5.
Correct. Why? Yeah. I didn't do that. It fell. It's not I fell. Mike fell. Why did I do that? Why did Mike do that? Okay, ed knight d5. Not. Yeah, e5 probably is not what you want. Yeah, knight d5, bishop d5, queen c3 kind of is attractive.
Yeah. Queen c5, one.
Well, I mean, the worst case here, yeah, Duda doesn't want it. The worst case, just even take and take. But maybe there is something more.
Risk.
Bishop takes. Ah, yeah. Maybe it's not so bad for black. But Duda wants to play for a win, yeah. So that's the whole thing. He wants rook d8.
Rook d8, bishop b3, and bishop e7. Maybe now start. I mean, now it makes sense to start.
The problem with g4, I love g4. But if you castle, then I go h4, g5. Of course, I crush. But the problem with g4 is that it does soften the f3 pawn. And in case of d5 and trades, it is actually misplaced. In case of an endgame, for example, it's going to be misplaced. So you have to time g4 very well. I feel it's a bit premature still.
Would it make sense to start with h4
that would be
if it's a little less weakening?
For sure. What about some bishop e3, queen f2, or is that not a good thing?
Bishop e3, queen c7.
Some queen f2. And then if you go knight d7, now that d5 is off the table, then we start pushing the pawns. g4, h4.
Even f4 is probably not out of the question here.
Yeah, the moment the bishop is on b3, f4, f5 becomes a thing.
Wow.
So this is going to be a game of
very unappetizing for black.
Yeah, the most exciting game of the day here, definitely. You guys, by the way, also watching the games of challengers, or you're elitist here?
We are. We keep an. What was that, Vic?
We're definitely.
Yeah, we can definitely throw it up in case of. In case of a lack of stimulation in the master section.
Yeah, let's see if there's anything interesting. Just
cool. Vic, could you help me with that?
I'm doing my thing, man. Just talk how.
And you're a magician. You're literally in 3 places at the same time.
That's what they say.
News is as stunning as ever. Does the cameraman hear you, by the way, or not? No.
There it is.
But what do you mean there's no cameraman? But there was this guy who was zooming in on Shah. Who was that?
Me.
Ah, okay.
I'm telling you, he's literally in 3 places at the same time.
So he can.
You want to be my cameraman for this?
No. It's
right.
Well, this is funny. We've had 2 quick draws in this section as well. Nguyen against Ganguly and Shuvalova against Biere.
Well, let's see a game of Erwin Lamy, probably the greatest Dutch player.
Right. Okay, so this was a Catalan.
Yeah, bishop e7, castle, c6, b3, a5. Cool. Knight c3, there is this b5 thing. B5 thing.
Which he played b6, knight d2, b5.
Ah, very cool. Take, queen b6.
Oh, and the point is d4 pawn is no longer protected by the queen.
Yeah, I guess you can play it safe with a4. I think a4 would be kind of safe. Then you keep the structure symmetric. I don't think there's much wrong with that. But then bishop a6. Take on b5, and then black is also. Or e4 maybe here, yeah? knight c4, knight c4, knight c4 also.
Oh, knight c4 and
Knight c4, yeah.
sorry. A4, bishop a6, knight c4. The rook hangs if you take the knight. Oh, this looks very, very good for white.
So instead of bishop a6, maybe knight c6 first is the thing, yeah?
Covering the diagonal.
Yeah, developing a piece, not rushing, and then bishop a6 next.
Let's say e3, bishop a6.
Yeah, then black has no worries. Actually, white maybe runs some danger here because of the weak b3 pawn. I don't know.
Yeah, like after bishop takes b5, queen takes b5. So Erwin deciding against a4, going knight c3, and Jumabayev contemplating queen takes d4.
Yeah, bishop
Is
b2.
the idea bishop b2?
I like white's position because I've developed everything. Your knight on b8 and bishop on c8 is still there, and I'm gonna go e4 very fast.
Honestly, this looks kind of terrible for black, or am I exaggerating? I mean, like queen b6, e4.
Yeah, that's.
And then if d4, maybe knight c4.
No, yeah, you cannot start such a fight without the army there. Knight c3. Okay, you can make a gambit out of this whole thing. You can really just sack the. You can just play like knight c6 or something, e3 and just bishop a6, rook c8. I don't know, but that knight before also was in the mix. Also rook c8 first.
That's
yeah. This, by the way, is
I mean,
quite some compensation because if I collect your bishop, light square bishop, I'll be happy. Yeah, this is.
You mean after something like bishop f1, knight d3?
Yeah, then I sort of have positional compensation, right, in the form of two bishops and light square control and all that.
Interesting. Could you tell maybe the chat? Is Erwin? Is it fair to say that he's sort of one of the patriarchs of Dutch chess? What is his role?
The Godfather.
You know, within Dutch
chess.
The Godfather.
Just say it. The Godfather. Yes. Yes.
So it is fair to say that.
It's very fair to say.
Nice.
Yes.
So that is this game as Jumabayev contemplates whether or not to take d4, but probably won't. There's Warmerdam.
It's not Warmerdam. It's Warmerdam.
Famadam. Max Famadam.
It's really not warmer.
It's Max Colderdam.
Yeah, this year
in the winter,
it's definitely
he
Colderdam.
changes his name. Right. He changes his name.
It's a damn colder.
And how impressed have you been with Eric Eisey's plays? I'm going to click into his game.
Yeah, I have to say somehow it passed me by a little bit. I haven't seen that. I've seen all the games, but somehow I can't recall much. I recall some very easy wins for him, and some good defensive effort. Against Jumabayev was a really good defensive effort there. So yeah, seems like he's definitely a good versatile player. This is also some kind of prep now again, yeah? He seems to be very well prepped.
Yeah, he's playing Mark Andrea Maurizi, who is a very young GM. I monitor all these young players, but I hadn't heard of him until this tournament, and I didn't realize he was a GM yet.
Because he's from the land of Europe, which for you is a different planet.
That's right, Corsica.
But in the land of Europe, there are some countries, which is like states, you know, in the United States, the same concept.
Countries.
And we've got this country called France, where they have this bread, you know, and stuff.
Is that where the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Oh, that's Italy. That's right.
No, that's Italy is another one. There's also Spain and stuff, by the way. But okay, it's another story. It's actually a fun thing to talk about. There's like a bunch of them. There's like the Germany.
I'll learn that.
Yeah.
High school.
No, I'm joking. I'm a big fan of your streams, Daniel. You are probably the smartest person I've watched streaming.
That means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
I watch a lot of smart people.
It's an honor.
You know, watch Hikaru channel.
No, I feel like, you know, that's part of the reason I just try to play Blitz on my stream. Just you know, keep it focused on chess
you
and
had, I remember.
impersonations.
No, don't be shy. I was at some point watching. You had first of all, you have some Russian streams sometimes.
Right, about
with the Ruskies?
a couple times a month.
Yep. You've got also that stream where you were talking about some history stuff.
Right.
So yeah, no big.
I'm
big fan.
Thank you, Anish. That means a lot to me. Yeah, in terms of history, I have some of these old chess books that I like to go through and show on stream. I feel like that's one of those underrated content sources that, you know, everybody finds really cool, but nobody really talks about. You know, chess history in particular, and looking at old stuff, old games, old stories. I feel like that's kind of a forgotten source of chess entertainment.
It's good content, you think, yeah?
I think it's good content, and
You
of
know
course,
what else
it's
is
the
good
running
content?
joke.
Speedrun and the Boris Gambit speedrun and Bone Cloud.
Speedrun is great content. Yeah.
It's good content. You know what else
I
is
mean,
very
it
good
was-
content, Daniel? Is the doing parody of people like Garry Kasparov. That's also really good
It's-
stuff.
Well, maybe not as good as speedrun, but decent. It's. I mean, Naroditsky, he is in. When I watch his chess, I get sick to my stomach. So it's I better watch Naroditsky for other stuff. Not just chess.
Oh, I'm
Because,
I'm a part of. I'm such a
superficial
fan,
play.
and now I'm part of the Kasparov parody video, and I'm even on the camera in the same frame. I'm like thrilled. I'm part of history now. I can also
You've been immortalized.
I can also do a Garry Kasparov impression, but I have a pending invitation to Grand Chess Tour, so I like to keep it that way for now.
Not even. Well, you can't bring that up, and
No, but I have
Are
too much
you-
to lose. I have too much to lose, I don't have all the.
that's fair. That's fair.
Too much to lose. And also, I can't do it as well as you do, so I'm a big fan. Okay, excellent. But this position, by the way, I feel that what's happening also in the Challengers tournament with Arjun Argesi. He's here with a good second, Srinath Narayanan.
Uh-huh.
But it reminds me of my childhood. Like these guys, they're just going straight for what you prepare. Like they're just so naive. Like you expect what they're gonna do, you check it better than them, they fall for it. They can't even equalize with white sometimes. It's like so easy. It's
When
not
you
gonna
say
be the
they, you
same for
mean
me.
players in the challenger section.
Yeah, I mean they're just too naive, many of them, and they just head straight into his prep, just straight into what he looked at the day before, and it's just not the way to go at the highest level. And I think that in next year for Arjun it's going to be harder because top players, they are not, at least not always, as forthcoming. And you cannot predict what they're going to do. And just, because I see so many games of his, I walk by and he just bleeds everything out. And it's clear he just looked at this line and somehow this very line, somehow people they keep going for what they are doing and they just don't know it very well. And again, now we see some forced line where white is out of book way too early. And already it's double-edged.
There's a cute move, bishop e5, but it probably doesn't do anything due to
Wow.
knight d7. Maybe bishop d4.
Bishop
I
e5
was thinking
is something he blundered, by the way. It's a very pretty move. Wow, I also would.
And if knight d5, I think there's knight takes c4 potentially. No. Then knight c3, knight d7. But
Wait, why? Knight c3, bishop c3? Knight d7? It's not the end of the line, right?
yeah, it takes.
H4? Very nice for white, no?
It seemed the eval bar was indicating that we were missing something here.
Yeah, but that's not knight c3. I think we're missing knight c6, maybe? Maybe knight d6.
Knight c6. Yeah, knight c6 it is. Just getting the knight out, and white has to sack the exchange in an unfavorable version.
So bishop e5, it was your improv, yeah? It was not like you're improvising.
Yeah, no,
just.
it was.
Nice.
Yeah, completely improv. But after knight d5, white doesn't have to. Oh yeah, no, white does have to probably take on e4 because otherwise the knight gets into e3.
So bishop e5 doesn't work, yeah? Pretty though, pretty.
Yeah, it appears that way.
So what are the normal moves? I can grab on e4, I can play h4, I can play e3, yeah? Knight c4 as well is an option.
Yeah, knight c4, knight d6 potentially looks interesting. Very weird.
Knight d5.
Hard to wrap one's head around this
Knight
endgame.
d5 though?
Neither side is developed.
Yeah, like you should take care. I mean, let's just stop this nonsense and think of our f1 bishop for a second there. The bishop on
So
f1 is just
that would
yeah,
entail e3.
yeah. Let's do that.
But what if I go knight d5?
Yeah, and I'll sack that. Rook b3 or something.
I'll take
And
it.
some. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It's not a problem for black for sure. You are at the very least fine. Yeah.
Yeah, if take g2 is coming.
Hmm.
Yeah, this bishop is a big problem for white. It's buried right now.
It surprises me that the eval bar is positive for white. I don't really see why white is better at all.
The engine move is h4.
Yeah, I thought about that, but what if I go g4? How does it help me?
It's saying f takes e4, and then
knight
it
c6.
appears bishop. Yeah, knight c6.
Oh, you've got the bishop
f4.
f4 e3 thing going. Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Right,
yeah.
and you get the bishop out.
Yeah, but it's a very long term thinking, you know, it's not so obvious. I'm not sure that Maurizi is ready for it right now. It's very deep.
And he hasn't been in the greatest form this tournament, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the lower rated participants, I guess. It's just hard. You have so many strong players. Not easy.
What was your first appearance? When did you first play in Tata Steel? And did you go straight to the top section?
No, I really started from the bottom. Now I'm here kind of guy. I
Wow.
played first a qualifier through the C group, which was.
Oh, I played in that too, the Cultural Village tournament.
No, not that one. You've been
or
there?
a different one.
No, I've been on
yeah,
online
I played
qualifier.
that twice.
Online qualifier I've played.
Wow.
On ICC.
Oh.
You know ICC?
I do. I was addicted to it at one point.
It was your time as well. Yeah, ICC. You're this old, yeah?
2005. Oh yeah. No, I played there for 3-4 years actually.
2005. You were not like 3 years old.
I was 9.
Okay.
I'm
close.
Unfortunately quite old.
2005. Yeah. Wow. No, 2005 is also when I played. No, I played even a bit before. Yeah, on ICC. Anyway, on ICC, there was what was there? Oh yeah, there was this qualifier, and actually it was really interesting. I played against Salgado Lopez. Also, Iturizaga played there. I think Iturizaga won that qualifier.
He was a beast on ICC.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, it was like it was not an open qualifier. It was an invited qualifier, and it was actually very special kind of thing to do, an online event. And there were arbiters in the room, you know. I remember I was a kid, and I was in a must-win in the second game with Black against Salgado Lopez. Like, we had a long match. At some point, I was in a must-win in a game. And we played d4, d5. I played c4, c6, the Slav. And Salgado Lopez, he takes on d5. And the arbiter is there, but I started crying, yeah? As the guy played exchange Slav, and I realized I'm in a must-win. Just tears started dropping my cheeks. And
you played knight f6?
Sorry? No.
And then you played queen
I
takes d5?
No, I just went cd, and I actually got chances in that game, but I didn't manage to win. I got invited nonetheless to the C group because somebody... Oh, again, mic fell. Somebody refused. So I got the spot in the C group anyway, and then I became a grandmaster there. Then I played the B group next year, and I won the B group. And then I played the A group ever since. So I've had like all the stages of grief and development, if I can say.
That must be a good feeling, though. Just, you know, like the stepping stones.
Yeah, although, I mean, I didn't qualify. Like, I didn't actually qualify. So the online qualifier, I didn't qualify. And also the C group, I didn't actually win it. I became grandmaster. But I finished probably like 3rd or something. So I got kind of a spot into the B group next year because I just gained a lot of rating. Not really by directly qualifying. Also, as a Dutchman, of course, you get some discounts. As you can see now, there are more Dutch participants.
What was the transition like from B to A group? Was it? I assume you already had Super Tournament experience by then, or was your first A group experience one of your first Super Tournaments?
It's a good question. I did play some top players. I've played Ivanchuk in this. There was a small close tournament in Hogeveen also. A little bit of an elite tournament, you could say. I also played some good players in some team competitions. But of course, A group would be a different challenge. I was very fortunate, though, that at the very start, in the second round, I beat Magnus with Black. Magnus was already world #1 at the time. He was not a world champion, I think, but he was world #1. So, with such a start, you get a bit of a head start in terms of confidence. So I survived that A group pretty well immediately. I think I finished on 50% or something.
Yeah, not bad for first Tata Steel Group A performance. We can go back to the Masters, by the way, see if there have been any developments.
Yeah.
Karjakin, Vidit. Wow, Vidit is taking his sweet time after Rook C3.
Oh, Rook C3 is stronger.
Yet.
Stronger than Rook A3. Because now
Bishop
Bishop E2 is not the same.
E2?
Yeah, but now I take on C7. That's
you can just take on E2. That's right. That's
not fun. You know, it's the worst. I've had this experience. That's why today, before the game, I've brushed up on all this nonsense. Because you don't want, when your opponent just wants to make a draw, and then you also want to make a draw, but then your position is you're black, yeah? So his position is slightly worse. Then you start drifting,
Right.
and you know, before you know it, if the guy gets a risk-free position and he has winning chances, you're gonna try, because why not?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of happened in Carlsen's game against Vidit. It felt at one point like it was heading for a sure draw, and then all of a sudden Magnus was winning like 2 seconds later. Of course, that ended in a draw overall, but it seems that Magnus is one of the specialists in that regard.
Yeah, and because Magnus, more than others, has that thought like, you know, maybe. And it's very hard for the defender, because there are basically two things you want to juggle between. Like, on one hand, you don't want to be thinking too long. You want to show confidence, right? You want to play fast. On the other hand, you don't want to play too fast and make an inaccurate move, because that will cost you your position. So you're trying to juggle between these two, and here we see that Vidit is kind of failing a little bit in that, because he's thinking a bit too long, giving Sergey that hope that he doesn't deserve. But yeah, he doesn't. He just didn't
What
find.
does Mike do?
He just doesn't find the solution, and it's not easy. I also don't see a direct solution.
This maybe he has to go bite the bullet, go c5 and passive
Yeah, wow.
defense.
Then
rook
you've got
e6.
bishop d5,
Oof,
c4, rook
oof.
a5. Before you know
Oh.
it, you're kind of lost.
Right.
He
c4,
already
rook
made
a5,
it.
you
He
lose
already
the
made an
c-pawn.
inaccuracy. Correct.
That's crazy. It looks so innocuous, like rook e5 activating the rook. I think he just missed rook c3.
But you know what? I think bishop a6 already was not it. I think bishop a5 was the move, and it was actually very easy. Bishop f5.
f5.
I've actually looked at this. Rook b2, bishop c2, rook c7, bishop e4. I think it's a game of Matlakov. Rook a7, bishop f3, gf, and this is a very easy position to hold because you've got the double pawns. It's a game of
So you
Matlakov.
just go
I
rook
think.
e1, rook a1, essentially?
Yeah,
or do you
any-
first play h5?
Anything, yeah, because like the positions with 3 against 3, as you know, with the a pawn, they are holdable, but especially with this ruined pawn structure, it's just very comfortable for black. So it's very easy draw. Bishop a6 already a bit inaccurate. Or maybe the next move was the culprit. So bishop a6, he went what? Rook b3?
E6, rook
Yeah, maybe
e3.
bishop, now bishop e2 maybe, or something again, or...
The immediate bishop. But what if bishop e2, rook b7? Can you
The
get
rook and
that
games-
3 on?
Rook and games, I'm never scared. Even if just takes and some c5, I'm just not afraid of rook and games. Rook e5, let's say.
takes,
Rook e5, sorry, is immediate.
Oh yeah,
No,
whichever pawn you take, you go to the other file. a7, c5, c7, a5.
Yeah, so in such position, I think the safest thing to do is to try to trade the bishops, because then even pawn down you'll hold. But bishop e2, of course, he was afraid of some other move, like bishop d5 or something.
Right, and then maybe bishop d1, rook b7. Yeah, it can get a little uncomfortable.
No, it
for
gets
sure.
bishop e2 is also not a pretty move, so let's go move back. Oh, maybe he already...
Yeah, the
Maybe
Evo bar
inaccuracy.
is showing zeros, but that's meaningless. It's
Yeah,
all
bishop
about
e2
practical
was so
discomfort.
Carlsen, yeah? Bishop e2 was so Carlsen move. That's here, right?
Yep, I'm seeing one game. It's probably the one, and bishop takes e2 happened.
But bishop d5...
But it seems
no?
like bishop d5 is more testing.
Yeah, the thing is that So didn't want to put any pressure in that game. Maybe bishop g4, bishop is... Yeah, but Vidit is worried, of course, that Sergey does. No, it's bishop f5 is more accurate than bishop a6, for sure. This is not pleasant.
Yeah, no, this has gotten very uncomfortable. Anish, we're gonna go on a short break. It's we're here with Anish Giri in the studio, having a great time and watching the games. We hope you're enjoying. We're gonna go on a very quick break and be back with more action from the last round of the Tata Steel. Don't go anywhere.
I used to read a lot of books. I even wrote once to play in the C group when I was like very, very young. So I guess I was around 13, 14, something like this. Yeah, I think around that time I must have heard about it. But I finally got the opportunity in 2018. I was already 2700 back then. And I played the B group. I was the top seed, which I managed to win and then play in the A group. I came here first as a second of Anish, not as a player. And then of course winning the B group was very, very special. That is something which was kind of a breakthrough to get elite level tournaments invitation. If I don't use technology, I'll be just lagging behind against all my colleagues, because you have to use it, kind of. The thing is, my thinking is a bit old school, because it's very slow to do it old style with the chessboard. It's possible, but I think you need a team which will help you. At least somebody has to check with the engine. That's what I feel. In my heart, I like to, move the pieces and do it on the board.
Back to the final round of Tata Steel. We are joined in the studio by Anish Giri. And Anish, we're just chilling, discussing the games. And we were just talking during the break about the danger that Vidit has found himself in, and the fact that there's nothing worse than losing the last two rounds of a tournament. That is just a terrible, terrible feeling.
Yeah, especially this way, when you know that your opponent doesn't even want to beat you. That's just really unpleasant. What is also unpleasant is position of Sam Shankland.
Mm-hmm.
That is as unpleasant as ever still.
So
I
there
don't
was a
like
trade,
knight
bishop
e4. I
f3,
would go.
knight
Can you
e4.
go I would like to go passive and try to just suffer. Queen d6
Like
or
queen
something.
queen d6.
But I'm afraid he was afraid of some c4, knight c3 business. Just losing a pawn, maybe he thought. I don't know if it works, but
Yeah, maybe queen b4.
yeah, but he was afraid of this kind of stuff. Then cd, like the nature of position changes, and you've got some dynamic issues. Maybe knight d2. I don't know.
Right. No, this looks very unpleasant. If the pawn gets
Bishop
to
f3 was
d6.
actually good. Bishop f3 was putting some pressure there. And then he decided to do knight e4, but knight e4 is a very shaky move.
Yeah, this whole construction could topple over. Bishop f5, knight c2. It looks
Very sus.
obviously looks active, but this is pseudo activity.
Yeah, exactly. And there are also some concrete issues with this whole construction. Yeah, there's some kind of potential for some c4 at some point after some queen d4 or knight e3. Like the d5 pawn is very shaky. What I would wanted to do is you have the knight on f6, have bishop on e6, be super passive, and just defend that d5 pawn. You know, because I am worried that I'm just might lose it at some point. That's my main worry. I don't want to lose
Does
it.
White want to trade queens here?
I think it depends on the circumstance. Again, like if I get to defend my pawn, I think black is okay with trading queens. Like the dream for black would be to trade all heavy pieces and bring the king to d6 and just sit it out.
Mm-hmm.
But if you
then
trade
no
queens
more
in a version
targets.
where you are losing the d5 pawn, then I'm happy. Yeah.
Rook fe8, just played by Sam.
Yeah, normal move. And now question is how to proceed.
Yeah. So knight d4 obviously is the straightforward candidate move. Queen d4, or you could delay it and try to improve your position.
Yeah, so queen d4 maybe isn't as good as it looks. Queen d4 I'll take. And I was about to say bishop d7, but then c4, yeah, maybe.
Bishop d7, c4. Yeah, that looks good. So maybe bishop g6 is
out of, but bishop is out. Like I don't want it on that side. It's really out of, like it's not going to defend my d5 pawn anymore. This is very worrying for black. Rook a d1.
Yeah, and I feel like knight b5 ideas.
Why did I take
a
on
good
d4? By
point.
the way, I didn't have to take myself. I could have let you take.
Right, but how, like a
I'm not
move,
gonna take
neutral
either.
move like h6?
I'll go rook a d1. I have also useful moves.
Rook,
No,
but
now
now
a7. Yeah,
a7 hangs.
No, I meant after h6 I will play rook a d1. Yeah, with white.
Yeah, white, right, getting the rook in, and
Queen d4 actually is strong, perhaps. Yeah, it's actually strong.
not easy to respond to.
No, I think Sam is not gonna hold this one. I just think it's not gonna be it for Sam.
Yeah, Sam is very up and down. I mean, he can beat Karjakin like that, and then
I have to
kind of
say,
and there he goes.
I have to say that while obviously everybody knows how great a player Sam is, and everybody knows all his good games, I have to say some moves he made in this tournament, they were so bad. Like
What comes to mind?
Today of course c takes d4 and bishop d6, but the game with Rapport where he went e6. I don't know if you recollect that one. It would be good to pull it up because it sort of fits in the context. I think it was before some rest day. I think game 4 maybe.
Game 4. Let me. Shanklin report. There it is.
Yeah, can
See if
you
I can
just
pull this one up.
look at move 17?
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. E6 just gave away all the advantage. Yeah, just whereas he just
mean,
could have
how
sort
can
of
you play
improved his
E6?
position.
It's not just gives away advantage. You're also signing up for a worse position for free from a better position. This is insane.
Right, trading queens, and now Richard goes rook c5, hunting for all of the queenside pawns which are now weak.
Yeah, because I'm getting
Yeah, whereas-
cyberbullied by his coach, but frankly, I don't know what the guy is doing. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Whereas instead, just a slow improving move like queen
just-
d4, rook e3.
You know, we were speaking about this with Vidit. In such position, black's dream is to spend 10 moves, prepare f6, and hope to get that pawn structure. You cannot do that here because after f6, I will go e6. So you can go like rook c6, rook e6, rook fe8, triple double, and then go f6, hope that I will trade, which I never will.
Meanwhile, I will hit your d pawn, I will go f4. You will never be in time. Sometimes they give up the d5 pawn to go f6.
Right.
And in fact, that's what happened in the game Jorden against Friedman. The guy simply gave up the d5 pawn, went for f6, got this rook endgame the same as Sam got without the d5 pawn, and was about to hold it. So this e6 is a very strange decision. And today, same thing. Again, like he just goes for a very, very bad position straight from the opening.
Yeah, and Jorden has gone queen d4. Sam quickly taking it.
I
And it
think,
does
you know
seem,
what?
yeah,
No,
like
I
he's
know.
getting impatient.
No, but I know how black is going to defend it. I know what Sam is going to do. Bishop d7, he's going to play after knight d4.
And if c4?
c4, he's going to give it. Go king f8. That's what Sam do.
Oh,
he did
and
the same with
cd
me.
knight d6.
Yes. And he'll try to hold that. And actually, he has
Well,
good chances
that's
to hold
right.
that.
He did do the same thing with you. And Sam,
Yeah,
Sam
he
likes
loves
this
this.
kind of defensive strategy.
Yeah, probably that's what his coach told him. You have to give up a pawn and try to set up a blockade. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you called it. I think we're about to see bishop d7.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, that's
bishop
actually nice.
g6 is out of the question.
No, bishop g6 is just strategically wrong. Bishop d7 actually, and allowing cd is actually really nice. It's a very, very good defensive effort.
Maybe white shouldn't play c4, then maybe rook a1. Is there something to be said for that?
But then you might have even less if I go knight f6. I do think a pawn is a pawn. So you should probably grab it. I mean, it's not like after cd knight d6, white is still has huge winning chances.
Right. I was just thinking maybe even rook e8 and then knight c2, knight e3. But yeah, you can adopt the defensive posture you indicated previously with like bishop e6, rook
Yes.
d8.
Such beautiful English. Adopt a defensive posture. I would never come up with that. Beautiful.
Well, that's, rather than training chess, I was spending my time in English classes at Stanford. That's a trade-off.
Yeah, no, it's it's a thing they do there in Stanford.
Oh, for sure. My only problem is with the substance of what I say. I know how to craft it, but a bit of a substance issue sometimes.
Actually, Sam has done a great thing there. I think the draw is a favorite now after this. It's a very good defensive idea.
It really is. Allowing c4 and cd,
Beautiful.
it's just not
Beautiful.
intuitive at all.
Yeah.
And then you said king, like a neutral, well, a move like king f8.
No, but I told you, yes, Sam is just a fantastic player. So many great decisions in this event.
And a couple really, really bad decisions. But
Yeah. But okay, jokes aside, of course you're suffering here. You're still suffering, and there is no way to end it quickly. It reminds me of a game I saw in Candidates between Wang Hao and Maxim Achilla-Graf. It's extremely similar.
and here he goes, bishop d7. I wonder if Jorden sees it, or is
Yeah,
he
it dawns
just?
on
He
him now.
seems a
Look
little
at-
surprised. He seems quite surprised.
So now, but it dawns on him now. He's completely annoyed. I
No,
think
but
it's there.
Maybe here like h3 and then get the king around. And the question: does Black want to trade
Yeah.
both pairs of rooks? Probably he does. Yeah.
Oh, maybe just one a rook c8 and counterplay
Rook
on the
c8.
queen side. a5, a4, rook c4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer for Jorden there. I think he was hoping for more than this.
Yeah, and bishop g4 doesn't help, obviously.
Let's zoom in nicely on
Takes
his right
rooks.
ear. Correct.
Wow.
It's not very red yet, but it's turning redder by the second.
As he's realizing. Wait
Yeah,
a
it's not
minute
easy.
now. Something. Wait a second. Something. Oh no! It's black to move. I thought that Duda blundered in exchange, but it's black to move in this position.
Okay.
Yeah. So you called it. He played queen f2, queen b8, and bishop b6.
Not knight d7. Knight d7 is like the go-to move. Duda is
Right.
being very creative, trying to avoid the natural course of action and just trying to confuse Niels. Bishop b6 is nice. Rook c8, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's okay to go g4 now. I don't think it's necessary to wait any longer.
And I mean, still knight d7 kind of asks to be played in these positions, but I guess then bishop d4.
Yeah, I did allow that option of e5, but I'm not worried with the bishop on b3 opening up. No, yeah, and if you castle, I go h4, g5, and I think white is just much faster, no?
Yeah, mate.
That pawn on h6, the hook, is also not great. It allows the opening of the files. No, the
Yeah,
black is
and
not happy.
g5, h5, there's always g6.
Maybe b5 though.
b5 here, g5.
Yeah, it's crushing. Yeah. Why is the bar not
H5,
happy, by the way?
yeah,
What was bar? Knight c5 it wanted, or what? Maybe knight c5.
What was it unhappy about here? It was unhappy about.
Knight c5.
Yeah, you're right. Knight c5.
g5, h5 now. Oh, there's no g6 anymore.
All right, because the bishop can be eliminated at a moment's notice.
You see, so it's all nuanced still. It's still nuanced. So very unclear what will happen in that game. Duda sort of did some dubious stuff, but it's not like he's in. It's not like he is going to lose automatically yet.
Maybe g5 straight away could be considered in a
Wow,
position like this.
too much talent.
Rebecca Harris style.
Rebecca Harris, nice. Rebecca Harris style is also to pre-move gh now, yeah.
Right. Well, or to play significantly more dirty. It's like, or to play bishop a7, misdirection.
True. True.
Yeah, I'll
You know,
see
yeah,
every little way to attack the queen.
If you remember, my record against Rebecca Harris was 0-7.
You're right,
at
and then
first.
you asked who it was,
Yes.
and then once you found out it's Naroditsky, I think you won the next like 4 games.
Yes, exactly. No, it was funny. The way you played it was so good. I remember you beat me a couple of games so well. Then at some point I had a position which was slightly better, but I thought, okay, let's make one draw, yeah, not to get adopted by whoever it is. And then you started playing for a win in a slightly worse position. I was completely shocked. You beat me there as well. And then I thought, okay, this must be Magnus or Alireza. There's no other way. Someone is this good.
Right.
But then, yeah, I heard it was you. And okay, I thought, okay, if it's not Magnus or Alireza, maybe I can fight, yeah. But no, very well played there for sure.
Thanks, but that threw me off because then I knew the mystique was gone. You know, now that you know it's not Magnus, the psychology of the match kind of shifted.
Yeah, no, but one day we should play some 100 games and then see how badly I lose.
Oh, I'm always down for that. So, Rook c8 g4 has happened. Or wait, has it? Yes, it has. It has.
You know, the good
This
thing
seems
about
to be right up Niels' alley, by the way, too.
For sure. Good thing about us sort of predicting moves is that we predict bad moves, but they are also happening because the other participants are also looking at the bad moves. So it's in a way the commentators, they do have rights to exist, yeah.
Yes. So this is going on with g4. We'll keep an eye on it. We were seeing Van Foreest Shankland, and of course there's also.
What happened
Karjakin.
with Yesipenko? We forgot about Yesipenko for
Oh,
a
yeah.
bit.
Let's check in onto that game.
Oh, he
This
rerouted
position
the
is on the
bishop
board.
actually. I was saying it's not easy, but he actually got the bishop to h4. How is that happening?
He managed. How did that happen? So knight g3, knight e7. Here we stopped. Queen f3. Knight
Oh,
c7 gets the.
Wait, knight
d1.
c7. Knight c7 is really not like a natural move or something. Yeah, it's knight might very well go to f6 as well. So maybe queen d7,
Right.
queen a8 is a problem. Okay.
Slight issue. So he prepares queen d7. He plays it.
No, but I don't like
Rook
knight
e1.
on c7. I'm sorry. It's a terrible knight.
Yeah,
What is the
it is
point?
no prospects.
No, it's a huge. I think it's a huge mistake there. This knight c7 move.
So you
It's a
think
huge
after queen
tempo.
f3 he should have
Let's think.
perhaps. Well, queen c8. I mean, you want to prepare bishop b7. One would think, but maybe not.
Is rook b8 a possibility?
Rook b8. Could we revert back to?
Oh, yeah, that thing again. Okay, I forgot about that.
But maybe it's not that impressive here anymore. Like first of all, knight f5 or bishop f, probably knight f5.
Yeah, I guess with the knight.
Takes, queen d5. Shade bishop f5.
Yeah, we again have the
I mean,
same
maybe
thing.
this is the lesser evil.
Still quite evil though. But
Right.
could we avoid? Could we not blunder knight f5 and not go knight c7? Is that possible? King h8 maybe, yeah, or something. Just
things
to
at
first,
once.
first let's not blunder the pawn. King h8.
So let's say rook a b1 is kind of the default, it would seem.
Oh, also was g6 an option by the way, right away, or it's not a good move?
On move 16 right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely always
Yeah, because
this
now
pawn. So I
you
think
will
you're
try to
right.
do
Knight
this-
c7. Yeah.
No, it's a very wrong direction. Knight should go to f6, I guess.
Right. And I guess rook e1, for instance.
Yeah, now knight f6, I think I can play. Yeah, and then I go queen d7, and then I'm now also the moment the g3 knight leaves, I will go bishop b7 and knight e4.
Uh-huh.
The knight
Right,
on
so
c7 is just very far. It has to go back to e8 at some point, because on e6 it's still bad.
Right. No,
And
on
because of
e6
that-
it can also be targeted by a queen on e2 and a skewer potentially.
Yeah, and it just has no
Right.
it has no future on e6.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he's in
Rook
trouble.
A8
Now
is
Prague
played.
rerouted the knight on e3, and look, there is nobody on e4. There's no knight on e4 that black has.
Could Pragg consider something drastic like g4 already, or is it
For sure.
premature to even calculate it?
For sure. The question is, what if fg?
Right, knight g4 and c4
And bishop
hangs, of
c4.
course.
No, bishop c4, I've got some tricks with takes 10, rook e8. Queen e8.
Ooh, but even there, like rook b7 at the end of that line,
Okay, but
and then
one
there's rook
question is-
takes. Uh-huh.
True, true. But what if not g4? That's another question. What if I prepare it first with some bishop h4 or h3? Bishop h4 maybe.
Right, complete the rerouting.
What is your next move?
d5, is that an attempt?
d5.
Okay, the eval
Okay.
hates it.
The eval bar for some reason hates it, but I think the eval bar
Well, it
hates the
hates
position.
everything I propose. Right.
I think it just hates the position, to be honest. I don't think it's you.
Yeah, I mean, no, the position's.
I don't see, by the way,
Very
why
depressing.
it would shoot so high. Do you see what's the problem? d5 looks like a good counterplay move.
Well, there is knight takes d5, but
Oh,
then
knight
takes
takes.
bishop d3 and queen takes d5. I didn't think that was that
No,
terrible.
that's all right. That's all right for sure.
Hmm.
I mean, there is not any tactic anywhere. I don't think so.
Yeah, no knight takes f5 stuff.
Queen g. The black looks to be reasonably protected everywhere. I don't know.
But let me flip
need
on
help.
the Silicon Fiend. Rook bd1.
Just like that. And if d4?
All
But I thought,
Yeah,
I didn't
d4
think it was
is-
clear. d4, cd?
cd, cd, and now
And?
bishop c2.
That's so clear?
Cold-blooded.
That is not obvious, I think.
Wow, queen d6, c5. Queen c5, bishop b3.
Even that is not
King.
obvious.
Oh my god. King. King g7, knight c2. With the idea
Oh, bishop
d3
f2.
check, bishop
D3,
f2.
bishop f2. Oh, the bishop reroutes. The
Wow.
position opens up, and your king is in trouble. Okay, but this is a very, very difficult line. I think
Right. I mean,
possible, of course, possible. But the sequence rook d1, bishop c2 is not obvious to me. Okay, let's say he will not go bishop h4 because of that. What are his other moves? What if he
there's
prevents?
h3.
H3 still allows d5, and then still and then rook d1 is easier. Yeah, maybe h3 actually is possible. Now rook d1 is more obvious because
Right.
bishop on f2 is actually right there.
Supporting the knight, and it wants to be there anyway. Yeah, d4 is no longer a problem you take. And their knight c2 is pretty obvious.
Yeah, yeah. Or even this bishop c2 move is stronger there because the
Right.
bishop on f2 is better. Yeah, actually
Yep,
d5
that
simply
makes sense.
simply d5 is not an issue. Not an issue. So is queen a4 an issue? It's very, very risky, of course.
Ooh. I mean, I would be contemplating knight takes f5, but takes. It's not so easy.
Yeah, all my pieces have left. But the main problem with I mean, I liked my other pieces is the knight on c7. If it was on f6, it would be all doable.
Uh-huh. I'm trying to make a crazy tactical idea work, but no. I mean, let's say g4. Ugh, Eva Bars hates me in general.
At c4, let's say.
Yeah, well, I was thinking at first knight c5, but then there's knight d2.
Oh, yeah. That's Andrei for you. He likes his knight d2 kind of moves.
Uh-huh. Okay, what if I just try to break, like, what is... I don't feel like calculating.
No, but already
g
knight
takes
d2.
f5.
But already knight, no, I think you already
That's a
ruined
threat.
it quite a bit. No, g4 was
Agreed.
premature. Also, g4 is not exactly a killer, right? It's sort of...
It's too slow. Yeah, it feels like there should be something more decisive.
But it's not easy.
Hmm.
You could start with bishop c... it's not even... No, bishop c2 is given queen a3, yeah.
Apparently bishop h4 is the move here.
Knight takes c4.
Why bishop h4? Oh. bishop h4 and bishop c2, and okay, that's just computer stuff here as usual. Yeah, bishop c2, queen d7, forced, of course. He's
Okay, I
taking on
mean, this is
a3.
this is never gonna happen. Just the whole line. It's also just too strange.
Bishop b3, d5, bishop c4, completing the,
No,
the
now
rhombus.
I sort of see it, of course, appear, but it's just the whole sequence is again. No, you're not gonna go h3 because of that. H3 is also not the move.
So you think he's going to be worried about queen a4? And
Yeah, I mean, I think he has to realize that d5 is not a threat because of rook bd1. That's one thing he has to
Right.
realize. Then he has to realize that queen a4 is actually kind of the threat. But tell me, bishop h4, queen a4, what is the blow? Oh, is there here a blow?
here there might be knight takes f5. Yes, knight takes f5.
How exactly though, Gia?
Boom. Queen g3 check.
King h8?
And now apparently there is rook e7, and then the bishop takes d6 and maneuvers to e5.
Oh, but that is also difficult. Everything is difficult. Chess is
Really
difficult.
nice idea. Rook e7, that's beautiful.
No, it's hard. It's really hard. I mean, I don't think he'll see it. It's just really hard. I don't know. It's very hard.
But he could maybe sense intuitively that
Yeah,
this position
exactly.
just looks so promising.
Exactly.
Because it's almost made. I mean, these positions,
Yes.
just feel juicy.
Yeah, I mean, you know bishop h4 is in the right direction. So you start queen a4, and now you have to look for a blow because you know that you have all the pieces there already. You have to have a blow because if you don't have it now, you
And
have
bishop,
it never.
he might see bishop e7 here, which I don't know,
It's good enough, yeah. Also,
also looks interesting. Yeah.
yeah. It's why is bishop e7 not great actually?
Maybe because of queen d7.
Yeah, exactly. There is not a strong enough threat here. And queen g5 though.
Yeah, here queen g5. No, it's not queen d7.
Queen g5 knight e6 also continues.
Wow, bishop f6 check.
But in the starting position we have now, bishop h4 is probably the strongest move, right?
According to the engine, it was saying h3. No, yeah, now it's saying bishop h4. Yep.
Yeah, bishop h4 is the strongest move.
Not an easy move to figure
Well,
out.
I mean, it's the first move that comes to mind. It's just that you have to refute d5 and you have to refute queen a4. But also, queen a4
Right.
you cannot stop anyway, so you might as well just, you have to anyway, let's say, start the attack and then see what happens. The bishop h4 is a big favorite, I think, to happen. But he must.
I mean, you could try to prevent queen a4 with bishop c2, but now of course you drop c4 potentially.
But you know, the
Although,
moment you start preventing counterplay, you only allow more of it, right?
right,
cases.
in a different direction. I was thinking this, like taking a page out of that idea,
True,
but
true. That's
okay,
that's
this
actually
is-
nice for white still. Then just take and rook d1. But bishop
Yeah.
c2, black gets time to breathe a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, this isn't exactly, breathe fear into black's heart. And black can maybe double on the e file, for example, make some surface level improvements. Rook f7. The computer was proposing.
Interesting, but very promising position for Prague, and definitely that knight c7 move changed the course of the game. I mean, before that, I really liked black's position. Now, no longer so. White got his dream. I mean, I told you that I would love the bishop to be on h4 back then, but back then I told you it was not possible, and now he just made it happen. So everything's very good.
In today's world, anything is possible. Let's check quickly into the Sergey. No, it looks like Vidit actually is on his way to recovering here.
I like what happened there. I like what happened. I think Sergey played bishop b3. I don't like. What is move bishop b3? I'm not sure about that.
So
move.
rook e7, rook a3, rook e6. Wait a second. So yeah.
Before c6 though.
So what should he have? Is that the end of the line? C4, c6, c. I mean, no, that must be
He has to be holding
c5,
that
rook
to the
b1.
endgame.
But was there a need to drop
Rook
the bishop
a5
back
is
this
an option.
drastically?
Rook a5, rook b5. Rook a5, no, rook b5. This is a mistake. Yeah, this is drawn on the spot.
Takes, and we've already been through some of these positions. Rook c5.
Yeah, that moment where he went bishop b3, we have to pause there for a second. Maybe a waiting move, maybe a move like f3 is there, but then c6, you get the same thing, but okay, but you can get it a tempo up, yeah? Bishop b3, c5, now you have an extra tempo. It's nice to have an extra tempo. I don't know why he didn't get a tempo first. Why he just played bishop b3 first. It makes no sense to me.
Well, extra tempo. Yeah, you have f3 included in that position, which is a healthy move, of course.
He wanted to stop bishop b7. I think he was afraid of bishop b7 after f3. Let's say
as a threat in this position.
I think he thought that was a threat. Yeah.
Right.
And I
Is
think
it
actually
crazy? Yeah, no.
No, but
Bishop
a6.
C4
I mean,
probably.
this is very solid now. I mean, this is very little, I guess.
Right.
No, this of course, I mean, slightly worse, but it's very, very solid. So that's why
Yeah,
he went bishop
Vidit
b3.
seems to have been doing a good job. And c5.
No, c5 is great. C5 is great. Now, so bishop d5 back, yeah, and then c4, yeah. You must stop, or bishop b7 simply again, or bishop b7 again.
Oh yeah, that idea. Yeah, white has, and then bishop c4 again, a6. And it's the same.
Is there
Or-
rook b4 maybe?
Right. Rook b4, rook a7, rook c4. Yeah, no.
Dislodge the bishop from
Draw.
draw.
Yeah. No, Vidit was very careful here. I mean, I think he sensed
Yeah.
the danger and he hunkered down.
Yeah, no, it's good because you can also just go nuts. But I mean, he still has good defensive skills and he still calculates. So yeah, it's good that he recovered from that little blow earlier, where he realized that he's slightly worse already.
I'm sure Sergey probably is feeling disappointed because it seemed like he was feeling the excitement of, sensing that he had the potential.
So it's like when they tease you a little bit, yeah, like they with the bacon in
Right.
front of you, and you're like,
Yeah, especially when, somewhere around this moment when he played rook c3. But rook e7 was very important. Not to go c5 and allow this paralysis with rook a3.
what you don't want to allow is bishop d5 c4 thing. That's why you need your c pawn still on c7 to be able to go c6 at some point and kick the bishop away.
Right. Now rook a5 comes and it's really, really bad. So this one is going to end in a draw, 99% certainty.
95.
95, yeah. And in the meantime, Shankland is going down that line with king f8, and Grandelius has indeed gone g4 and h4.
And Shankland going down that line, but he's not going down, yeah?
Right. Most likely
h4,
not.
h4 is all right by Jorden, but now black also will make a waiting move. So I can play rook a8, force the matters. I can also start with a move like h6.
H4 is kind of a signal to me that white is not, Jordan's not exactly seeing a convincing path forward.
Well, I mean, he just, yes, and basically, you can play h4, h6 first and then take. It just doesn't matter much. h4 is a useful move. Did Sam play h6
And
or
then
not?
king h2 and stuff.
Yeah, h4
He's
is
gone
a good move.
He's
anyway.
gone rook a8, by the way.
Yeah, that's also normal. After cd, knight d6, rook takes e8, I can take with the bishop, yeah? Again, I had that thought that maybe I want to keep rooks and start bothering you on the c file a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like white's only real plan is maybe king h2,
I don't know, I was
king f4.
thinking to bring the king maybe more towards the center, like towards like d3, e3 area, and put pawn on, let's say, b3 to prevent knight c4. And
Right,
I
that's
don't
more
have to rush
solid.
it. I don't have to rush it. I mean, I'm pawn up, so I will slowly try to go maybe g4, g5 at some point. On one
Yeah, I
hand,
mean, white's kind of enjoying life.
yeah, white is enjoying life, and on one hand, you don't have any breakthrough anytime soon with white, but at the same time with black also, I don't see how you ever can force a draw. So you kind of are doomed to a long game, some suffering.
Right, maybe does black want to put the king on f6, or is that asking for trouble related to g4 ideas?
I don't really know. It's a good question, yeah. King on f6 is, of course, more active. Maybe it's okay, yeah.
I'm not envious of Sam's situation. A lot of micro decisions to make here.
Yeah, but to be
terms of
honest,
preserving the
it could
fortress.
be worse. I mean, it's not the worst position to defend because you don't have the ugly bishop. You have pretty pieces. And
Yeah, this knight looks amazing.
Jorden always tells me that if you blunder something, you get always something in return. And in this case, yeah, Sam definitely got something in return for the d5 pawn. Like he's got a better bishop now. Got a nice blockader on d6. So I don't think it's the ugliest endgame. It is slightly worse still, but it's not very ugly. So that's nice.
Especially given where he came from, the position that he had previously was a lot more depressing, I think.
Yeah, I would estimate this at like 80-20 in terms of like draw-win ratio. Draw is a favorite here, given where this game came from also. Yep.
That makes sense.
Why is Jorden thinking? He can play a move like, he by the way can just ignore. He can play b3 or something. He can keep ignoring it forever, actually. That's actually annoying.
Right, and you have a standoff because black can never move the knight, really.
Yes.
Ooh. But how is Wijk gonna
c6, maybe?
tweak?
I don't know, I'm just trying to now, but it's very dubious, yeah.
It feels like
c1, rook a c1 maybe. Probably gonna lose that pawn after all. In a worse circle. No, okay, bishop 6 is too risky. Let's try to maintain status quo. But it's hard, yeah. It's actually
h6.
Yeah, now rook a d1. There is knight c3 probably.
And what if White tries something like rook e3?
Correct, rook e3.
I mean, black
that's actually very
really
unpleasant.
does not want to play f5. The f5 you're going to take on d5 and you
But f5 you just created the weakness, yeah. No, actually, I didn't realize that White has b3, yeah. So now I like his prospects again.
Wow.
I mean, I can lose a lot of time and force you. Like I can play knight f6, but then after rook e8, rook e8 cd, the knight is misplaced on f6, and it will have to be rerouted again to d6. I'm not sure I'm in time. Now knight e4 back.
And then White is playing
knight e4 back. I may be in time still to come back. Knight d6. Not sure rook c1 was necessary.
Bishop c8. Is there's knight e6 check?
Oh, exactly. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I was concerned about. Still, I will try to hang on. Bishop takes e6, bishop e4, bishop d7, and then bring the king to d6. But you get d6 at some point, and bishop b7.
Again, yeah, keep clearing stuff off of that diagonal.
Yeah, no, Jorden has to. I really think he should go b3, practically speaking, and keep that. Maybe I go a5, a4 or something. Yeah, let's just go a5, a4. Let's not panic.
To b3.
Let's not panic.
So let's say I go rook e3 again.
a4. At least I trade a pawn. That's nice. ab, ab. Yes, and now what? Yeah, it's still unpleasant.
What does White want? White wants bishop e4, I assume.
Yes.
This
also,
version.
In no rush. I mean, I can start with g3, let's say, if I want to. But I want to pick up the pawn like that, and then it's definitely a pawn.
Can black consider? Stupid. I was thinking b5, but that looks too drastic.
About it as well, but I will take on b5.
With?
Well, both are nice, but maybe pawn is even more ambitious.
Yeah, I was gonna go rook b8.
You're suffering even if I take on e4. You're suffering, but maybe there is something more like bishop.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst part about it. This is such a cool idea. Like not taking. I mean, not taking on d5. You know, holding yourself down, resisting the temptation, because black cannot force c takes d5.
Yeah, didn't know resisting temptations.
I can't force White to take the pawn.
Yeah, didn't really know resisting temptations is one of the things Jorden was good at, but looks like he might be.
Yeah, he senses the importance of the moment. He hasn't taken on d5 yet, which is a good sign.
I like rook e5, the look of rook e5, rook c8 somehow.
Rook e5 here.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, CD. No, CD. The
again,
CD.
this knight is. Oh, bishop e4, knight e6. Ooh.
Yeah. CD, rook e8, bishop e4, rook e4, knight e6. Yeah. No, this is just bad.
That's really cool.
So maybe rook e7 instead. Let's try that. No, CD, I've got knight d6.
Yeah,
so
CD knight d6.
So rook e3 is what you want. And now, yeah. So I can play rook c8.
You could also go knight. No. Maybe not knight f6.
I can go knight f6. Yeah, I can go knight f6 and then knight e8 to make a circle all the way to. Actually, yeah, it's fine. Yeah,
right,
I think I can do
d6.
that. Yeah, take CD knight e8.
Wow.
And I made it.
Because knight takes d6.
And I made it.
Full circle.
Yeah, this is by the way decent.
Right. And the
now-
rook is perfectly placed here too.
And the reason Jordan hesitates now is because in that situation, if we get that anyway, it's a question if you want your pawn on b3. Probably you do, to guard the c4 square, but it does weaken some dark squares. So it's a question if you want to commit to b3.
It just feels like, yeah, rook e7. So black actually has a positional threat of knight f6.
Yeah, you could say so.
I'm just looking.
g4 a bit
looking
too much, yeah?
for- Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same direction. But
Possible. I mean, I guess you can afford that. Why not?
wow.
But probably h6 or something, yeah? Just not clear you achieve anything.
Yeah, and I weaken more, I make more kingside weaknesses. Yeah, very, very tremendous complexity arising out of this central tension. Anish, we're going to take another quick break. You're watching the final round of Tata Steel Chess. We've got some really interesting games going on, and we have Anish Giri in the studio. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Bobby,
Yeah, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
No, we gotta get up. it was you like I was gonna do it, but then you said yeah.
I would be like, yeah, please. Please, Dvoretsky, one more time. You ready?
Let's put that away.
That's what I said! I told you!
Let's do it. All right. Woo. You know what they say, though? What happens in Salt Lake stays in Salt Lake.
Yeah, that's
That's not what they say.
Cheers to my Super GM friends. It's been good, the World Championship on chess.com. Let's do this. Let's chug that whole beer. That was impressive. Whew. Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm great. Round two.
Bobby,
Yes, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah. You guys have to go with it.
I can't do it. Do that.
Okay. I just actually didn't expect you to do it that time, which made it funnier. Like, I thought you was a one-time
I want
thing.
to be like, yeah, please.
Okay.
I'm just trying to ad lib with what feels natural.
Yeah, no, of course it feels natural.
Wait, so we should expect that next
Yeah.
time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just so I'm mentally prepared.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this?
It's eggs.
I want an omelet with brie.
Just fucking eat it.
You eat it.
Wasn't expecting that.
That wasn't either. I was like, what?
We could turn a little bit on the shoulder there. The faster card and unibrow.
I just want to thank my sponsors very much for all they do to promote chess.
Sounds like a great future credit card, but faster card.
Yeah.
Wasn't it faster hard?
Wait, what did it say?
No. It said card. Y'all are respecting the wood a little too much.
It's not faster hard, Bobby.
Oh boy, I can't be with you two anymore.
Unibrow. Oh, okay. It was. I mean, I think it's hilarious. And don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Dang, that's the stupidest I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. I guess that's it. All right, that's it. That was great, by the way.
Keep it rolling.
Okay.
Same thing.
I love that.
No,
Stupid I've ever seen in my life.
You can do like a 2-shot of them.
Yeah.
And we are.
Danny, who is that guy?
Who's that?
He didn't come in with you guys?
No.
We're going to be right back.
Bobby,
Yes, Robert?
can you read Dvoretsky's endgame manual to us one more time?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I just can't.
You can't do it. It's so funny. Okay.
Isn't it cool when I predict the moves you're going to say? Because we all see things in the same way and the same speed on this show. Isn't that cool when we do that?
It doesn't make me very happy.
And let's bring up the analysis board as we do that, so Yvonne can give us her thoughts on the Petrov. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a very good question because I was firstly trying to.
Fabi,
Yeah, Danny?
my throat's still dry.
What was
You're like, you've had 5 glasses of water.
Okay.
You remember what happened last time. My throat's still dry.
You've already had 5 glasses of water, and you remember what happened last time.
It was an accident.
You peed your bed.
You're looking fresh, man.
All 6 of them?
Again, dude, your haircut just looks great.
Wait, did we start the bit?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I noticed.
You're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say that. We start the bit.
If Black's a6 pawn was transported, let's say... Good night, guys.
Good night, Dad. I'm Fabi.
Fabi.
One more time. Maybe just one of you guys say the good night, Dad.
That's what I said. I said it. Should I not said it?
I heard both of you say it.
I think it's funny if we both say good night, Dad. I mean, Fabi.
But we need to be in sync. That's all I'm saying.
Back to the final round of Tata Steel. Anish Giri in the studio with us, looking over the remaining games. Magnus Carlsen, of course, having clinched victory after yesterday's win over Fabiano Caruana. But Anish, a couple of interesting games still remaining, and we were checking out Jordan's game against Shankland right before the break, and he decided not to keep the tension, took on d5. What do you make of that decision?
You know, probably he saw either rook e7 or something else that bugged him there anyway. So probably objectively it doesn't matter. And probably Sam as well, so what he was supposed to do. But still, it's a small relief for Black, not that you get that thing you wanted to get sort of on the board. So yeah, the position clarified after knight d6. Yeah, most likely would have gotten this anyway. And now, you know, the grind starts. I don't think we will see much action for a while, but slowly but surely White will centralize the king and start putting pressure. I mean, I am convinced that I've seen this exact piece distribution and the pawn structure in the game between Maxim and Van Hao in candidates, but that was from the Greenfield, so the pawn was on g6 and the h pawns were gone.
Which probably makes Black's job a little bit easier.
Yes and no. I mean, on one hand, you're happy to have the h pawns gone. On the other hand, you don't want it stuck on g6 because it's the color of your bishop. I'm not sure. I think I like Sam's version a bit more. Maybe I can play h6. Pawns on the dark squares, I don't mind them at all. Yeah, it's hard to say like if it's a draw or such. I think Maxim held it, but it was not easy at some point. He was on the verge of losing. And now too, long term, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The thing is, you can never win the d5 pawn, so you just have to defend passively. Just wait.
Right. Yeah, and again, for White, the big choice is where to bring the king. You were suggesting bringing it toward the center, solidifying the knight. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, h2, g3, f4 is a bit of a shorter route, but I think you're heading towards e3, no? You're not heading towards e5. So I expect the king to... I think it's a bit more flexible on like e2, around e2 area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, king f1 is definitely possibly to be expected. He's played rook d1.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what you start with. I guess eventually you get all your all your moves in anyway. Black probably has to
Right.
wait. I'm wondering, you know, with black. First of all, I think I do want to get bishop d7, h6, g5 in. And I'm wondering, is white going to play h5 after h6? Because he creates sort of a pawn weakness for himself. At the same time, he does keep the g pawn on g7 for a while. So I don't know what to make of this h5 move, if it's something I like or not. It's an ambitious move.
Right, and let's say black.
Now I've got
E8.
the rook c1, rook c8. Yeah, you start chasing me.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, and let's say I take at some point, and then we get this position.
Okay,
King
then
E2.
probably bring your king up, king e7. Now black probably should position the king on f6.
Yeah, I would like to have my pawn on f4. So I don't know if I can still achieve that, or if I messed up the version.
Well, I kind of automatically played king e2, but maybe
yeah.
here
True,
you can
true,
move
I
the
could-
bishop away.
Yeah, maybe I'm in time. Let's say bishop e2.
Yeah.
I'm a bit worried about 98, knight f6, king d6, that you know you will, or 94, like you will somehow bother my e4 pawn, like 94 now, and that's bishop
Right.
f3. You have knight d2. You will trade, and you'll quickly attack my pawn. I don't know. I was afraid of this.
Right, or even
Just knight f6,
knight d2.
yeah, or knight d2. Then you take,
King
take
d8,
king d6 maybe. Yes.
d4.
Actually,
I
here
think
I'm
your
good.
white
Yeah?
is in time. Mm-hmm.
Not in time. I had f5.
Ah,
yeah?
but f5 maybe.
F5.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, f5.
That's a nice move. And then king d6.
Yeah, so it also can get a little concrete, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think white should trade only in a good version. There's no rush with trade of rooks.
I'm going bishop d7. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, the value of every individual move here is not very high. It's you know, the action isn't going to start until both players make all of the until white makes all of the improvements he wants to make.
Yeah, yeah. Well, anyway, that's not the most exciting position we have. The good candidate is the Prague game. He did go bishop h4, which felt
Wow.
right. Queen g7. Okay.
Swinging the
Interesting.
queen and attacking
Hitting the c3
c3.
pawn.
27 minutes also. It's taking a long time.
And if just rook bc1, let's say. Is d5 now a possibility?
Yeah. Oh, wait, but then there's knight takes.
No, this just wins the pawn. Knight d5.
So what's
So
his
how do
idea
you-
against rook bc1?
How do you get your counterplay?
Knight a4 looks way too superficial. I don't believe that.
Queen c6.
Right. Ooh.
I'm not
Well,
sure
knight
if it's so
takes
good.
c3. Somehow black is queen takes d6. There's queen d4 maybe.
Reminds me of how Yasipenko's knights were jumping around in his game against Niels in this tournament. He seems to be of a philosophy of not really positioning his knights well, but just sort of going for for long trips with the horses. That's the kind of guy he is. Interesting.
Fix. Yeah.
By the way, Duda got that knight c5 move, which was very important.
Let's take a look. Yeah. So h4. This actually happened, and no,
So he
but we
made my
thought this
bad
was
moves.
just not that good for white.
Yeah, he made my bad moves. I tell you, that's the thing about being a commentator. You suggest bad moves, but then they happen.
Right. I mean, they listen. They're very respectful. Rook h2 and b5. But Niels, he goes h5. Okay, he's clearly trying to go g5 and sack the house and open the king side, but this does not look appetizing. Black is now kind of first. I mean, what if b4 and a5 or even a5 here?
Is he first though? Let's see. a5, g5. Are you really first?
Okay.
I don't know you if you are first.
Probably not. Give me the bill. Okay,
h6 is a
HG.
question already. I mean, you're about to get mated here. I mean,
Right.
come on.
First of all, just show
yeah.
the chat. G6, h7, and very pretty geometric sequence with rook h1, rook h8.
No, this is I'm
Yeah,
first
no.
for sure. Queen h2 and a5 was too slow.
Ooh.
Maybe you should go b4 then. A bit more dynamic, more threatening. So before
What if
I go,
white still goes g5?
yeah, that's a question. What if I still go g5? Very much a question.
Mm-hmm. Bishop takes g5.
Bishop takes,
there's-
even you have to consider rook takes.
Right.
Like very desperate and crazy Niels Grandelius in the house there. You never know.
Yeah, and h6 anyway, maybe.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, even this year. It doesn't feel, of course, like it's something that should work. But You have to reckon with that. And also, if g5, bishop g5, I have a 4, yeah? Much slower, but still very effective. Maybe it's
There's
simpler.
some queen sacrifice ideas, like BC.
FG? A 94 GH, yeah,
FG.
you're thinking?
Right.
I don't
But
need GH, but...
I'm not sure that's convincing, actually, because
no, but I can
I
just move
think,
the queen.
right.
You don't have any much counterplay. You just want a bunch of pawns, but nobody cares about the pawns, right?
Right, the king just, even CB king takes B2, king is perfectly safe. No, this is terrible for black.
H5 is cool,
Wow.
because if you go G5 first, then there was H5. That was the issue, and position remains closed.
Yeah,
I would have
G6 can always,
still
you
thought
know,
about G6, yeah, and seen what happened. What happens?
It's possible that black takes and can.
But don't I have
Well,
a
no,
4 queen
F6.
e2 queen H5? Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it's F5 here.
I don't think it's a move with an f1. I think it's something along the lines of e5. Oh, that's also not good. Yeah, why was this bad, by the way?
The move here is B4 first, and then
then
knight
e5,
A4,
of course,
E5.
of course. Knight e2 and e5, yeah. Yeah,
Or whatever,
pushing the knight
yeah,
away
knight
from
E2,
d5 square.
Bishop B3, and now just F takes G6, actually.
Yeah, so that's why Niels played h5 first, which is very cool. And here, black really is under a lot of pressure because g5 is coming. You have to take a good decision. What about the same thing, b4? Ah, you didn't
Right.
even, you just went g5.
Yeah, we played G5.
Okay, but let's take on b3, let's say. Get rid of the bishop.
Right.
And now let's grab bc, maybe?
Grab the knight. Okay, GH.
No, it's mate. Okay, let's not do that. Mate. So e5 or what? Also GH.
Then the
Yeah,
move
so you have to
apparently here.
No, just GH. You have to grab on g5, yeah?
Oh my God! Bishop takes G5, F4, F6.
Oh, that's very nice. Cementing the, yeah, that's very pretty.
The
Yeah, that's
idea
also very
of
easy,
G to take
very easy to
F2.
find, of course, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
with a lot of
cementing the
time on the
g5.
clock.
What about rook g? Wasn't rook g5, I think? Rook
Oh
g5
yeah, that
was
we
a
were
desperate thing, yeah.
considering, G5. And then H6. It's actually
now
not
E5.
so easy to refute, but it looks. I'm very skeptical here. Yeah. And Duda has played B4.
I think Niels will not see this f6 thing. It's not so obvious.
You think he'll play G5?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think so.
that's vintage Niels. He's down to 25 minutes. It sounds like he's gonna go, you know.
Yeah, he's gonna go G5.
Throw the
and he's
kitchen
not-
sink.
He's not gonna see that f6 thing. It's not obvious, I think. G5, bishop g5. I
And
can
Duda
also,
has seen it probably.
yeah, Duda has seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no other defense, right? You have to defend it somehow.
Right. Bishop
Yeah, you have to
G5,
go
F4.
F6.
We'll throw in knight takes B3 first, just to eliminate obviously the bishop, so that
For
no
sure.
bishop takes C6 and F6. This is the key move. And wait a minute, if white moves the knight, then you have bishop takes C4 with devastating threats against C2. For instance, knight E2, bishop E4. It's just game over. Min rook D2, and then there's E5.
Yeah, you're already like really not attacking. The g file is so blocked, and you don't even sacrifice a piece. You regain it later, so it's just super safe and super good. I have to say that it's not a theme that I've seen a lot of. I've never seen this kind of theme before, but I've also never really seen h5 g5 happening. So it's just a very unique position here. Which
Yeah,
is not,
it's such a paradoxical idea to like. It sounds extremely counterproductive, and yet that's what you have to do.
yeah, the whole sequence is very unusual, but finally it's good for black. Interesting. So let's quickly check what's up with Vidit if he's securing safe finish there.
All right, let's switch on over to that game. Maybe not. Let's see. So Sergey, they entered kind of a slower stage of the game. So bishop b3, c5, rook a4,
Yeah,
stopping
so
c4.
What if? Sorry. Can we go? If bishop b5.
If bishop b5. Yeah.
Trying to solve problems by force, then you take on a7, I guess. c4, bishop a4, yeah?
Right.
And then if I take, I play rook b2, I have to suffer for a long time, yeah?
Yeah.
And also
Yeah,
you
this
get
is-
even h5 kind of things. I don't know, g4, h5. Not a good version even of things. Yeah, the c pawn also is nasty. Okay, so this is nasty. He didn't want that.
Understandable. So he went G6, Sergey F3, and Rook D6.
Yeah, now if King F2, then Bishop B5. Now in the same line, I will regain stuff. So Rook A7.
Yeah, and C4.
Yeah, now I Bishop A4, I take and go Bishop D2 Rook D2 check. So you shouldn't go King F2. You can go King H2 maybe instead. And then we'll activate via G3.
Right.
The question is what next for both.
Wait a minute.
Players.
What is there?
Rook D4, Rook D4, Rook D4. Bishop B3 back. No, Bishop B3 back.
Oh, yeah, Bishop B3. Nice.
Yeah, you know, actually, Vidit is still suffering. He was not able to he stabilized something. He stabilized himself a bit, but he doesn't have a forced draw here, and he's suffering.
Very tilting that you're like so close, but you can't quite, just one little half tempo away, and you can't do anything about it. You just got to suffer.
Yeah, it's yeah. In chess, sometimes you make one inaccuracy, and then you have to suffer for hours. It's, life is unfair, yeah, as they say.
And you know, you're in a bad mood, you know, after yesterday's game. That was, did you find that to be, do you think that's a product of fatigue, or was it, you know, is it just another thing that just happens from time to time?
No, in case of Vidit is a product of fatigue, because Vidit is someone who calculates pretty well. It's a combination of fatigue and of course the time pressure. So, you know, these two factors combined. He was definitely tired. It's a lot of rounds, everybody's tired. And especially when time pressure adds, you start missing things. The hope is that what you miss is not so big though. But if you miss a full, you know, like a piece, then it's really bad.
Well, the kinds of positions that it goes for, and you know, the cost of a mistake is extremely high. So,
I mean, normal. You know, you basically fight. You are exhausted. Your opponent is exhausted, and you just hope that he will be the one who makes a mistake. But sometimes, you. King H2 is high class. I expect that move from Sergey.
Yeah, that's a Sergey move. Just again, King F2 walks into tactics along the second rank and allows
Bishop B5 first, right? It was, I think.
Oh, sorry, Bishop B5 first. Yeah, and then Rook A7, C4 with a check on D2 later after the trade of bishops. And oh yeah, this position is on the board. He seemed to be about to make a move.
What move he made?
He played C4.
What?
Whoa.
You know, I thought about this move at some point, but I was shy to propose it because I thought if it's bad, I look really stupid.
Well,
just like the bishop on B3, I will look.
I mean, but he has a threat now. Rook A5, Rook C6, Bishop A4.
Yeah, the thing is, when I wanted to propose it, it didn't work because king was coming to D6. But now it's not.
Defending the pawn. Tempo for tempo, this works out. So I just want to show, like, King E7, Rook A5 is the idea. Rook C6.
For white.
Rook is overextended.
It's bad for black, sorry. It's just very strong what he did. He's just winning a pawn, no?
Wow.
Oh, this is so
bad. Is there nothing that black can do here?
I don't see it.
Rook, you're just tied head to toe.
No, it just, there's nothing to do. You cannot move a piece. Oh, it's so nasty. It's such a strong move.
This is such a depressing.
Why
now
is
you're
the bar
go
so
down
low
pawn.
though? Why is the bar so low?
Maybe the bar needs to go to the bar. King E7, Rook A5, Rook C6.
Yeah, Bishop A4.
Rook B6.
Takes.
And now Rook B4.
Oh, Bishop B3, King D6, Rook A5, Bishop C4. It's still horrible, but okay.
King C6, but Rook D4. I mean, with these pawns as weak as they like, and now Bishop C8, Bishop B6,
now
very
I
important
stabilize.
maneuver.
A5. A5 is coming. Wait, I was thinking Rook A5 instead of Rook D5 check, by the way. No, move earlier even, before you have King B6.
Ah, okay. So in this position.
But I didn't realize I didn't realize my H pawn is hanging.
Ooh.
Because I thought I'd take on A7 and now H pawn is hanging. Okay, wow, it's a long line. The Vidit will see out of desperation. It's completely forced.
But then, wait, this is a dead draw, right? Like if white plays Rook A7 and Rook F7.
It's too little. No, this
Rook
is
A4 is clinical here, by the way.
Take King E6. Very nice.
Not Rook A2, you lose the pawn, but first you bring the king in. A2 cannot be defended. It's a dead draw. Pawn's on the same side of the board.
Yeah, it's a draw, chat. No, I think he should go earlier, something different. Sergey, of course, missed the whole thing with Rook B4 and so on. It's a very long line.
you think he kind of intuitively, he just saw this rook a5 bishop c4 idea and went for it?
Vidit actually looks pretty calm. I think he sees it.
Mm-hmm.
He looks pretty calm. Yeah, I think he sees the whole line.
King e7.
Yeah, it's also normal. You have improved your king.
There's not much else you can do, so that kind of helps.
Yeah, no, you're either lost or you have this line. So you have this line. Very nice. Instead of c4, by the way, king h2. How much was that instead?
King h2 was, let me see, it was comparable, 0.5. Now it's going between 0.6 and 0.4. But it's saying bishop e2 here.
Yeah, so it's still within the draw. It's still within the draw, yeah. Yeah, so
this is a really difficult idea. C4 and rook d2.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it is forced. So if you see it, it's now you have this drawn rook endgame. The drawn rook endgame is always nice. This rook c7, take on c4 and take on a4, and it's just easy hold.
Even bishop b1 apparently.
Mm-hmm.
A3 rook d3 just draws by force.
But even if you had to take on a4, it would still be an easy draw, I think.
With the rook so active, is an easy
h5.
draw.
Yeah.
The pawn structure not desirable for white. Hard to.
It's what black is aiming for in general, such a position. Once he already messed up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if he finds and he has to find these only moves, he might still be within the draw. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. What's
and
up
by the
Niels?
way, Niels has gone g5.
Yeah. No, he missed this f6 thing there.
So we're gonna see knight b3, bishop g5, f4, f6.
I have to say, Duda really just just took him to a bar fight and had the bar swing his way. Incredible.
Right. Yeah, all sorts of risks in the rouser.
Huge risks. Huge risks. He played rouser completely cluelessly, got hit by something, and then just improvised his way out of this.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Duda originally was a Nightorf player when he first became a GM, but I've never seen him play the rouser before.
Yeah, but rouser is something people do when they're very desperately playing for a win.
Right. Yeah, I mean, other than Dubov, is there any regular proponent of the rouser?
Yeah. At some point, Alireza was playing it a lot. Also, his Iranian colleague Farham Maksudlu played it a lot. At some point, Grishuk was into it a little bit. Karjakin was into it for a bit as well. Shankland was into it. He did a course on Chessable. And Magnus had a game with it too, at one point. So a lot of love for rouser. And Fabi also played it for a win once or twice. So a lot of love there from top players for the rouser classical Sicilian.
And if Duda wins this game, then he'll only add to the reputation. Anish, I hate to interrupt you, but we know you have press engagements that you have to go to. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you spending time with us. This was so much fun. And I know everybody enjoyed that in the chat. But unfortunately, we have to release you. You are a busy man. You have interviews to get to. And, once again, congrats on finishing the tournament. You're, of course, playing the Grand Prix, right?
Yeah, I played the second leg though, so I have some time to rest now, some time to see if I have a positive test after the tournament, some time to recover from the positive test. So I'm kind of looking forward to have some break now.
Well, good luck on the test, Anish, and thanks again. This was a real honor and a lot of fun. We will let you go.
Likewise.
We will go on a short break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anish. You're watching the Tata Steel final round. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the final round here of this Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. And Dania, what a pleasure it was to have Anish in the studio with us for so long.
Absolutely. It's really a great honor, and for him to volunteer this amount of time after a very long tournament just speaks to his generosity. And you know, it's always so much fun to analyze with a player of his caliber, and his insights into the positions are really golden. I mean, he's just, you know, exuding this energy, and you know, the speed with which he sees stuff. I'm always just really impressed by it. And, you know, people in the chat can call me a fanboy, but yeah, I am a fanboy. You know, I'm not ashamed of it. I am a self-proclaimed card-carrying fanboy.
I mean, it's so impressive. He's just played 13 rounds. Where does he find the energy for the insights, the trolling, the this, the that? Like, he's still got some... the tank isn't empty just yet, the Anish Giri tank. Anyway, we see the updated results here with, at the top, everything decided. Magnus Carlsen, we already knew it going into the round. He's the sole winner at the end. He won it by 1.5 points. Of course, that includes the forfeit win over Dilworth today. Then Shahryar Mamedyarov and Richard Rapport sharing second and third place on 8 out of 13. And Anish, I think we had the feeling, because the end of his tournament was a little bit slower, but let's not forget that run he had with, 3 consecutive wins, 4 if you count the forfeit over Dubov. But all in all, I'm sure he has plenty to be satisfied with his tournament. Of course, he wants to win it, but he'll be back next year for that. For now, as he mentioned, all his attention will be going towards the upcoming Grand Prix series.
Yeah, I mean, plus score, you know, he had a big winning streak. Of course, he's very hard on himself, and the game against Van Foreest for sure left a bad taste in his mouth. But you know, that game aside, he had a lot of highlights this tournament, and it just felt like he wasn't always in the best of form, and yet he managed to surmount that, and he managed to steer a lot of the games and into his type of position. So that's an impressive skill in its own right. 4th place could be worse than that. That's for sure. I'd take 4th place in Tata Steel.
And Dania, now, well, we still have 4 games going. I was watching a little bit of the Dania Anish show. Shall we go back to Niels? I saw you had said Niels had just gone G5, and I think they're going down the line you guys had looked at.
Yeah, let me pull up that game. Yeah, there we go. They have gone down the line that we looked at, and this spells big trouble for Mr. Grandelius. This move F6, right? And this is such an, Anish mentioned, this is such an unorthodox and uncommon, amazing defensive construction, really. So, I mean, if Niels moves his knight, yes, the bishop is trapped, but unfortunately it doesn't matter, because after bishop takes c4, the pressure on c2 grows unbearable. And therefore you...
Oh, I think we lost the sound to Dania. He'll be back in a second, as he was mid-sentence there. I think what he was saying, you cannot take, you take here on g5, you close the g file, hitting the queen on f2, and you'll recapture on c3 on the next move, Dania.
Right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. I might have. I think I pulled a cord or something. Yeah, b takes c3, and basically, oh, but wait a minute. There is apparently an amazing resource for white. So after b takes c3, white has bishop takes g7.
Oh my goodness.
And after king takes g2, rook takes g5 check.
And the bar is just skyrocketing.
White
Suddenly
wins.
this is incredible.
White blows the king to smithereens here. Here, queen g6 check. And no matter where the king goes, I mean, if it goes to d7, you get checkmated, essentially. And if you go to d8, well, there's actually a very simple win. Rook takes f8. Rook takes c8. You simplify. And the H pawn is completely unstoppable in spite of black's extra bishop, which is totally useless.
But
Oh
wait,
my
so
goodness.
How did this, was this all forced?
How did this happen? Well, where did this come from? Well, this,
exactly.
in this position, no, there's a light at the end of the tunnel for JKD, because in this position, essentially what he needs to do is he needs to defend against bishop takes g7. This is quite simply a threat, and he can do so by playing queen b7. Now you might say, wait a second, but now the knight can move. But again, remember this c2 pawn is a huge, huge weakness. So if white goes knight e2, bishop takes e4, rook d2, black actually just traps white's queen with rook f3.
Oh.
And if white tries to, I mean, a better idea is probably to go knight a4, but black can throw in the move e5, further, forcing awkwardness among white's pieces. And I mean, if you just look at this position, maybe black doesn't have anything concrete, and the EOL bar is giving around -2, but I mean, black's got a bunch of pawns, the idea of going d5, d4, white's pieces are scattered all across the board. So if Duda finds queen b7 in this critical position, I think he's going to be very much in the driver's seat. I think we're going to see this on the board. I think Niels is very, very likely to take on g5. He's this right now. I can guarantee you he's deciding between knight e2 and f takes g5, and Niels is absolutely capable of spotting the bishop takes g7 idea, but so is Duda.
If you're in Duda's shoes, how easy do you think it is to see this bishop g7?
I mean, once the position is reached, I think it's quite easy, because you're already primed to look at sacrifice. It's not like this comes all of a sudden. I mean, your king is under attack. You're looking at sacrifices, and the only thing that Duda has to be careful about is the temptation to start playing quickly in Niels's time pressure. But I don't think, he's too experienced for that. He's not going to, he's not going to do that.
Yeah. Niels, same story as we've seen throughout most of the tournament, only 14 minutes on the clock, and still 16 moves to make. For now, let's move on from here, as Niels still deciding between taking and retreating the knight. Where would you like to go next, Dania?
Well, let's briefly stop into the Yesipenko game against Prague, because this is also entering a very disquieting time pressure stage for Mr. Yesipenko, who's got 14 minutes for 16 moves. This is, I mean, Anish I think, hit the nail right on the head in mentioning that the c7 knight is complete. I mean, look at this knight. It's completely out of the game. There's no squares. It has no squares. And this black cannot afford to play such a position essentially without a piece. And so for that reason, the pressure on black's position is immense. Prague has just played the move a4, Fiona. This is a very impressive move. Knight takes a4. I think the point is that the knight no longer controls d5, and now I can swoop into d5. Okay, well, why is this dangerous? Well, because if you play rook takes e1, rook takes e1, knight takes d5, white simply takes back and then takes on d6 and crashes through.
So tactically, it doesn't work. It's funny because from a distance you think, why knight d5? Why would I exchange my opponent's worst piece?
Right.
But yeah, some very, very concrete and convincing reasons here.
Yeah, I mean, you just transform your advantage, and let's not forget, black's king ultimately is very, very weak. Once you play the move f5, I guess white has played f4, but it's not equivalent. White's got all these pieces amassed on the king side. And if black doesn't take on a4, then of course Prague wants to push this pawn up to a5, and then he still wants to occupy d5 with his knight. Probably Andre should go rook fe8, and after a5, knight d7 walks into the very nasty move queen c6. I mean, with 12 minutes on the clock, this is incredibly concerning. This is incredibly concerning for Yesipenko.
Yeah, would you say that Prague is a favorite to win this game at the moment?
I'd probably give it a 50-50. I mean, because the position is so complex, and, Prague, again, I want to reiterate that his opening preparation and his early middle game play has been great. But, once, and he had chances even against Magnus, and toward the late middle game, he's faltered on several occasions. So he's going to have to stay confident. He's going to have to take his time, but I think he's got every shot to deliver a final round blow to Yasipenko.
And what a result that would be for him. I think regardless, Pragg is going to walk away here with so many great memories, so much new experience, but to walk away with a full point in the last round would make it all even sweeter, as Niels, as you predicted, has captured on G5.
And it occurred to me that the only other enticing move, I mean, assuming that Duda sees bishop takes G7, and if he misses it, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
He can also play E5 in this position, by the way. But the reason this is not as good is because white has bishop A7, queen B7, and then the knight comes into D5. Now, black can recover the piece. Black can play bishop takes D5, and then rook A8. And the bishop is trapped, but white can give this bishop up on his own terms. White can play bishop c5 and say, okay, I'll give you my bishop, but in return, you have to ruin your own pawn structure and give me a big passed pawn in the center. Even though white is down a couple pawns, the fact that there's a passer here, the fact that black has these weaknesses, actually give white enough play to equalize. So a big moment here for Jan Kristoff, who has to be very accurate. Queen b7 is the critical move he has to find if he wants to preserve a big advantage.
If you see bishop g7, we've just looked at
oh my god!
Oh my goodness, he's taken on c3.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! And Niels, like, I don't know.
I cannot
almost
believe
had
he
the
missed
feeling,
that.
if we look at Niels's face, you can kind of see the eyes. At least I thought, looking to the king side, but maybe that's just projection. But oh
now,
my goodness. Daniel, let's show the line again. That is possible now.
Disclaimer, I don't know exactly what the evaluation, the eval bar is swinging hither and thither. It's saying white is winning, then it's saying it's equal, then it's saying white's slightly better. It's very, very clear that after bishop takes g7, if Niels finds this, this is clearly a blunder by Duda. Now, it's a separate question of, what is the damage? Can black somehow manage to get that into a decent situation? But bishop takes g7, a brilliant tactical idea. Well, what's the point? You just crash through on the king side. You sack the rook on g5. I can bet a silver dollar that Niels is going to find this. And the point is that white only needs two pieces, Fiona, in order to get to this king, because the king is just wide open. Now it has two choices. If it goes to h7, the mate is very straightforward. Check. Then you give another check. You get the king to the g file. In comes the rook. In comes the rook. In comes the queen. And here comes checkmate. So that's a pretty straightforward mating sequence. For that reason, in this position, black has to go the other way. But now white gives another check on f1. Here comes the rook. Queen g6 check. And the point is that the king has no way of staying attached to the rook. And you're going to force the king onto the 8th rank one way or another, after which you're going to take the rook on f8. Let's also not forget that white's king is perfectly safe here. So imagine a situation like this after rook f8 and bishop e8. White doesn't even have to hurry. White can play h6. White can just promote to a second queen, and black has absolutely no counterplay. So this is insane. And after bishop takes g7, Fiona, black does not have to take the bishop. And it appears that the engine suggests the best line for black is the incredibly depressing c takes b2, bishop takes b2, and now something like e5. Ugh.
He has captured. The bishop has landed on g7. Wow.
This is a extremely uncharacteristic tactical oversight by Duda.
I'm
not suggesting bishop g7 is easy. Let's see it. With 43 minutes on the clock, he played way too fast. Way too fast.
And that's the reaction of a man who immediately knows, God, I actually just missed this. And now, well, Dania, you were saying he doesn't have to take on g7. Basically, he cannot take on g7, right? That would just be
no, he cannot.
Game over.
I think it's losing. Well, the only other thing I'd say, king g7, rook g5. Yeah, it's game over. King. I was contemplating going king f7 here, but no, it's mate after rook f1 check. It's a similar kind of mating patterns here with checks on the g file and the f file. No, Duda has to play c takes b2, and Niels actually can go king b1 here. I think that might be the key move, king b1, and black might have to take on g7 here. Now, with the pawn sitting on b2, in some of those lines, maybe this is a better version for black, but I mean, the computer needs
How?
to reach a higher depth here.
I don't
Well, for
understand.
example, so let's follow that line I was talking about previously. Right? Rook F1 check, King E8. We looked at this, right? Queen G6 check, King D7, Queen G7 check, King D8, Rook takes F8, Bishop. This is exactly the position that I was talking about previously with the pawn sitting on C3. The thing is, if White goes H6, Black can try to use this pawn as an anchor to try to force perpetual check. So Queen B4. And if you go H7, Queen E1 check, King takes B2, and Rook takes C2 check, and it appears that Black can secure perpetual checker by the skin, by the hair on his chinny chin chin. But I mean, this is incredibly tenuous. It's like, you know, if this one idea doesn't work, then Black loses on the spot. And Niels is kind of spoiled for choice after C takes B2. First of all, will Duda even gather together the wits to take on B2, or is he going to panic and simply collapse here and take the bishop?
I mean, it's a tough moment for him. He took risks from the opening, did everything perfectly, came here in such a fighting mood, one oversight, and Niels takes the upper hand. Kudos to Niels for finding bishop G7. Tough moment for Duda. I'm hearing that Vidit might have blundered.
Well, Vidit, oh my goodness. Yeah, Vidit is collapsing here completely. I mean, he didn't find, Anish and I were trying to derive the, you know, the only drawing sequence. I'm sorry, didn't mean to do that. And in this position, yeah. So basically, in this position, King D8 was a big mistake, and we were talking about Rook C6 being the defensive approach. So here's the point: you have to induce Bishop A4. Why do you have to induce it? Because the bishop on B3 protects the C4 pawn. You have to make it so that the bishop doesn't protect the pawn. Why is that important? Because now you have this tempo with Rook B4. The bishop comes back to B3, but the rook's presence on B4, Fiona, is crucial. You go King D6, Rook D5 check, King C6, and White simply cannot keep this pawn protected. And Black should be able to draw this quite handily. This was the drawing sequence. But for some reason, Vidit going King D8, I can't explain this. I can't believe that move. I don't get it. Rook take, now he just gives away the pawn. I mean, at least he should have tried to defend the pawn with Rook C6. To me, that was a pretty natural move, and he just goes back to C8, you know, trying to set up something resembling a defensive construction. But apparently after H5, in order to create this long-term weakness on H6, now Sergey can go Rook A5. Sorry, not Rook A5. I meant to say Rook C6. And I think Vidit simply might be losing Bishop E6, C5. And, you know, in the event of a trade, he's going to lose the H6 pawn, and he's going to lose the game. I mean, Vidit is experiencing a total and complete collapse right now, and you feel for him. But this is just, I mean, H5 here is devastating, and Sergey's going to play it.
And yeah, I'm really surprised that when Anish was here, like, he knows Vidit so well, of course. He was confident. Vidit looked calm and had seen the line, but indeed it is Sergey, and we can see on the camera he senses his chance now. And Danya, I just cannot believe it. I remember the first time we saw the position, or the second time we saw the position in the bird's eye view, all the pieces had come off. I thought this is over, but what do you have?
Well, we all did.
Yeah, how do you put in words what Sergey Karjakin has done, which I think is quite impressive?
Well, Sergey is a beast, and this is what Sergey does for a living. You know, this is bread and butter. And Anish was also describing this, where Sergey wanted to play with minimal risk. He was fine with the draw today, but if you awaken the sleeping giant, if you awaken the beast, you know, the beast is going to come after you. And once Vidit played that tiny inaccuracy right at the very start, and as my coach would always tell me, when you have these types of positions, you don't want to procrastinate with making the draw. You want to sit there at the very beginning and make that draw, because the more you procrastinate, and the trickier the draw becomes. And although you're going to have many more chances to draw the game, every subsequent draw gets harder and harder and harder until in the blink of an eye, you look around and you don't have the draw anymore. And all of a sudden you're down a pawn and you're losing, which is kind of what happened. Now, where was the initial draw? The initial draw that Vidit had, which might have been the easiest draw that he had, was to play bishop f5 here in this position rather than bishop a6. This was a very, very serious inaccuracy. That bishop on a6 ends up being a lot more trouble than it's worth. How does bishop f5 draw? Well, Vidit might have been worried about rook b7, but bishop takes e2, rook takes c7, and as Anish pointed out, bishop e4 is the drawing move. Now, if white takes on e4, this is an instant draw because h4 is hanging. And if white takes on a7, this is also a dead draw just because of the incredibly damaged kingside pawn structure. White has no way to make progress. And I think Vidit just forgot about bishop e4. I think he didn't see that move.
I mean, and it's so crazy how one move, because the position doesn't look like the kind of position where you think, okay, I have to make a very precise move. But I think it's exactly what you were saying. If you don't secure it immediately, and Sergey, I mean, the way he's put the pressure on in the remainder of the game, just, yeah, very, very impressive. He still hasn't played h5, but here it is, just as we talk about it, h5 is on the board. Oh, I think we've unfortunately lost Anya again. So h5 has appeared. Let me quickly refresh the game. h5 played by Sergey Karjakin, who looks like he is full steam ahead towards that full point against Vidit, who, for him, really a dramatic end to the tournament. I think let's bring back the bird's eye view. No, actually what we are going to do, we're going to go on a quick break, and then we'll be back with all the action here from the final round in just a couple of minutes. Hello and welcome back to the final round of this Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And then, yeah, we got 2 quick draws. We thought there might be a lot more, but no. Players are fighting everywhere and the games are really coming to life. We see Sergey Karjakin has played h5, so he's getting very close to having a simply winning position. And in the Duda game, Duda has taken on
B2, correct.
B2. Yeah, which was required. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, let's start with the Duda game, which it may actually end up being a draw if Duda is tremendously accurate. Now, we're getting some feedback here, some very, very interesting variations shared to us. And I want to share one of those variations. Let me just give me a second to pull it up. Yeah, I want to share basically why C takes B2 is so important. So there's a deep point. C takes B2. Basically, Fiona, we analyzed King B1, and I explained how the pawn on B2 could be used as a decoy. And remember that line with the perpetual check. But you might ask, what about King takes B2? What if we just take this pawn? Well, here again, after King takes G7, Rook takes G5, we follow this line, takes, King F7, Rook F1, King E8, Queen G6, King D8, Rook takes F8, King C7, Rook takes C8, Queen takes C8, H6. Now, remember how previously I said this is winning for White because White just promotes the pawn. Now, not Queen H8 check here because Queen G7 intercepts. The pawn is unstoppable, but Black is an amazing defensive resource that saves the game. Whoop! Bishop takes C4.
Bishop E4.
Queen takes C4 and Queen H8 picking off the pawn with a draw.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my lands. And that entire sequence, that would not have been possible. Queen H8 would not have been a check were it not for the fact that the king is on B2. Very easy line, right? Very simple to calculate. But Niels, he's got a big decision. He has just taken on B2 with the king. Will they go down this line? Will Duda see this? This is insanely hard to see, Fiona.
Oh
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very scary, of course, to capture on G7. The problem is, what is your alternative? What if you don't take? Then
None. Well, now you have to take.
Just winning? Yeah, you have to take, right?
No, and that's honestly very often what helps the cause when you're defending a position like this is the fact that your moves are absolutely forced, and you don't even have to care whether you're winning or you're losing or you're drawing. It doesn't matter because you just have to follow the line. You have no other choice.
And well, if we go down the line again, I just wanted to see until like the whole line is basically forced, right? If Duda goes down that line,
yes,
then he will find Bishop E4. Okay, shall we?
Yeah,
go?
well,
sorry.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll return to this game when Duda makes a decision in this position.
So where do we go back to? There's been a couple of moves in the Praggnanandhaa game. We could also check in with Jorden. What's your pick?
Well, Prague has a huge initiative. I mean, Andre is in mortal danger of losing this game. Let's check into that game first, and then from there, we could go and check also on Sam Shanklin's game, which we haven't looked at for a while, as you said. Now look at this position. Andre, who's got 3 minutes, by the way, for 15 moves, just by the way, deciding on knight takes a4. And as we discussed, Prague slamming this knight into d5, bishop b7, rook takes c6, and now, oh wait, the time just updated. It said he had 3 minutes, but now he has 15.
Maybe we can zoom in on the cam, because I also thought that he was much lower. Can we zoom in on the camera and find out? We'll try and find out.
Yeah, because this is actually a game changer. Oh no, now it says he has 3 minutes again.
Okay.
If he has 3 minutes here, Fiona, I mean, just look at this position. I think Prague is just going to go rook e1, hit the knight on e6, and if you move the knight away, the rook is going to infiltrate to e7 with decisive effect. I mean, I just don't see Andre saving this game with 3 minutes on the clock.
I mean, maybe even with more.
Yeah, maybe even with an hour. Like maybe it's just not salvageable. The eval bar is not too concerned.
For sure?
Vic
yes, we would like to know.
I'm sure.
Positive. Here we go. All right, let's work the magic.
15.
I think it's 15.
It is 15. So that gives him a sliver of hope, at least.
Okay, just making sure it's 15 and not like 150. Yeah, it's 15. It's 15, and that's actually quite a game changer. That gives him a good amount of cushion. It's still time pressure, make no mistake, but that means that Pragg is also in time pressure. And that means that adds quite a bit of uncertainty to the position. Rook e1. Apparently, the move here is g5, counter-attacking the bishop on h4. What an incredible, difficult, just a crazy move to make. What you have to open your king voluntarily, and after fg5, knight g5, queen g3 looks quite devastating as well. And after knight e4, I mean, you might get some sort of a liquidation into a bad endgame after bishop takes e4. No, I mean, Pragg is doing a phenomenal job this game, and practically speaking, a single mistake ends the game.
Surely g5 is not likely to be played. What do you think?
No, but as with the Duda game, Andre is helped along by the fact that he just doesn't have too many moves. I mean, I guess the other natural move here is to play rook e8, but that loses to the simple queen e3, essentially preparing knight f6 with a fork. If you play knight f6 immediately, that actually loses the game to queen takes f6. And do not forget that White's queen is also hanging. So you have to get the queen off of the pin. And here's a beautiful detail. If Black takes on d5 and says, well, no problem, I'm just going to bring my knight back to c7 and force a bunch of trades. No, you're not. White's going to take on e8. And at the end of the day, White returns back to e7, takes the queen, and emerges up a piece. So lots of tactics here and lots of landmines that Black can very easily step on.
I mean, really, some of these lines, crazy stuff. I think this game is just probably going to be decided within the next 13 moves here. As we see, the time is still incorrect. So, Andre, 13 minutes on the clock. We'll come back here.
This is the moment of truth. I think if Andre plays g5, if he finds it within himself to find that move, you know, that is the only way he stays in the game. Every other move seems to go down in flames, basically. We'll see.
He's probably going to invest actually quite a bit of his remaining 13 minutes to try and find.
Right.
I saw on the camera that the move was made. Was that this game?
Queen
and
d7.
Andre, he didn't find g5. He played queen to d7.
Oh, but now he just goes down. I don't understand. Knight e7 check. And I guess king h8 and just queen g3 with a completely overwhelming attack. I mean, knight takes g6 is a potential sacrifice. Just look at all the squares surrounding Black's king. And if you play queen takes e7, and then after bishop takes e7, bishop takes f3, obviously you don't take the bishop, you take the rook. And at the end of the line, you have, okay, not the best pawn structure, but you have an extra exchange. And maybe this is what Andre is aiming for, but the problem is that he's going to lose the a7. Oops. He's going to lose the a7 pawn. Let me just, sorry about that. Let me repeat that line one more time. Knight e7, queen e7, bishop e7, bishop f3, bishop f8, knight f8, gf. He is going to lose a7. And, you know, he's probably also going to lose d6. This is unsalvageable in the context of a practical game. I think knight e7 check should win Pragg the game. He can also step away from the pin with queen f2, preparing knight e7 as well as knight f6. No, this is very bad for Andre.
And look at that poor knight on a4, completely out of the game, while all the white pieces are participating actively in what's going on in the center on the board and on the king side. And crunch time now for Pragg. Will he play knight e7? What do you think, Dania?
I think that he will. I vote knight e7. I think he's going to hunker down because that's essentially why he even put a knight on d5 in the first place. And that's why he brought the bishop to h4. It was precisely in order to take control of these two squares. So if he's not playing knight e7, then one might ask, you know, why did he initiate this whole campaign in the first place?
We'll keep a close eye here. For now, let's bring back the bird's eye view for a second. As I don't know if you want to update the Karjakin visit or if we should just go to Jorden against Sam.
Well, let's take a look at the Jorden game because that game is kind of heating up, and I think Sam has done Sam has performed unimpeachably in this pawn down endgame where, it did appear, as Anish and I were discussing, that, Jorden has essentially free pressure for the rest of the game and Sam is going to suffer. But Sam has found a way, really in the span of 10 moves, of less than 10 moves, I think, to balance out the game. And I think Sam shouldn't lose the game now.
Let's come back to where you guys left it off and see how did Sam do that.
So basically it was around this moment. Okay, Jorden goes rook d1. And, I think Jorden probably played a little over ambitiously here. He goes g4. He tries to occupy as much space as possible. This is an idea that we did discuss. And then after h6, he goes h5, slightly weird move. I mean, he puts his pawns on the same color as his bishops. He saddles himself with weaknesses, and he also creates dark square weaknesses on g5 and e5. King f6, king g3. Sam activating his rook with rook c4, king f4. Sam dropping the rook back to c5. And at this point, Sam is already cooking up the idea that I think is going to save him the game. Rook d2. Now he goes g5 check, posing white with an unenviable dilemma. Either you bring your king back and allow black's king to swoop into e5, or, this is what Jorden did, simplify the position, and the more pawns are traded, the easier black's task is. Rook d1, Jorden not really seeing what he can do here, and Sam pouncing on the opportunity. Rook a5, hitting the pawn. And now in comes the knight, knight c4, moving away from its blockading post, but doing so for the greater good, hitting the pawn on b2. And if Jorden has to play a move like rook b1, Fiona, then that means Sam is already not worse. He can play rook a4 and x-ray the knight. If anybody has to be careful in one of these types of positions, it might be Wijk. Wijk can very easily lose a piece here.
Yeah, I was looking down at that square on d2. That knight suddenly looking very, very tricky. As you say, Jorden might have to be careful. But if not rook b1, then how do we deal with the defense of the pawn on b2?
Well, I mean, I guess knight b3 is the engine recommendation, but that is a very strange move. It seems to fail to the move rook b5. And the point here is that White has this brilliant idea, actually, knight d2. Okay, well, what the heck is the point of this? Well, the point is that if black takes on d2, then the rook captures and White defends everything. If black plays knight takes b2, then the knight activates itself through e4. And then after rook d4, White has this weird kind of domination all of a sudden over black's knight on b2, which can't really re-enter society through c4. And of course, White has this very strong pass pawn on d5. And now that the pawn is not blockaded, this is now a force to be reckoned with. But I don't know if Jordan's going to find this.
I mean, knight b3 is far from obvious, as we see Jorden deep in front, 17 minutes on the clock. All the remaining games, time could play some kind of role. Knight b3, yeah, really far from obvious, but there really is no other way. Do you think rook b1 is more tempting in a way, or do you feel that's too passive a move?
It's so passive, and rook a4 is pretty scary in response to it. If I had to guess, I would hypothesize that a draw offer might be on the cards here for Jorden. I mean, I would start getting a little bit concerned if I'm White. Everything seems to be hanging.
And that was my next question. Is there any way, if Jorden wants to bail out, there's not even any clear bailout options, or are there?
Well, I guess he could play a move like rook h1 maybe. Although, no, this gets sharp again. I mean, knight takes b2. I was going to propose rook takes h6. But instead of grabbing on a3 immediately, black could throw in the move knight d3, getting the king out of the way. And now rook takes a3. It's quite scary because, again, there's this third rank pressure. Black's got connected passers. No, you're right. I don't actually see a clear simplificational kind of bailout for White. Maybe d6. Yeah, maybe this is... No, but again, knight takes b2. And again, everything seems to be falling.
I mean, I wonder, you were talking about a draw from Jorden. I wonder if it's already too late for that, if Sam suddenly feels like he is in control. We should go back to Niels.
Yes, they're playing through that line. Here we go. Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. Queen g6 check is about to happen.
It would be so incredible if we go down this whole line with bishop e4 in the end. Queen h8.
Oh, he sees it. He, of course, sees that line, no question about it. Now, here's the very interesting thing. After rook takes f8, king c7, which has just appeared on the board, Niels does not need to rush rook takes c8. That is not the only move, and he's recognized that. He doesn't have a lot of time. He can throw in queen g7 check. In fact, this is a much more testing move. He can throw in queen g7 check, which is a lot more testing. Now, if bishop d7, now and only now, you can take and go h6 and win the game. Of course, black is not going to go bishop d7. Black is going to go king b6. At the very minimum, white has queen d4 check. And if you go back to c7, then after rook f7 check, the attack rages on. Bishop d7, e5 looks very scary. This is right up Niels's alley. And so for that reason, the king should go back to b7 rather than c7 in order to be able to cover a check on f7 with rook c7. But the entrance suggests a very simple idea. Why don't we take on c8 now? And why don't we go h6 now? Now, what's the difference? Bishop takes e4, queen takes e4, queen h8. Well, there is a difference. Where's that king? It's on b7. And this is now a check. This is what it all comes down to. This level of nuance is what is required to play this position accurately.
It's insane, but it's also hard to, how do you, in your experience, if you see this position from a distance, you are a full piece down, but the fact that the pawn is so far advanced, do you immediately instinctively feel like I'm fine here?
Yeah, I really
always
do.
draw?
Because you have a corner pawn and because you just sort of see that you're threatening h7. It's not like you're going for anything long term, although I guess it's a tiny bit scary after something like e5. But as long as you have such a monster, by the way, bishop takes e4, queen b4 check is the point. As long as you have such a monster on h6, and also let's not forget that Niels was basically losing. So for him, he's not even necessarily expecting to be winning. Everything that he can do here to complicate the game is already exciting. It's a win-win for him, right? Even if he draws, he's not going to be too broken up about it. And he's not coming at this from the perspective of, oh, I only need to find something that's super convincing. He's already happy just to find a way to complicate the game, given where he came from. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's all about the sort of psychology of which position you came from. And sometimes that can really help you be more objective. If you had a bad position and now you were able to complicate it, you're more satisfied with that than, for example, if you were previously winning and now you screwed it up, well, then you don't just want a complicated position. You want something more clear-cut.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think what Niels is going to do, if he has seen the line, and maybe we can just show it one more time with that bishop takes e4. So if Niels takes on c8 here,
Right.
sorry, yeah.
And then goes h6.
Yeah. And then bishop takes, queen takes, and queen h1, which we showed earlier. I think if Niels sees this quite quickly, this line, then he can evaluate if he wants to try and look for something better.
Yeah, and if he rejects rook takes c8, the only two candidate moves in this position are rook f7 check, which is actually very interesting as well. I mean, it forces bishop d7 because queen b6 allows this beautiful check on g1 with what I think is devastating effect. But after bishop d7, he could go for this, h6. This is incredibly scary for black as well. So that's
And
one
what if
candidate move.
So in
Go
that
ahead.
position after bishop d7, we'd rather push the pawn than take on e6, I guess. So can we take on e6?
To be honest, I completely forgot that you can take on e6, but black can go queen b5 here, actually. And if you go c4, then miraculously black has this check on e5. It's all about these queen checks at the right moment and positioning the king on the right square.
Incredible.
So, wow. What a position.
And what a moment here. We'll see what does Niels do. Let's very quickly go back to the bird's eye view. And we see that Jorden has gone knight b3, so that's quite impressive.
Wow, that is really impressive. And he's going to find knight d2. I am, I'm tipping my hat if he finds this idea. I am tipping my hat if he plays knight d2 in this position, which is very likely and he just did.
He just did, wow.
That is why Jorden van Foreest won last year's Tata Steel. And that's something nobody should forget. This guy at his best he's a machine. And he just played like one.
This is really well, I was going to say defense he found. In a way, it's a defense to keep the edge, if that makes sense.
Wow. I mean, very impressive. And to see this knight e4 check followed by rook d4 concept, and this breathes new life into White's position. Now, it appears that Sam can still draw the game with very accurate play. Let's quickly go back to the Jorden game, and let me just show what Sam needs to do. What Sam needs to do here is to throw in the check on g5 with a pawn. That forces the king back to g3, and it appears that knight takes b2 preserves a reasonable position for black. If you give a check on e4, the king has a nice hiding spot on g6. That's part of the reason that you played g5 check. The other was just to get White's king as far away from the center as possible. And here black should be quite all right. But the engine suggests rook h1. Now king g7, and then swinging the rook back to c1 in order to infiltrate to c7. But I'll tell you what, here, Jorden is not going to be thinking about a draw offer. He's still going to be thinking about how to win the game. And Sam, 10 minutes on the clock, not a lot for a position of this complexity.
Yeah, and I mean, this, despite the reduced material, somewhat reduced material on the board, this position is still hugely complex. By the way, I don't know if you saw when we were in the bird's eye view, but Pragg did not play knight e7.
Yeah, he played a close cousin of that move. He moved his queen away. I apologize. Let me just.
Close cousin, but is that cousin? I think we can go back there.
Is it as effective cousin? Yeah, let's go back and let's examine that move.
So.
You know, it gives black an extra opportunity, I think. And this time, Andre actually down to 5 minutes, Fiona. This time, it's not a lie. This time, he actually has 5 minutes. He has to apparently take on d5 with the bishop. And let me tell you, you have to go for this position voluntarily and realize that after queen c8, it's not so clear how White follows up. I mean, the engine's recommendation is just to play c4, which is an encouraging sign for black. That means that White doesn't have anything super concrete. Man, I mean, if Andre goes for this, that would be incredible. But even here, of course, White is much better. White has massive pressure together with an attack. And the weakness of the pawn on d6 also makes a lot of endgames bad for black. I'm still very pessimistic about Andre's chances. Yeah.
What if instead of c4 in that line?
Yeah, so takes.
What if I try and bring the queen immediately? So after rook e7? Sorry, rook e7.
He, by the way, has not played bishop takes d5. What was your idea, just out of curiosity?
Just, I was wondering if I'm not in time to bring the queen, queen g5, how are you gonna meet my checkmating attempt?
No, I think this is also very effective because rook f7 can always be met with rook e8. But Andre, he has played the move rook f7 instead. Oh, and knight f6 check. What? No, but this is just, I think he sees it, he sacrificed it. He wants to take and go queen f7. But here, I think he just blundered bishop takes f5, which ends the game on the spot.
Bishop f5 with the knight dropping on e6 on the next move. And
yeah,
that's just over. That.
Knight f6 check ends the game. Pragg might score a brilliant final round victory.
Vic is ready with the camera. He's expecting that knight to land on f6 momentarily. And, well, I'm actually also curious as to what Pragg's face, if he gives anything away. I expect him to be deeply focused. Is he not at the board? Maybe there's someone in front of the camera, but Yesipenko, he's still looking very, very calm, but it could dawn on him any moment that he has overlooked bishop takes f5 at the end of the line.
That's definitely what he overlooked. I mean, obviously, he didn't miss knight f6. There's no way he missed knight f6. But bishop takes f5 is easy to miss because when you look at the move queen f7 from a distance, you think, okay, I'm attacking the bishop on f6. And it's easy to forget that bishop takes f5 creates a much stronger threat against the knight on e6. Pragg sees it.
Yeah, I think Pragg has seen it already. He is just double checking now, but we don't see him so often leaning, you know, over the board. But this is the last game. And there was the look towards Esipenko. Okay, is he gonna give anything away? Like, but no, I expect knight f6 to appear very, very soon.
Yeah, he's got 7.5 minutes, plenty of time to calculate this relatively simple line and, you know, triple check it. We're going to see knight f6 check, and this quite possibly will be our next result of the round. Although Niels, let's swing back to that game, has just taken on c8. So I think that he has decided to go for that drawing line with take c8 and h6.
And I mean, I don't think we can blame him. The other line, we didn't find anything too convincing. We found some ways to keep the game alive, but nothing much more than that. So I think we can't blame Niels too harshly. As they are going down this line here, so now what we expect to happen is h6, which has just been played.
I mean, I hope Duda sees bishop takes c4. I mean, I'm sure he does, but, you know, there's always...
Yeah. Especially, I think your confidence is a little bit shaken when you've already missed something in the game, like bishop takes g7.
Yeah, it really is. And the point is, after bishop e4, queen e4, queen h8, nominally black will be up a pawn, but that is merely nominally, because after queen takes h6, queen c4 check, white has perpetual, based on the fact that black cannot abandon both of these, you know, pawns. Essentially, white keeps targeting them with these checks. So 99% certainty that the game is going to end precisely with this kind of perpetual.
Yeah, and I know Vic was ready for the moment, but I think maybe Jan Christoph will... I was going to say maybe it'll take a while, but the hand is itching, I think, and there he is. Bishop takes
Did
e4.
Niels miss this?
Hmm?
I wonder if Niels might have missed this. I think Niels missed. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Hard to say when we don't.
It's hard to say. And, you know, maybe he decided he has a minute and a half on the clock. White is not out of the woods if white plays differently. It's not like white can't lose. Of course, white can lose. White's down a piece. And Niels deciding, okay, he was basically lost. He doesn't want to rock the boat. And a completely reasonable decision by Mr. Grandelius with a beautiful tactic, bishop takes g7.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Niels missed bishop takes c4 because we see him shaking his head a little bit in frustration.
Yeah, he might have. Yeah. And he's thinking here because, and if he was planning all of this, he would have probably played a little bit faster, but who knows?
But
King
he
A2,
has
this
also
is going to
seen
happen.
the draw now. I don't know if you saw, but King A2 was accompanied by that look at directed at Duda of like, okay, draw. I think he might even have offered or maybe just looked at him again, but of course these players see that this is just a perpetual now, and we'll see a handshake within seconds.
Yes, we will, and this will be our next result. Not the Prague game. Prague is still thinking about going knight f6, and he's overthinking it.
That's crazy. Let's wait here for 1 second because I think...
Yeah, of course. There will be a result in a second.
We'll see the handshake with Duda just having no shelter for his king with the queen too far away on the other side of the board. And there is the handshake, a draw agreed between Niels Grandelius and Jan Krzysztof Duda, but that game had a lot of interesting moments, lots of ups and downs, Daniel.
What an incredibly rich game, and Duda with a crazy opening gamble, playing the rouser, which he really has never played before, and playing it in a very unique fashion. You know, he made this move queen b6 early in the opening, blocking his own b-pawn. So he plays it in a unique style, burns all his bridges, but it pays off, and he tricks Niels with this beautiful bishop
sorry
g5 f6
to interrupt
idea.
you, Daniel, but just as we switched cameras, Prague finally played knight f6. And what we were saying, if you're just joining us now, maybe Andrei had relied on... Oh, he goes king f7.
That was his idea. Well, queen h4 probably is the winning move here. Yeah, queen h4.
Let's have a look. Queen h4, hitting the pawn on h7.
Well, you have to play h5. And you know, there's even bishop h8 here, paving the way for the queen to come into f6.
That's very
But-
pretty, actually.
Yeah, but there's queen d8, and you know, these end games can be, they're winning, but a lot of technique is sometimes required. Your bishop is also stranded, believe it or not, on h8. It cannot be won, because if the black king drops back, then the bishop can escape to f6, but that can be quite disquieting. So I wonder how Pragg is going to try to convert this in the most clinical fashion.
If not queen h4, what if we simply drop the bishop back?
Yeah, you could play bishop h4, but then knight takes c3, I think. Although bishop takes f5 in this position once again, g takes f5, queen takes c3 should also be winning for white, because the knight can't move because of rook e7 check.
Very nice. So there are a few options for Pragg. By the way, we're only on move 30 here. So 10
Right.
moves. 10 moves still to go. 10 minutes for Pragg. Andrei Sipenko under 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus, that's
I'm
highly
curious to
unenviable
see
task.
what Pragg goes for. I don't think he'll go for that line we saw with the bishop h8, which I thought looked cute, but the more I looked at it, and the bishop not being able to come back into the game is not really what I would want. Of course, it might still be winning, but I think Pragg will look for something else.
And he's about to make a move, and he just looked up at Esipenko like, is this all you've got? All right, well, queen h4 is essentially forced. I don't see what else is. Well, bishop h4 is also a move, as you mentioned, but I don't know. I feel like queen h4 is just like a better version of it, because you're threatening the pawn on h7, essentially.
And there he goes.
There he goes with queen h4. h5 is going to be played instantly, I think. I mean, nothing is really played instantly in this game.
What if I drop my king back?
Yeah, so here I think there's bishop e7. This is actually quite important. And then after, okay, let's say knight takes c3, there's queen f6, swooping in. Knight e4, bishop e4, and here a very instructive moment. You can just overextend black by playing rook e1. Now you might ask, well, where's the rook going? It's going to a7. Takes, queen takes c6, and this is actually a very pretty mating sequence. Queen f6 check. If the king drops back, then queen f8 is made, and if king h6, then check here and checkmate. So that's just one of many ways that the game could end. Andrei is thinking, so maybe he is considering king g8.
But he needs to make a move. He still has 10
Yeah,
to
he
go, but
does.
now h5. And now we're back in this moment, Dania. In the end, I wasn't too happy with bishop h8. So what alternatives can you offer me?
Well, there's bishop g5, and basically you want to take on f5 here. This is the ideal scenario. Unfortunately, you can't do it immediately because you're going to blunder the bishop on f6. So the alternative to bishop h8, this is the top engine move, and my guess is just probably the best line, is bishop g5. And again, the point is after knight takes c3, now you can play bishop takes f5. Now that you've preserved the dark squared bishop, you can go for this line. And calculating this is very prosaic. Queen g6 check, knight g7, and rook e7 with devastating effect. White wins the queen. I think Pragg sees it, and
Yeah, he has gone bishop g5.
yep, I mean, this is just merciless. He did that really quickly too. I think Andrei's going to go queen c6 most likely, threatening checkmate. But now I can kill two birds with one stone. I can play queen h3. And not only does this defend his mate, this also reinforces and makes even stronger the threat of bishop takes f5, because the queen is going to recapture on f5. No, Pragg is 1 or 2 moves away from winning this game, essentially.
Yeah, it looks like Andrei Sipenko suddenly has a bit more time on the clock again.
Yeah,
It's been jumping a little bit all over the place, but he still has 9 moves
Just
to
a
make.
tad.
And in this position, no amount of time would help him. With Pragg, really, sometimes we've been a little bit critical of him, Daniel, throughout the tournament, when Pragg was missing that decisive. I don't even know how you describe it, but when given a chance, not going for the most forward lines, but today here in these final stages, he's been clinical.
Yeah, he really has been. And I think he senses the moment. This is the last round. If he, oh, sorry, I keep doing that. My phone falls on my keyboard and it actually refreshes the screen. That's hilarious. But basically, he senses, okay, this is the last round. If he wins this game, he gains a lot of rating. This is huge. This is a huge, huge game for him. And, you know, he knows that he can't screw this up and then he needs to play decisively. There's Queen C6. And then really the last difficult, well, not even a difficult move, but if you're comparing Queen G3 and Queen H3, obviously Queen H3 is better because it aims at the F5 pawn.
And sorry, just look at Pragg, like he senses, but it's so rare to see him so animated. Like I think he's
excited.
not even doing it on purpose. It's just, yeah, the nerves and the excitement.
And there it is, Queen H3. I mean, he smells blood and you can just tell. He is not letting this game go. He knows exactly how to win this game. He knows what to do and how to do it. The game is over.
Yeah, Pragg cat jamming away.
Cat jam, that's right. I mean, you got to be happy for... go ahead.
Bigfoot was just wondering if instead of Queen H3, we could have also played Bishop F1, defending the mate that way, and keep the queen looking down at F6.
And here there was a really pretty move, Bishop D8, kind of the same idea as Bishop H8, but much stronger, because now Queen F6 as well as Queen E7 are both totally unstoppable. And this was also essentially winning on the spot.
And
but yeah, the answer is yes.
For Yesipenko now, do you think he'll... I mean, how do you deal with the threat of Bishop F5? Is there anything at all?
You don't. You resign. I mean, you can take the bishop on G5, but that doesn't actually help the cause.
And we see Andre, I think he will, there he goes. He has just captured on G5.
I think he's going to go Queen D7 after FG, and but still Bishop takes F5. Sorry, Fiona. Go ahead.
Yeah, and maybe we can look at that actually. So after Pragg recaptures, Queen D7 would defend the pawn on F5.
But still Bishop F5. And if Queen F5, Rook F1 pins the queen. And if GF, then obviously Queen H5 is just totally crushing. I mean, you win everything in this mate. So maybe Bishop C8 here is an attempt. But now there's a very pretty move, G4, just breaking through on the king side. I mean, once you understand the general idea, this move is pretty obvious.
But here,
like, you just got to do anything
you get scared of Bishop B7 back and the longer diagonal?
Yeah, but just G takes F5.
It's just one check.
It's one check and then it's over. And Andre has indeed gone Bishop C8, so we might see this on the board.
G4
Pragg is the kind of guy to play G4.
Yeah, it would be such a flashy, spectacular way to end the game. I'm kind of rooting for Pragg to go G4 and end the game in style.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen. By the way, let's check very quickly into Sam's game. It does seem like Van Foreest might be taking a draw by repetition here. I'm not entirely sure. Sam has found a way to preserve the blockade, and what was once occupied by the knight on d6 is now occupied by the king. Now, where did Jorden come from? He came from c2, so he might be repeating moves. Rook c7, king d6, and we might see a repetition of this sort. Now, white is obviously up a pawn, but look at the difference in piece activity. Sam has a monster rook on b3. He's got a great bishop on d7 that is pressuring the pawn on g4, and I really don't see a way for white to make long-term progress here without giving up at least one of his pawns. My guess is that the likeliest outcome for this game is a draw, but we'll see. Just wanted to quickly update everybody on Sam's game. They're about to make move 40, so this game is gonna drag on for a while.
About to be added. Let's quickly check in with Vidit and Karjakin.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've looked at that. As Vidit they've made time control, and a miserable situation indeed for Vidit, who, yeah, I mean, Karjakin has gotten the ideal type of position where the bishop defends the pawn defends the other pawn. Black has a long-term weakness on h6, which may not seem significant at the moment. But if you imagine Black's rook leaving the 6th rank, that's not something you want to, that's not something you can afford to be concerned with on top of White's extra and pass c-pawn. No, objectively, this is lost. No question about it. And Vidit has more time now, but I don't think it's going to help him.
Yeah. So we'll have time, I think, to come back to this one. Let's stick now for the remainder of this first time control with Praggnanandhaa against Yesipenko. He's not gone g4. Wow. Instead, Pragg went for queen e3.
I mean, it doesn't spoil anything. I think he should play h3. I think as long as he understands that the correct idea is to play g4, I think he can play h3 here and then essentially just shove g4 through on the next move. And it's not like Andre can really do anything in the next, 4 or 5 moves.
If Andre tries to take on c3 after h3, let's say.
Yeah, I think still bishop f5. And, well, if queen f5, there's checkmate with queen 8 rook e7. Yeah. And if g takes f5, then queen takes c3 ends the game.
Yeah, so that is not an option. h3 would be it's a funny move in that it's such a quiet move. It looks like you want to just crash through it, but you just make a little preparing move and you say to Black, what are you going to do with that extra, a little bit of extra time? And there just isn't anything.
And those are the biggest power moves, because you make a move that doesn't hide your intentions at all. In fact, it's a move that makes it nakedly obvious what it is you want to do. And there's absolutely nothing your opponent can do to stop it. It's a very satisfying feeling that you're just preparing something and you're going to execute it. But Pragg, he's taking his time here. He has to find this last touch, right? He can't let this hang on the precipice and let Andre, bring his knight back to b6 and bring his bishop up to b7, because that's exactly how you complicate the technical task. You need to act while Andre is still not consolidated, if that makes sense.
And in a way, it makes sense, because your rook and your queen are perfectly placed on the e-file. You don't really want to move any of those pieces. The bishop is also perfectly placed, looking down that diagonal f5, g6. So I think h3 is actually a logical move.
Yes, it is. And Pragg down to 5.5 minutes, but he does have 5 moves to make.
Yeah, I was just gonna repeat that. So 5 moves indeed for Pragg, who is jamming away again.
Yeah, but I think I'd be more confident in his cat jamming if he plays h3. This is a very important moment, actually. If he doesn't play h3, then he lets Black into the game just a little bit. Yeah, this is important.
This is important. I still keep looking at the game, and I wonder if not h3, what could he possibly play? Could he move it's hard. I'm literally struggling to see any other moves, maybe bishop c2 or something, but I'm not sure what I'm accomplishing.
Yeah, but that kind of helps the knight go where it wants to go anyway. I mean, it's possible to go bishop e2 and try to reroute the bishop to f3. This idea occurred to me just now. But it's just not. I mean, when you compare this to how effective it is to open up the king side, which essentially ends the game on the spot, I don't understand what else could be that enticing. He's not doing it. He's going to go bishop e2, isn't he? Or is he going to make your move, bishop c2?
No, I hope not. I think bishop c2 does absolutely nothing. I think if he moves the bishop, most likely he'll go to e2. Daniel,
you're such a bad influence on Pragg.
I know.
He's going to play bishop c2 because you suggested it. What were you saying?
What has he played?
Queen
e2.
He wants bishop takes f5. Oh, that's very smart, actually. He wants bishop takes f5. And the idea being, if g takes f5, this is already familiar to us, this idea of queen takes h5. Essentially the same concept that would have happened after g4 earlier. And if queen takes f5, there's always a skewer, or a pin, rather.
And Black still cannot take on c3. I guess then you go queen b2.
Ooh, and f6 square is going to be accessed by White's queen decisively.
Yeah, I mean, Queen E2 is actually a nice move. We didn't have it on our radar, but once again, the idea is the same, to chip away at that pawn formation. Once he finds a breakthrough, the game will be over. For Andre, we don't see apparently the clock times. I don't know what his clock time is. He still has 5 moves to make.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly is going on. I mean, he probably has in the neighborhood of like a minute. I mean, I can't imagine him having more than 1 or 2 minutes.
I know. I mean, it feels like an hour ago when we thought he had 3 minutes.
Right. No, it's I don't understand how he's bending time. His pieces are in the way. Maybe he just can move his knight out. I think it's
it looks like
something.
1 minute, right? 1.
Well, let's wait. Will it get to 0? I guess we just have to wait and see. Or is it 10 minutes?
So he's just dropped under a minute.
Queen D8. And now Queen A2. Queen A2 is the key. This is, I think, the reason why Pragg played Queen E2. The other reason. Now A7 is undefended, and White can access Black's position through the other side of the board. Queen A2, and then they're going to take on A7 and start putting the finishing touches on the game. And I think Prague's going to do that quite quickly.
Shall we have a look at what happens when the queen lands on A7?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if Black tries to restrain White with Bishop D7, then Bishop C2 ends the game. I mean, the knight has to move now, and, well, after Knight C3, Queen A7, White doesn't even have to rush. First of all, this knight on C3 is now stranded, and the queen can even come back to A1 and trap the knight. And also, White can somehow get the bishop maybe to B5 here. And Queen A2 has been played.
Indeed, and Pragg, well, I was hoping for G4, so he hasn't always played the move that we were expecting, but he's never let go of his winning advantage, and now Queen A2 coming in with near decisive force. Andre, really difficult. What do you do? There isn't much hope, and it's so tough. You got to feel for Andre, who losing the last round game is one of the most brutal feelings. He had a very decent tournament, but so often, Dania, the taste of the last round result is the one that sticks around in your mouth the longest.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a term in psychology called the recency effect, which basically says that you I mean, it's kind of common sense, but you remember most vividly experiences that happen toward the end of a general set of experiences. The same goes with with let's say a university class. If the last couple of lectures were really, really bad and the professor started kind of phoning it in, which I had in some of my classes, you would really remember that as a bad class, even if the first couple of classes were really interesting. And the same with the tournament. Like Andre, I don't know if he's gaining rating or losing rating, but it really doesn't matter. Even if he's gaining rating, you just always associate a tournament based on the last round results. And furthermore, I've had some absolutely disastrous tournaments where I managed to win a nice game in the last round. And it almost feels deceptively like you had a good tournament. It's this weird sensation. Like, yeah, because you won a single game.
For sure. And
recency bias.
It's funny how it applies across all levels of chess. Sometimes different people feel differently, but this one, I think everyone who's played competitive chess can relate to that feeling, as the knight has dropped back to B6, A7 about to fall.
Yeah, and well, Jorden is also trying to nurture that advantage against Sam. He's found a way to keep the game going. He has declined the repetition, but let's wait until Pragg and Isipenko make time control. I don't know what Prague's thinking about. He should just take A7 within 2 seconds.
It's a strange moment to be thinking 2 moves to go until they make the time control, so 2 moves each. And I'm also not sure what
I don't say this phrase often, as you know, but there's nothing to think about here. You just got to take it. And you got to leave yourself with a little bit of time to make move 40. You know, don't put yourself in a position where, you know, in this situation, Andre literally has absolutely nothing, but in some other situation, this is a common technique on move 40 to make some complicated move. And if you haven't left yourself with quite enough time, it can be hard to adjust to that.
Yeah, and
Andre might resign here.
I agree with. I mean, it's just once again, if we look at the position for black, what do? You have to probably move the knight, and yeah, he has actually dropped the knight back to c8.
Yeah, I mean, I guess knight c8 and potentially knight e7, and the game kind of drags on. But it's obvious what the result is going to be. I mean, white can choose between queen b7. But I like queen a8 a little bit more. I feel like queen a8 is more clinical because it prevents the knight from even escaping to e7 and closing down the e file. Not that if that happens, like this is still completely winning. I mean, now white is simply up in exchange and black doesn't even have a single pawn for it.
And that's actually queen b7 is what Pragg has gone for.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think Andre's going to go knight e7. This is his move 40. I think he might go knight e7 or he might resign. This is just such a depressing position.
Yeah, I think what he'll do, he'll probably go knight e7, get the extra 50 minutes, and then spend a little bit of that to see if there's really nothing left to do, as we see him make the move knight e7. But yeah, and he's not happy at all. He looks actually devastated.
Yeah, I mean, really devastated. And again, it's that look of losing the last round of a tournament. That's his expression right now.
Yeah, Andre, he was on +1, so he'll be finishing on 50%, which I think, yes, he will be walking away with a little rating plus, if I'm not mistaken. But he doesn't care about that, as we talked about. That last round is really where it's all at.
I mean,
and Dania, shall we very quickly check in with the two endgames and then we'll go on a break?
Sure. So, I think Vidit has just allowed a trade of rooks, which might result in a winning bishop endgame. Sergey is actually calculating that right now. So Vidit has played bishop b7. This has permitted the move rook f5. Now, at first glance, this might not seem like a great move because it gives black a passed h-pawn. But remember, white has 2 pawns, and as they say in Russian, this is the case of trousers, where it might be a situation where black is incapable of stopping both at the same time, even with the aid of the bishop. And white has the very straightforward maneuver, bishop d3, bishop b4. Now, because of the trouser situation, any pawn endgame is losing for black because, you know, the king will just be unable to handle both pawns by himself. So black has to keep bishops on the board, but that might also be very hard to do, and that might not help. So let's kind of develop an impression of what might happen here. Let's see, king e7, bishop d3, king f6, c5, h5, bishop e4. Now, this is the critical moment, right? Black obviously cannot trade bishops. Black has to go bishop c8. And, okay, c6. You know, let's say h4. Let's imagine that white plays king f2 just to be able to always stop the pawn. After king e5, I think the simplest winning approach is to get this king around to g4. And then to play something like a3, and this is Zugzwang. Because if the king walks out to e5, there's king takes g5.
And
h3, f6, h2. No, the pawns promote at the same time, but white is winning because of the abundance of extra pawns. This was not that easy. I mean, I know I played these moves very, very quickly, but I'm just trying to show I'm trying to get a general impression of how easy it is to win the bishop endgame. I can guarantee you that Sergey is going to probably spend maybe even 30, 40 minutes, possibly, calculating rook f5. I wouldn't rule that out.
Yeah, because, I mean, if it works, if the bishop ending is definitely winning, then he can afford to invest half. Now he can even afford to invest more than that if he can determine for certain that the bishop ending is winning. That's what he's calculating right now. We'll come back here Let's check in with Jorden, who, as you said, found a way to play on.
Yeah, now Jorden is very much in the driver's seat. He found a way here, rook c2, king d6. Now I've gotten very strong with rook c1. Looks like he just blunders a pawn, but no, he goes after the h1, rook h1. All of a sudden, black loses h6. And once black loses h6, then g5 also becomes a major weakness. That's out of the question. Sam cannot afford to lose his kingside pawn. So he goes back to b6, but that's a very serious concession. I mean, the point of rook b6 is to defend laterally the pawn on h6, taking the sting out of rook h1. Here, Sam will have king e5. But that's not the problem. The problem is that he's allowed the move b4. Jorden has built up this pawn chain, which largely eliminates black's queenside counterplay and leaves Sam with only one approach here, which is just to stay put and do nothing and hope that his fortress is going to hold. But we all know that that is not the, that does not inspire one with confidence. Rook c7, king d6. And my guess is that Jorden will continue trying, many different types of attempts here. I'm not sure that he has a clear plan of victory. I'm not sure that his position is even winning. Not sure that there is a plan that involves making progress, but Jorden has a million ways that he can try to be tricky. He can go rook c1, he can bring his king up to g3, and one idea involves trying to push the f pawn forward to f4 in order to gain more real estate for the king. This is a completely thankless defensive task for Mr. Shankland, and at this point they must be exhausted on top of everything else.
For sure, and that you just have to sit and especially here it really is a complete passive defense. You're not going to do anything active. You just have to sit, wait, and see if Jorden can come up with something. He will be spending a lot of time to make something work. We'll come back here as well. Let's see if let's quickly go back to Pragg, and then I think we'll go on a break and leave you, Pragg, on the camera with his board.
Pragg has played h4, solidifying the pawn on g5, which is a totally sensible idea because the queen was aiming at the g5 pawn. Black is simply in Zugzwang. I mean, there's just no moves. I think that's essentially Pragg's point. I mean, maybe king f8 is the only thing that Black can do here. And now the simplest way to win is to maneuver the bishop to d1 and then to f3, and then perhaps centralize it on d5 and put the finishing touch on the game. I would not have the patience to continue this game for Black. I would resign here.
Yeah, and well, now that the time control has been reached, this is the first moment where Andre really has some time. So we will leave him to it. We will go on a quick break, and then we will be back with the remainder of the action here from the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We'll see you soon.
The first time I came here was 2017, where I played the C group, and then 2019 I played the B group, and now this is my third time here. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for me because I can learn a lot from these games, and I'm really looking forward to this. To have fun and interesting games. I started to work with engine pretty late. After I became an IM, and mostly seriously after I became a GM. I sometimes think over the board and try to find human ideas, and also use computer as well. I use technology and as well as use books and see in a chessbook. I don't think computer will solve chess for now definitely, and maybe later they could solve. But for now, I think chess won't be solved. I'm looking forward to play against Magnus in a classical game, but also other players like Caruana and all the others as well.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the last round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. And Dania, we have 3 games remaining. One of them, well, actually Karjakin made his decision a lot faster than we expected. So maybe let's jump back in there.
Yeah, just feeling very confident in the bishop endgame. And, for good reason. I mean, he's just very good at evaluating these types of positions. I mean, he's very experienced in the endgame in general, and deciding that he's done enough calculation, deciding against, spending too much time and trusting his instincts, which probably will pay off. And I think it's winning. I wouldn't necessarily trust the eval bar 100% because sometimes it isn't very good at detecting fortresses. But if I had to venture a guess, I would say that White must be winning here. I mean, these 2 passed pawns are too far apart, and they're too far advanced, and they're too hard to contain. And the H pawn is too innocuous. I think all of these factors put together should give White enough to win the game.
Yeah, also I think just the fact that the Sergey Karjakin in these positions is such a great calculator. He's done the work for us, and I think we should just trust him. Unless Vidit can prove us otherwise, he's played king f6. And yeah, this is going down the line you showed us just before the break.
I mean, I think that it's definitely going to go h5. There's nothing to lose from this move. And I think we're going to see bishop, or maybe king e5. Maybe king e5 should be thrown in by Vidit. Bishop e4. Now, by the way, bishop takes d4, f takes c4. Again, the pawns are unstoppable. c6 and f6 is coming. So bishop c8, c6. And there's a cute line. If you go king d6, I think you lose after f6, because if you now go king e6, there's bishop f5 check. Very nice move.
Very cute.
And skewering the bishop, and if you take it, then you allow the pawn to promote. So one of these things is going to happen, I'm pretty sure, either in the next 5 moves or once Sergey arranges his pieces better. I'm just not, I find it extremely hard to believe that Vidit can survive this.
Yeah, and well, this one seems to be winning for Sergey Vidit. Of course, he's going to try and find something, but we seem to have gone down the most logical lines. We'll come back here, see what he can come up with. But for now, let's go back to Praggnanandhaa against Yesipenko, where we are also in the very, very final stages of the game.
Oh, yeah, I mean, his technique has not been the most convincing. I mean, if he had gone g4, the game would have been over 15 minutes ago. But he, at the same time, has not relinquished even a shred of his winning. He was always completely winning. And, you know, that's ultimately when you judge technique, it's not just like, okay, did you find the most accurate and fastest path to victory? Did you at any point relinquish your decisive advantage and give your opponent concrete chances? And the answer to that also has been no. Yesipenko going bishop e6, attacking the c4 pawn, which he does want to take. And queen a6 is the computer recommendation, which is a logical move. Defending c4 and pressuring the pawn on d6, doing 2 things at once. I like this more than playing a move like bishop d3, which of course is also winning. But this allows queen a5. And this is exactly how problems start to occur. It always starts with allowing a little bit of activity, and then you get a headache, you know, and then the knight comes out to e5. So you certainly don't want to allow queen a5 if possible.
So queen a6, a lot of purposes: defending the pawn, stopping the black queen, and black with every move is so difficult. Let's see, queen a6. What can black? Poor Yesipenko, really. Like, all the pieces are so passive. That variation we just saw with queen a5. Still winning for white, but at least there's some hope. At least there are some pieces coming to life.
Yeah, I mean, here I guess queen c7 and then bishop a4, bishop b5 is a good maneuver to take the load off of the queen. No, but black just gets completely pushed off the board. So let's say the bishop comes to b5. And then, you know, there's even a move like bishop e8 check at the right moment. You know, one of these tactics is going to win white the game. It's very hard to say in such situations exactly how white's going to end the game. It's going to depend on how black decides to go back and forth. Different methods of going back and forth allow white to win the game in different ways, if that makes sense. Some of them, you might respond with rook d1 and go after the d pawn. For example, if black decides to play knight g8 for whatever reason, you know, then, okay, the d6 pawn is incredibly weak. We can go after it with rook d1. So the way in which white actually delivers the finishing blow directly depends on how black arranges his pieces. But there's no question that there will be such a blow. That's not under any kind of doubt.
Yeah, and Pragg, well, we've seen him take his time. I think he's not going to rush this. And also now the adrenaline from the first time control is coming down a little bit. You have time to maybe take a quick stroll between the boards and just calm down, sit back at the board, and then figure out how to convert this. He's done everything great so far. I don't think he'll let this one go, but we'll come back here. Let's see if Jorden van Foreest has found any way to make any progress.
Yeah, well, Not really. Not really so far. So he's gone b4, rook c7, back to c3. No, I mean, not much has happened yet. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see that we had the board open. Yeah, no, I mean, basically nothing has happened. We last looked at this position and Jorden just went back to c3. But apparently the reason I say not really is because Sam has a very interesting defensive resource here, which might be the saving grace that he needs, and that is the move a5, trying to trade as many queenside pawns as possible. B takes a5. The point is you go rook b5, and obviously the pawn cannot be defended. And why is this a good trade for black? Because after, for example, rook c1, rook takes a5, black is already poised to take on a3, and he will have a pass pawn of his own, and it's going to be an outside pass pawn. So if white goes down the aforementioned route of rook h1, rook takes a3, rook takes h6, check, king c5, I feel like black's pass pawn should give him enough counterplay to secure the draw. But the engine actually likes an even different move. The engine likes the move rook a4. After rook takes h6, check, king c5, the point is that you're attacking the g4 pawn, right? Okay, well, what happens if white defends it? Well, if white defends it, then and only then do you take on a3, creating a very, very nasty pin down the third rank. So this is an even more improved version of the immediate rook takes a3 line.
Very
so,
sneaky.
And Sam, just as I say that, has played a5. Just as I say that, he's gone a5. Good stuff by Shankland. He is very, very close to holding this game, but it is clear that a lot of work is still going to be required if Jorden continues to play in the most testing way.
And they are playing quite fast, so Jorden has captured on a5, rook b5. And the question is, do we have to go rook c1? What if the rook stays on c3, stays defending the a3 pawn? Is there any other way we can try and make progress?
Yeah, I mean, the question here is like, I mean, in which area of the board are you even going to try to make progress? I mean, to me, the h6 pawn is really the only target here. I mentioned previously the idea of trying to go f4, but I don't think this is going to work here. Although you can try. You can go king g3, then you can go bishop e4. And let's say Sam goes b5, trying to facilitate the trade of these pawns. Then you can go f3. Or even here, you can try to go f4. But the point I'm trying to make is that even in the event of a trade, I'm not entirely sold on the fact that this benefits white, because black has the threat of bishop takes g4. Of course, Sam has to tread very, very carefully in these types of positions, but he's got plenty of time to do it with. I think his chances of drawing are higher than white's chances of winning, but not by like that much. I think it's probably around 70-30.
And Sam really, I mean, in these positions, we talked about it, I think, almost every day. He's such a calculating beast. He's worked so hard on that, amongst others, which is with his coach, Jakob Agard, who Anish was referencing earlier today. And yeah, we'll see Jorden rook c1, swinging that to h1. Seems to be the main try, but we'll come back here. Let's bring back the bird's eye view for a second as Jorden contemplating what to do next.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very, very long endgame, so buckle in.
Maybe Karjakin is where we should go back to, because that looks to be very close to over.
That one is over, yeah. I mean, this game's going to end in the next couple of minutes. Yeah, because again, if king d6, then I've already pointed out the winning line, and it's f6. This is this line with king e6, bishop f5 check. So black can't do that. Black can't do that because of bishop b7. And notice also the pawn on a4 is the right color pawn, so you don't even have to worry about preserving f3. And also, finally, bishop a6. I guess, what is the winning plan here? Let me think.
Bishop a6.
It's not so easy. Like, you can play king f2, bishop c8, king g3, bishop a6. Oh, there's a beautiful idea here. F4 check. If king takes e4, there's f6 and trousers, you promote the pawn.
And what about after bishop a6? Could we have gone bishop c6 at the start of the...
Well, then bishop back to c8.
And then we've made f3. No. Yeah.
Right, you have to go back to e4. So f4 check, g takes f4. Yeah, king h4, and you win. I mean, the bishop is untouchable because of f6. And because of that, the pawn is also not going to progress very far. And White just plays king h5, king g6, and then f6, f7. I think Sergey has spotted this idea.
Very nice. I mean, this f4 is such a nice touch, and it looks like he is going towards that. I think we should probably stick around here. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, I think that Vidit, he's got to go with one of these back and forth moves. I mean, king f6 is another possibility. But here, I think White plays king d4. And essentially, the point is that if Black plays bishop a6 now, then the king is already making it to c5. h4, king b6, bishop c8, bishop b7, and White is in time. h3, bishop c8, h2, bishop e6, h1, c8, and obviously Black can resign here. There's no perpetual to speak of. But for that reason, Black cannot allow White to get the king to c5, and so Black has to go h4. But what is the drawback of the move h4? Well, it weakens the g4 square. And how can White access it? Well, White can simply drop the king back. Remember that White is in no hurry. Black can't do anything. Now Black has to go back and forth again. The king walks all the way around to g4. And what is this all leading up to? Well, it's all leading up to the move f4, which severs the connection between the two pawns. King takes f4. Then you're going to walk back. You're going to take the pawn on h4. And finally, now that you've fully dispensed with all of the counterplay, you're going to conduct the final stage of the plan, which in one way or another involves getting the bishop from d5 to e6 and then simply promoting the pawn. So this is an approximation of how I think the game is going to, what I think the game is going to look like. I think it's not unlikely that they do this. Yeah.
Dania, do you think there's a chance that Sergey Karjakin had sort of seen all of this when he went into the bishop ending?
Yes and no. I mean, I think he probably understood intuitively that there's just no way that Black can preserve the fortress here. And I guess that he maybe saw the beautiful idea of going f4 check in order to pave the path for the king toward h4. I think that he saw, but exactly the nitty gritty, like how is he going to execute the king walks and when is he going to play f4, that I think maybe he relied on his intuition. And, you know, one time out of 100, you'll get to such an endgame and it will actually turn out to be a fortress. But there's too many sources of issues for Black. I mean, these positions are, you know, there literally is one time out of 100 that a position like this is going to be drawn. And Sergey believes in that, and he's got every reason, and he's going to be correct. I mean, his intuition is going to be proven right.
I mean, Sergey, let's not forget, back in his day, the youngest grandmaster ever. He's been around for so long, so experienced, such a great calculator. And yeah, for Vidit, a tough end to the tournament. He is still trying, of course, to find ways, but I think, I mean, Dania, we're in this game, maybe we can quickly go back once again to the very early stages, and I'll ask you for those, we still have 15,000 viewers, so for anyone who might have just joined us now, maybe you can pinpoint once again the moment where you felt it started going wrong for Vidit.
Yeah, I mean, Sergey deciding on the most risk-free opening possible and, you know, aiming for nothing but the tiniest of potential advantages. But this is a task that Vidit should have been up to. I mean, he missed, you know, the first clear-cut draw that he missed was here. I mean, this is really the moment that started it all. And I want to emphasize that the move that he played doesn't technically change the evaluation. I think, according to some people in the chat, it's still 0.0. I don't care about that. The fact of the matter is that the move that he played makes this task a lot harder from a practical standpoint because it narrows the path of the draw. And this is what I want to emphasize. The computer doesn't think of a drawing path as being narrow or wide, right? Because the computer just sees the correct move. But for a human, it is important to have more of a margin for error. It is important to have a situation where not just one move in every position yields the draw. The computer doesn't care about that kind of situation, but humans do. That kind of situation leads to more errors and blunders. So to get to the actual drawing move, the move is bishop f5. And after rook b7, it looks like black loses a pawn, and he does. But after bishop c2, rook takes c7, I think Vidit stopped his calculation here, concluding that because of the fork, this is very, very nasty. But the saving grace is the move bishop e4, which poses white with an ultimatum. Either take on a7, and yes, you're going to have an extra pawn, but this is going to be a dead draw because of the rook's ideal placement as well as the pawns being totally and completely damaged. So either go for that, and that's a draw, or if you want to take the bishop, be my guest. But now your h4 pawn is hanging, and obviously this is a dead draw as well. So that's what started it all. He had several other chances throughout the endgame, which, you know, I will only pinpoint one. And Fiona, this to me signifies just total collapse. This to me signifies mental collapse. I mean, I just feel like Vidit, after yesterday's game, his will was a little bit broken. And under a different set of circumstances, I think he would have found the drawing line that starts with rook c6, bishop a4, rook b6. You have to induce bishop a4 so that you could go rook b4 with tempo. And then you walk your king up to d6. And you're basically surrounding the c4 pawn. And ultimately, you're going to win it. Vidit went the opposite direction, going king d8, simply giving the pawn up for nothing. And, you know, Sergey just continued improving his position ultimately until he had a chance to trade rooks, which he correctly determined was a winning endgame. And that's how it happened.
Yeah, and I think for all of us, is that actually on the board?
No. A4 is on the board. Vidit continues to burn clock here, trying to find something.
I think really an instructive game, this one, for all of us watching. For Vidit, I mean, you've mentioned it a couple of times, this collapse, and I think even today's game very likely wouldn't have gone the way it did if it wasn't for yesterday's painful blunder. And for Vidit, well, we just have to hope that he can recover in time before he starts playing his next event, which is coming up in only 4 days. Dania, what would you recommend? What do you think Vidit should do in these 3-4 games, 3-4 days that he has in between the next event, which is also hugely, hugely important?
Well, I guess Vidit won't have time to travel back home. He's going to travel straight to the tournament site. But it sounds corny, but I think, you know, he needs to spend some time with his friends, particularly his chess playing friends. Maybe do some light analysis. Maybe play some blitz, and have fun. You know, what I would like, and I've been in this situation before. Now, I would never presume to give someone of Vidit's caliber advice. He doesn't need it, and he should be the one giving me advice. But insofar as I've had experiences playing 2 consecutive tournaments, I remember having the worst tournament of my life, the US Championship in 2016. I scored 3.5 out of 11, last place. And right after that, 5 of the participants of the US Championship, we were just at each other's throats. We pack our bags and we travel as a team to Armenia from St. Louis, 24-hour journey to play the World Team Championship, where we're now part of a team. So not only do we have to switch psychologically, we were just playing each other. Now we have to play as a team. But I just had the worst tournament of my life, and now I have to perform for Team USA. You know, what did I do? You know, I just tried to spend as much time as I could with my teammates. You know, I forced Sam Shanklin to play blitz with me. You know, I forced Sam Shanklin to do some opening analysis with me, just to basically, my ultimate goal was to remind myself why I'm playing chess in the first place. And, you know, what my identity is kind of as a chess player was to get back to the basics. And again, just to fill myself with a little bit more love, because what can happen when you have a tournament like this is you just run out of passion, you run out of enthusiasm, and that's what starts the tilt train. Then you have another bad tournament, and at that point, you're just playing with a complete lack of zen and a complete lack of passion. So those kinds of things, whether it's blitz or light opening analysis with friends, or just not looking at a chessboard for 2 days, Vidit's going to have to develop and seriously think about how he wants to plan the next couple of days. And I'd be very, very interested to see whether he is in fact successful. And I think he's got every chance to be. I know him pretty well. I think he's going to do a great job, and he's going to emerge a lot stronger in the next tournament.
Of course, it's also a hugely personal decision, but I like what you were saying about reigniting the flame, sort of why do I love this game. Vidit is still thinking, Daniel, so I think we have a moment to go to Niels's interview and hear what he had to say after his draw against Duda.
Niels Grandelius, you just played a draw with young Christoph Duda. That was quite an enterprising game.
Yeah, we had some more fun than some of the others, at least, that's for sure.
Bishop takes g7. Was it your last resort to keep the game going?
Yeah, to be honest, I had missed this idea he had that he can just play f6 and let me take his bishop on g5. And after this, I thought I should be doing quite badly. So it was a very easy decision to go for bishop takes g7. I thought it's interesting attacking chances, at least. Maybe he can survive, but if I don't do it, then I'm just lost, I guess. But then when he thought for a long time, I actually realized that not only is it quite scary, but maybe there is even no defense. But then he took on b2, and this was for sure a critical moment because I have 3 reasonable moves: king b1, king takes b2 as I did, and also take it with the bishop. And it's such a complicated choice because the lines like king b1 or king takes b2, it looks almost the same, but 15 moves later it makes a huge difference. But it's not clear which one is the best try. So finally I went for king takes b2, after which I think what we did was more or less forced. So it was just a draw. So yeah, I have to find out after in the analysis if king b1 or bishop takes is anything for me, but I have no idea.
I think that was not your first Sicilian with. Well, I think you played some with black, some with white. You were looking for fun against these top players.
Yeah, definitely. Normally I also have, for instance, some more calm options in my repertoire. I have bishop b5 check. I sometimes play the Alapin. Solid systems. But coming here, it doesn't really make any sense to me to not go for the sharpest and the most fun stuff. So definitely open Sicilian is what I'm here to do.
How do you look back at the tournament?
Well, for me, it's kind of a bit in 2 parts. Yeah? The first part before the first rest day, which I scored half out of 4, which was absolutely horrible. But then I told you, I remember in the interview that I was thinking of it as a completely new tournament with 9 rounds, the last 9. And the last 9, they are, quite decent. I think I scored -1 or something. A fairly normal result, and also the games have not been that bad. So second half, if I'm allowed to exclude the first part, it's okay, it's fine. But unfortunately, that's not allowed.
And what's your plan for the next months? Are there any tournaments you're going to play?
Yeah, the first one is that I'm going to play actually a match with David Howell in London. It's going to be quite fun in about a month. And after that, there is the European Championship in Slovenia. So lots of chess for me, as always.
Can you tell me more about this match with David?
It's just a match. I don't know exactly what to play. We will play classical games, I think 10. So it's quite a long match, quite a serious one. It will be played in London at the beginning of March. I think not all details are settled or official yet, but definitely something that that I'm looking forward to try.
Okay, well, all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Steel might be coming to an end, but chess in February is not coming to an end. Remember, the 24 of the top players in the world start their fight for qualification to the 22 candidates at this year's FIDE Grand Prix. Catch Ding, Giri, Nakamura, and others battle for the right to play Magnus. The Grand Prix returns February 3rd with coverage here on chess.com. Fiona.
Hello and welcome back to the final round of this Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and we are going to return where we left it off in this endgame between Sergey Karjakin and Vidit Gujrati. And Danya, Sergey not exactly going down the path that we had expected.
No, although, I mean, he's putting the finishing touches, and there's multiple ways of doing that. Ultimately, his goal is to get the king to g4. The question is how to do that. And he's just made a seemingly cryptic move, king h2. You might ask, why didn't he play king h3? Well, the reason is that black plays king f4, and now it's kind of like white is the one in Zugzwang now. I think Sergey forgot about a really cool resource that he has in this position, which is bishop b7. And this does win for white, because after bishop takes b7, again, you play f6. This is a familiar idea. And if bishop takes f5, the king drops back to g2 and white promotes. Now, this is not the only way to win. And what Sergey decided to do is go king h2. This essentially forces Zugzwang, because black has two choices, either king f6 or bishop a6. If bishop a6, then white can play king h3. And king f4 is no longer possible due to f6. So Sergey using Zugzwang in order to get potentially the king to g4, but now he's getting his bishop all the way back to f1. So I think he's embarking on a slightly different approach. I think he's going to put his bishop on h3, not his king on h3. Then he's going to walk his king back around, and he's going to go for f4 in a slightly different version. So everything essentially leads to the same target. Bishop takes f5, obviously impossible because of bishop h3. This is totally resignable. And once again, king d6, there's always going to be f6. Exquisite technical effort by Karjakin. This is one of many ways to win this game.
Very nice. So let's actually try and go down that line, see what black can do if the white bishop lands on h3 and the king starts coming over.
First of all, if you play bishop b7, white has the immediate f6 followed by bishop h3. This ends the game on the spot. Again, the pawn is the right corner color, which is very important, obviously. So black has to stay on f6 between f6 and e5 with the king. After bishop h3, again, you can't move your king because of f6. So now you have to move your bishop. And here comes white's king, yeah? Here. Oh, and the easiest, you don't even have to play f4. You don't even have to play f4. You just go king d4, king c5, and king b6. Just go to a7, b8. This bishop is perfectly holding down everything. And as soon as the king moves, you go f6. Yeah, no, that's it. That's the winning construction. And Sergey is going down that path very, very quickly.
I think
Vidit will resign any second.
He decided on this plan. And he's playing out all his moves very quickly. He knows what he's doing. The bishop has landed, and now the king starts the journey.
And look at this. This is the Russian school of chess. First, make sure the bishop is on a defended square. Is this necessary? No. Is this Russian school of chess? Yes. Make sure the bishop is defended. Every screw is tightened. And now, walk the king all the way to b8. Vidit will resign right here and right now. I mean, you can see just the way that he's making his moves. It's pro forma. He will stop the clock any second.
Yeah,
Sergey not wasting a single second. He wants to eat.
It is local time. It is almost 5 o'clock. So it's this weird in between of it's not really lunch, it's not really dinner. But in just under 2 hours, the players are invited here. There will be some finger food being served in the playing hall in just under 2 hours before the closing ceremony, which will be streamed live, by the way, so you'll be able to watch the closing ceremony tonight.
Vidit is going to resign right now. You're going to stop the clock. I don't know what it is that there's nothing to think about here. It's over. Like the king just walks to b8. Goodbye.
Yeah, he's out of maybe inertia or something. The bishop is going back and forth, but Karjakin on his journey over to the queen side, and I'm looking.
I mean, you can't move your king ever because of f6, and this h pawn is just not fast enough. So Vidit is thinking here, but it's over.
Yeah, and I mean, I see some comments in the chat. Why is he not resigning? I think it's just nobody can relate what it's like to be in the player's shoes in this position. It's not just today's game, which for sure will be a disappointment. But Vidit, all the previous games, maybe the blunder from yesterday, the loss to Prague, that might all be playing at the back of his mind.
Yeah, and for goodness sake, he's a human being. I mean, you know, how would you put yourself in Vidit's shoes? I mean, you lose three games out of 4. You feel terrible. Yeah, you're going to play a little bit longer than maybe you should, but you got to feel for the guy. And, you know, it's not always just all about being robotic. You know, sometimes you just feel emotionally and you react emotionally. That's okay. I mean, Vidit is a class act. He's not doing this out of malice. He's doing this because he's upset. And under a different set of circumstances, yes, he would have resigned 10 moves ago. That is true.
And you can just see the disappointment on his face. This is the worst possible way that the tournament could end for him. We talked about ending on a loss being tough. Ending on 2 losses
Especially on 3.
Oh, he's ending on 3.
Well, he had the draw against Magnus, but before the draw against Magnus, he had the incredibly disappointing loss to Prague.
Yeah, so he's ending on 2 losses, half out of the last 4 games, and hopefully, as we mentioned earlier, hopefully he can regroup. He has a few days and bounce back over the board, which is the best way to bounce back. So hopefully that's what he will do.
Yeah, and I can guarantee you right now, he's not thinking about the position on the board. He's thinking about his tournament. He's thinking about you know, the games that he let slip. Maybe the game against Mamedyarov. All of that is sort of coming together in a very nasty cocktail of thoughts. And at this point, I think he moved his king.
He do king f7.
F6. H3. Oh, I see what Vidit wants. He wants this actually, f6 h3. That's kind of a funny idea, but Sergey doesn't have to play f6. Just keep
I was just gonna say, I think he's just gonna keep walking. Not allow even the slightest, although even that line was winning for white.
Completely.
Sergey says, I'm not interested, no thanks.
Nope, he wants king a7, king b8, and then c8 equals queen.
And now really, and there is the resignation.
Yep.
A tough game and result for Vidit, but kudos to Sergey Karjakin, who ends his tournament on a win with some really beautiful endgame technique and never relinquishing the pressure on Vidit. So 2 games remain. We're going to bring back the bird's eye view and see, is Jorden making progress? What's happening in Prague's game? Where, spoiler, Dania, the queens have come up, and we were not impressed with that during the break.
No, I mean, Prague is really, really overcomplicating the technical task. He is still winning handily, and he should be able to win this, but he's taking a very, very long time here, and he's just not playing with a high degree of confidence, as he ultimately accepted Esipenko's offer to trade queens, which, okay, I mean, I can understand why he did that. And again, this is completely winning still, but you know, he's got to work a little bit harder now at breaking Black's kind of fortress-like construction. Black doesn't have an actual fortress, but Esipenko has amazingly built something that is not that easy to break down, which is saying a lot in the position that he had. And at this point, Prague should probably go bishop a4 and set up the move bishop e8 against bishop takes e4. That would be one way to start. It would at least tie down Black's bishop to f7, and then maybe you could reposition the rook to e1 and try to get this bishop to e8 all the same. One way or another, he's got to keep poking and prodding until Esipenko's construction kind of collapses.
And maybe we can go back a few moves here and explain why we are shocked that we are even in this position with no queens on the board and Prague still having some work to do. We got here from this position where Dania, we thought it was over.
Yeah, and I mean, the move g4 would have basically forced resignation because it crashes through. You can't take with either pawn. If you take with the f pawn after queen e3, you get checkmated. and the only thing you called it, I think Prague was worried about bishop b7. There's literally nothing to worry about. You just take f5, and then there's one check, and then there's no more checks, and black can resign. Prague, he's done this at several points throughout the tournament. He just hasn't demonstrated quite the instinct, the killer instinct that he needs. Yeah, we have an interview.
Let's go to Sergey.
Sergey Karjakin, you just beat Vidit with the white pieces in a game that might have been much longer than you actually expected.
Yes, I went to the line where black needs to play few precise moves to make a draw. Actually, Magnus already played bishop e2 instead of rook e5, and I think it's quite an easy draw, but black has to remember it, and when he mixed it up, then I think he got to some problems, and later on it was already very unpleasant for him.
Yeah, you were playing quite fast. Vidit was like taking his time, and I still had the feeling like, okay, like he can, at some point you guys will just agree to a draw or something.
Well, actually, he offered me a draw, something like on move 10 or something. But I thought, okay, if you want to draw, just show the line and okay. But if you just offer, it's not so nice.
Were there any particular moments that come to mind in this game? Like,
rook e5 is, I think, it's a big inaccuracy, and then later on, I believe black had some way to almost equalize, but actually I didn't see how he should play, how he should secure a draw. And then I think that he blundered this idea with c4 and rook a5, and when I won a pawn, of course it's very unpleasant for him, and then he lost. Yeah.
On the internet, I saw a lot of comments about the quick draws that you played in this tournament. Like, do you have any reaction to that?
Oh, well, actually, when I play a tournament, I don't even think to think what people say in internet. But I just in some games I thought that I'm not in best mood, and even today I didn't feel I'm in a good mood, because yesterday I played just one of the worst games in my life, and I don't know how I managed to recover after this.
This is like a tournament for you that helps you to get in shape for the candidates tournament. How do you look back at this event in Wijk, and how will you see the chances in the candidates?
I have no ideas. First of all, we don't have all the players at the moment, so we're waiting for the Grand Prix to be played, and then I'll start my preparation. Hope to play better there than here. Let's see.
And are you happy with the outcome of the tournament here, if I can say?
Well, +1 is basically not a disaster, so it's not so bad. Because again, after yesterday's game, I was almost close to say I quit chess, so I was very upset. But whiskey cola helped me.
Whiskey cola?
Yeah, of course. Otherwise, I would die.
Is Alco a good friend on those days?
Oh, not much actually, but just to get a nice mood and to go, to go on.
Was it hard to wake up at 12, or like we started 2 hours early?
Oh well, actually, yes. Actually, my wife came to me, and we went to Amsterdam, and we were like walking a lot and drinking and having some fun, and then of course it was very difficult to wake up, then to take taxi to come here, and so on and so on. But I managed.
Amazing. Any party tonight?
Of course.
Okay, I see you there.
Yeah, see you.
Thank you.
Sergey Karjakin, he's ready to party tonight. And it's crazy, Danny. I mean, this is what we were talking about, how much one game can change your mood, can change your tournament. Yesterday, Sergey was close to quitting chess, and look at him smiling today, laughing. Life is good again.
Yeah, life is great again. I mean, this is such a confidence boost to end the tournament like that, and he ends on +1. And like you said, not a disaster, far from a disaster. And it just, the tournament, it just feels so much different when you end the tournament on a win like this against a 2,700 plus opponent. The loss is forgotten, and there will be celebration tonight for sure. Maybe another trip to Amsterdam.
And
I mean,
there's
Amsterdam
been
is like
plenty
30
of them
minutes away,
doing
right?
it. Huh?
Amsterdam is 30 minutes away, right?
Yeah, it's very close, half an hour. So I wouldn't be surprised. They seem to have had a great time in Amsterdam, and what's there not to like? One of the most beautiful cities in the world.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
I love Amsterdam.
Hmm?
Yeah, big fan of Amsterdam.
And well, meanwhile, Prague, he has brought the king to f4. And still the question, how exactly will he break through?
Yeah, well, he's putting the pieces in place one by one. He's gotten the king to an optimal location. This really depends on how Andre chooses to position his knight. I mean, probably Andre is going to keep his bishop on e6. I mean, if knight b6 happens, the win comes immediately. Rook a7 check and rook g7. Probably Yasipenko should go like king d8 and then king back to c7 and try to hold the position like that. And I'm not seeing exactly where the win is, honestly. I don't see exactly where it is.
So what if we now go bishop a4? And
right, to try to meet king c7 with bishop e8. Yeah, but now I'll take the pawn. Although I guess you can try to get your bishop. You can try to sack the pawn and get your bishop to c6 and then maybe even get it to b7 somehow. But it's a little bit tenuous. I'm not totally enamored by this prospect. I guess here you can go rook b1 and try to go rook b7. That actually might be the winning plan. So I'm thinking that that's what White should try to do is to get the rook. b7 is the vulnerable square. So maybe White can start with rook b1. And if Black continues with king c7, yeah, maybe bishop a4 now. Okay, so let's say bishop f7 to stop bishop b8. Yeah, something like bishop b5. This looks like a good anchor point for the bishop as well. And one way or another, White's going to get in there. I mean, White's going to go rook a1, rook a6, or even rook e1.
Can you also go bishop a6?
Bishop e8. Yeah, you can absolutely go bishop a6. I mean, Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses, and this is really what he means. I mean, of course, that phrase is kind of overgeneralized, and it's I think it's overused, overquoted. But the essential meaning of it is that in such a situation, there are so many attempts at breaking the fortress that with only two minor pieces, it really, to me, is only a question of time before one thing or another thing ultimately manifests itself. Prague, I think, is going to take the full point here, even if it's going to take him a very, very long time.
And I'm sure, in a way, when you're in a Yasipenko spot, part of you feels hopeful that maybe there will be some chances. And I think, well, at least if I'm in that spot, part of me feels I wish he had just finished it off before the time scramble, rather than have me here suffering in a game that I know is 99.9% likely for me to lose anyway.
Yeah, I mean, suffering is the only way to describe it. And yeah.
Dania, sorry, yeah, we should go back to the other game where Jorden, look at that. Some big progress has been made.
Whoa. Apparently a blunder by Sam. Now, let's see. He's gone rook a5. That move makes sense to me, actually. That move makes sense to me. And the reason that it makes sense to me, if we just ignore the computer eval for just 1 second, I think Sam's idea is to meet rook b8 with the move rook b5. And what Sam is saying is that, yes, I'm down 2 pawns, but look at this pass pawn on b4. That pawn is rumbling down the board really, really quickly. But I think he's miscalculated. And I think this endgame, according to the engine, is actually winning for White. So bishop e4. All right, well, Sam would probably go b3. King f3, b2. Oh, and the king just comes over to e3 just in time. And if bishop c4, then you drop your bishop back to b1. Okay, so this is the important part. This endgame, Fiona, is winning for White. This is not intuitive. If you think about it, this pawn on b2 is a dangerous pawn. If you ever trade bishops, White can end up being losing. But this is actually just a winning endgame. The pawns are essentially unstoppable. So for example, king e6, king d4, And actually, white can combine the threat of going king c3 with the idea of pushing the pawns at the right moment. So if bishop b2, white pushes the pawn. If bishop g4, white goes back to c3 and white wins the pawn on b2. So in reality, this pawn is more of a weakness than a strength. Now it's up to Jorden to correctly evaluate the move, and he didn't. He went g5, b3. He's still winning, though, it looks. Looks like he's still winning.
Does he still go behind the pawn? Does he keep pushing the g-pawn? What's the...
Well, according to the engine, the move is g6. And the line goes as follows. b2, rook g8. Rook b8. And I don't know, but now it's very simple. Rook b5, you just take on b5, and then you go g7, and you're completely winning here. You're just 2 pawns up. And black's king is in huge trouble as well. So this I don't understand. So g6, what does Sam want? Yeah, no, b2, rook b8. If you cover with the bishop, then either, well, probably you don't want to go g7, but here just bishop b4 followed by g7. And Jorden, I think he's just pushed his pawn.
Yeah.
No, Sam has lost his mind here. I mean, which is understandable. I mean, defending this for as long as Sam has is unbelievably difficult. And Sam has miscalculated something, but whatever it is, he has hallucinated and he's going to lose this game most likely.
Shall we go back a little bit and see where it went wrong, try and understand where it went wrong for Sam?
So around this moment, I actually was quite optimistic for Sam's position. I mean, Jorden repeats moves once, but gutsy decision. He goes rook g7. Sam pushes his pawn. This is all correct. b5, b4. Okay, so this is the critical moment. Here, he had to go b3. And the reason Sam rejected it, I think, is because of this position. I think Sam just forgot about a very important concept here, which is to play king, not c7, not king c7, because then the rook has the b4 square. No, king c5. And if white pushes g5, here you can blockade with bishop f5, and white has a very, very hard time making progress here. White just has no moves. I mean, look at this position. And if white bides his time, Sam could anchor the bishop to the other pawn. But this can be a hard position to evaluate correctly. If white doesn't play g5, then the bishop could intercept the rook with bishop b5. I feel like Sam probably looked at this position and concluded that since he cannot really push his pawn any further, he must be lost. But it turns out that after bishop f5, white simply cannot make any progress because all of white's pawns are incredibly weak. And most importantly, if white pushes king g3, there's b2, giving away the last pawn and then picking off the bishop with bishop b4. That is another incredible detail. But rather than that, Sam trying to preemptively intercept the rook. And it is backfiring spectacularly. They are following this line, and Sam will lose this game momentarily.
And I mean, as you were saying, it's not a surprise to, at some point, the focus is just Jorden. I think it's so brilliantly keeping the pressure up. We thought this might end in a repetition hours ago, but Jorden just kept finding ways to ask more questions, try and use that extra pawn, and it is paying off here as rook b5 is on the board. And, well, we expect Jorden to capture and then just run his own pawn, and rook b5 is on the board as well.
Yeah, now, okay, I'm exaggerating. Not momentarily. Not momentarily. Because after g7, b1, queen, and first of all, bishop e4 here has to be considered. But I don't think that it's good, because after king e7, it's probably a draw. Black's king gets to f6 in time.
The
no, Jorden has to go
are
g7.
Not
No more trousers. Yeah, not enough pant legs. But after g7, b1, queen, g8, queen, I'm 100% sure this is winning for white, and the engine confirms that. Just because, okay, white is up 2 pawns, so most queen trades are going to be winning for white. On top of that, black's king is in huge trouble. Like queen f8 check, queen e6 check, and white can just simply push the d pawn when given the opportunity. No, I mean, this is, I don't see Sam defending this for too long. I just don't see it happening.
I mean, it's kind of not ironic. I don't know what the word is, but we have just seen the interview with Karjakin, who yesterday he said that loss against Sam was one of the worst games of his life. Then bouncing back today, ending the tournament on a smile. And for Sam, it's going to be the exact opposite. Yesterday, he was delighted. I mean, you don't get a win in under 30 moves against Karjakin or player of his caliber very often. But today is going to be tough. Sam is one of the other players, one of the many players who is playing in the Grand Prix as well, but not the first leg, I believe.
Sam just made like a werewolf. He just made like a face of somebody who I feel like he's about
I missed
to
it,
jump out of his
actually.
seat, and it was really funny. I think people in the chat noticed. I thought I was the only one who noticed it, but then people in the chat suggested.
Someone in the chat should clip it for me. I was busy rambling.
He did. He made a motion with his mouth, like with his face or his mouth. It was like kind of interesting. One more thing about this position. After G7, Queen, I just realized that Black can give a check on F1, but it turns out that this is the paper tiger. King G3, Queen G1 check, and White shuts the whole operation down with Bishop G2. And if Black tries Bishop F1, this is not a bad attempt, but here's what happens. Queen E6 check, Queen C6 check, and notice the Queen and the Bishop on the same diagonal. White pushes D6, and the Queen defends the Bishop, and Black can resign.
I mean, at the end of the day, apart from the extra 2 pawns, which are nice as well, like the Black King is just so out of the open, and the Black piece is quite far removed from being able to either create counterplay against the opponent king or provide any kind of shelter.
Yeah.
Was it clipped and shipped? No, I'm still waiting.
A werewolf in Wijk.
So Jorden now 2 move, and G7 is what we're expecting. Let's show one more time, maybe very briefly, why Bishop E4 is not as good.
Yeah, Bishop E4, King E7. Okay, and the problem is that Black has full blockade over. I mean, King F6 actually seems to lose. So Bishop C4 is the key move, because Bishop takes D5 is a threat.
The pawn falls.
The pawn falls, and G7, King F7, D6 is an attempt. But after Bishop B5, now the other pawn falls. So one of the pawns is going to fall either through the force of the king or through the bishop capturing it. So, I mean, Jorden is obviously going to play G7. It's just a question of when he's going to do it.
I've actually lost track of what move. It's so strange, Dania, when every day you're used to a certain routine, even not just for the players, but for us as commentators. For me, every day it's like I arrive, I have my lunch, then at 4 there's the first time control, then at some point the dinner comes. But today I'm completely, out of... I don't know what time it is, what meal should I be having, what's going on, how far into the game. I barely know where I am.
Which city you're in, yeah.
You know your name?
No. But in this case, well, I've just looked at the move number, and we're about to hit the second and final time control. We're on move 57, which means that 3 moves from now, the players will get an extra 15 minutes, but that's none of their concerns right now, because they still have plenty of time. And yeah, it's a confusing day, Dania. While we look at the results here so far, Magnus, he won his game against Dubov by forfeit. Of course, we wish Daniil speedy, I always say speedy recovery, but he was on the Chess 24 broadcast. He seems to be doing well. I think what we should wish him is to make it to Berlin in time for the start of the Grand Prix. Then we had a couple of very fast draws, Mamedjarov against Caruana and Rapport against Giri. Niels against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, that was such an interesting fighting draw with Duda getting the upper hand, but then missing a shot out of the blue. Bishop takes G7, and Sergey Karjakin, when we spent a lot of time going over that game in detail, he got a win against Vidit. And now let's look at the standings, Dania, with only a couple of games remaining before we get the complete final standings of this year's event.
Yeah, and Jorden van Foreest, if he wins today, he is going to jump out to a plus score. That's going to be a big result for him. And Pragg, although he's near the bottom of the tournament standings, if he can complete the job today, which he's not doing the greatest job in the world of it, but it looks like he's moving in the right direction. Pragg can hold his head up very, very high. Guess what? -2 in a field like this for playing for the very first time in Tata Steel Group A is a phenomenal result. And he stuck with it. He had a very rough start. He had a couple of games that he's certainly, that are certainly going to be haunting him after the tournament. But he beat his compatriot Vidit in that marathon game. He beat Grandelius, and now he's on the verge of defeating Yesipenko, as we see Jorden van Foreest indeed going pawn G7 and double promotion and a winning endgame.
What do you feel is the setup here for Sam where he can put up the most resistance?
Probably Queen F5. Just prevent that, because what is White's actual threat? White's biggest threat is Queen E6 check followed by D6. I mean, there is no mate threat per se. You have to be careful if you're Sam of losing a piece or allowing a queen trade. But ultimately, White's biggest idea is just to push this pawn, dislodge the king, push the pawn. Yeah, I guess Queen F5 is the most resilient. And okay, Queen B8 check, King C5, Queen C7 check. You can try King B4. And what you're hoping for if you're Sam is that Jorden pushes the pawn at the wrong moment and allows a perpetual check. And if you're Jorden, it's actually not so easy to find the right moment to push the pawn. Because if you bring your queen back in the hopes of sheltering your king, well, bishop c4, d6, bishop e6, and guess what? Black has kind of a blockade over the d7 square. Work is still required here for Jorden. This is not over, not entirely over just yet.
And I'm just looking at our producer because did I miss something? I saw Big wrote in the chat, keep your cameras ready, and I was like, what's gonna happen now?
He's gonna turn into a werewolf.
Ah. I missed
I
it.
don't have a lot in my life, okay? So these small things is what
The small victories.
the small victories in life.
Sorry, Dania.
No, you're good.
And yeah, well, Jorden, this one might go on a while longer. The position is winning. And Sam, he's actually gone for Queen F1 check.
Okay, well, that's, I feel like that's going to accelerate his, my hypothesis is he's going to go Queen G1, Bishop F1. And he's going to force Jorden to find Queen E6, Queen C6, D6, which he will. And after D6, Sam is going to resign. Watch me go 3 for 3 on that. All 3 of those things are about to happen. Let's watch. Let's just see if that actually happens. Well, the King G3 move is forced. Now part 2 is Sam going Queen G1 and Bishop F1. Now I can't unsee the whole werewolf thing. Like now when I look at Sam, I feel like when he doesn't shave, he's got that vibe going.
I still haven't seen I can't believe nobody clipped it for me. I still haven't seen the werewolf cry.
But you can kind of see what I'm talking about, can't you?
Yeah, even without having actually seen it, you can kind of
right. No, but he goes Queen D3. Damn it! No, my prophecies are not coming true today. I'm sorry to say.
It's too early in the morning for the prophet.
It is too early in the morning. That's right. A prophet, just like the werewolf, operates at midnight. But anyways, let's go to the other game. Let's see how Pragg is faring in his seemingly interminable attempt to convert this exchange. And guess what? He is not making any progress right now, Fiona. He's just not. He has not made any progress in the last 10 moves.
This game, I'm really, really shocked at the lack of, at how the game is still going. I mean, I'm struggling to even find my words, but I am shocked at this game. There were so many. G4, I think, was the most clear-cut opportunity, but then even later on, this H3, G4 idea, any idea to break through on the king side?
Yeah, Pragg had 1,000 ways to win this game. And that it didn't involve the queen to g4 here. And then, okay, I mean, h3 and g4 is just something he should have seen. And then, in this position, queen takes a7, queen b7, knight e7. Already it gets a little bit more complicated, but, this move queen e6 won the game essentially on the spot because it tied down black's queen to d6. Now, it's easy for me to say sitting here, oh, you should have done this, this, and this. But I think Pragg himself is going to be seriously upset with himself for, even if he wins the game, for complicating it as much as he did. And ultimately, I think Pragg didn't seriously believe that the queen trade, that the end game could be holdable for black, that black had any serious chances of putting together a fortress. And right now, I think he's regretting that decision. So this was move 43. They're now on move 54, and essentially zero progress has been made. And I honestly, at this point, Yasipenko keeps improving his position. He brings his king to b7. The eval is +5. Yes, of course, but you still have to figure out a way to actually win the game.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna have to eat my words about how Pragg is still a 99% favorite to win this game.
Well, I mean, how could you know that this would happen?
Also,
and he's got 5 minutes.
I was just gonna say, and this game we're on move 54, so 6 moves to be made, but very likely Pragg will end up very soon having only little time, as it's likely, Daniel, we see it happening over and over again. Once he gets his 15 minutes, most of the time the first 10 minutes are burned pretty much on the spot.
And guess what? I mean, he's got a maximum of 20 minutes on the clock. That's not a lot for figuring out a win, which he so far has failed to find in the last 50 minutes. So you can see in Yasipenko's body language, notice how he's now hunched over the board. He knows that maybe for the first time in the last 25 moves, he's got maybe a small chance. I still think it's a small chance. I still think Pragg's winning chances are far more significant than Andrei's drawing chances, but he knows he has a chance, and it's reflected in the way that he's even sitting at the board.
Yeah, and well, Bigfoot has a question for you, but I think at this point, so his question is this the worst kind of loss for Andrei, where you can see 30 winning moves for white, he never plays them, yet you still lose? I think the question is it gonna be a loss? That's the main question here.
Yeah, well, it really all depends, because if Pragg ends up winning this, okay, everything is forgiven. The technique was bad, but at the end of the day, he won the game. That's all that matters. If he draws, that's where the devastation would set in. I mean, that's where really, so the result of the game does matter. At the end of the day, it is about whether you can do what it takes to win the game. Now, just really quickly, what is it that Pragg has to do to win? Well, there's a couple of things that he's going to have to get done as he goes back to f4. We talked about the potential of getting the bishop to e8. The problem is that anytime white plays bishop a4, black can respond either with bishop f7 or with king d8. The second approach is to try to infiltrate down the e file. Again, anytime white plays rook e1, though, black steps back with bishop f7, and he's managed to cover both of the infiltration squares of the rook. So Pragg might at some point have to play a move like g4. Sacrificing a pawn, even in the endgame, this might produce the desired effect. One idea is actually to go bishop c2, maybe even to sacrifice the c4 pawn and then to go g4. I think this is the winning approach. Fiona. And then h takes g4, h5. And this is actually a lot more sharp than it should have been, but I still think that white should be able to win this with this passer.
I mean, it's funny that even in the end game, long after those early chances to play g4 were gone, that might still be the break that he's looking for. We saw Pragg when he played king f4 sort of give a nod to himself. But yeah, so far he hasn't found. Do you think the king going back here, is the king more useful on f4 when we get to g4 break in?
Yeah, the king is ideally placed on f4. I thought that he should have stayed there. The king is perfectly placed, perfectly poised, both to supervise a potential passer on the king side and to pick off any of black's pawns that end up being weak as a result of the pawn break. So is Pragg already contemplating this idea, bishop c2 fall? Why is bishop c2 necessary? If you don't play it, mean, if you just go g4, then black will play f takes g4, and you won't be able to get to this g6 pawn. So you actually need to play bishop c2. And you also need black to move the bishop away from f7, which is probably going to happen, because if black doesn't take on c4, well, then white goes rook e1, and white might even sacrifice himself on f5.
So how are
and
you going to do that?
g-pawn.
If I wait, I mean, it's not easy to find a waiting move, but yeah, let's say king d8.
Even bishop takes f5 here is probably winning. Takes. I mean, this is overwhelming for white. Because, okay, I mean, you can go king f6 here, and then pre-move g6. I mean, just look at this. g6, and also, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I can go g4, h takes g4, h5, and, you know, the biggest enemy to two minor pieces is connected passers. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, as in, like, it doesn't matter what black does. Black can move and arrange his pieces however he wants. It's not going to help.
You know, for a second, I mean, it's been so long. For a second, I thought that your rook was hanging on b2 there when you played h5. And then I wondered, even if it was hanging, okay, maybe it's a bit too much, but...
No, it's still winning, yeah. Even if you're able to take knight c3 takes a1, h6 is still winning for white. That says a lot. As Andre has indeed gone bishop f7, as we predicted. And by the way, Jorden, I think, is right about to win the game. He has found a way. There. He has found a way to offer a queen trade, but in such a way that Sam can't really refuse it. That's the problem here.
So let's take a deeper dive here. First of all, how did we get here? We didn't miss so much, so let's just rewind a few moves.
I mean, it was a bunch of checks. So queen d3, check, check, and queen back to e3. Now, why did Jorden try to get this king to d7? Because the whole point is that queen g6 check, which is Sam's main defensive resource, is now met with bishop g4 check. And this interposition with check is totally deadly. King d6, queen d6 check. The king has to drop back to d8. And now white can go for total domination with queen e5, followed by d6. Also, white is threatening queen b8 check. This is resignable at this point. And even this position is essentially resignable. It goes without saying that this is a loss on the spot. With connected passers, the win is incredibly easy. White just pushes them.
And Jorden, his perseverance really, really paying off. Of course, he would have loved to defend his title here, but I think, objectively speaking, +1 is a very decent result for him. And once again, that last round, Danya, I'm really shocked. I didn't think that we were going to have so much fight
I didn't
in the
either.
last round.
And you can see Sam really disconcerted here, the annoyance written all over his face. And he got off on the wrong foot. I mean, Anish was very critical of the way Sam handled the opening, taking on d4, and it was a very poorly played opening, and a very uncharacteristic. Sam is known for, I mean, as he proved again yesterday, his unbelievable opening. Perhaps something misfired, something went wrong in today's opening. He got off on the wrong foot, and although he found that excellent defensive idea with the pawn sacrifice, he never truly equalized, and he was on the defensive for the entire game. When that happens, I mean, you get tired and you make one, significant mistake at any moment in the game, and you get a lost position. This game is essentially over.
And we see Sam muttering to himself. He's calculating lines, but the white pieces are going to get activated here. The bishop will come to g4 with a check if Sam avoids the endgame, and this game will be over very, very soon. Do we stay here? Do we go back to Prague?
Well, Prague has found a really nice move. He's played bishop a4. Okay, Prague is making progress. He's making progress. Do I need to repeat that? That was a very high-level pawn. He's played bishop a4, which is an excellent, excellent move. Played with 2 minutes on the clock. Now, the point is that if Andre, and he does sacrifice on c4, so I think he finally came up with the right idea. After bishop takes c4, bishop e8, knight e7, guess what? Check, king takes d8, whoop, rook takes c7, and you transform one advantage into another, and all of black's pawns collapse. And once these pawns collapse, white's going to get connected passers. So
I mean, it's also crazy that we could end up in a bishop endgame here. We already had one in Karjakin Vidit, and we could have one in Jorden against Sam. Yeah,
not the most common type of endgame, and yet we might have 3 of them in the same round. I mean, what else? what didn't happen in this tournament. Now, Andre, I think he can try to continue holding with knight e7, but at the very least, White can make big progress by repositioning the bishop to b5, which is really the ideal square from where it can contest the e8 square as well as defend c4. No, this is a little bit too much to handle, I think. Knight c8, but still, I mean, even with the bishop on b5, White has to find some way forward because rook e1, there's king d8. And for the time being, Black still holding the fortress down.
Dania, a very important question from the chat. What is that sound?
What is what sound?
Whoop.
Oh, that is the sound of a good move. Well, again, I credit that to a American football sports anchor called Chris Berman who does that noise, and I'm a big fan of his reportage. So that's where I got it from.
Actually, can I ask you a random question? As a chess commentator, do you sometimes watch other sports and try to pick up things that commentators do there?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm a huge sports fan in general, like regardless of commentary. I mean, I watch tons of basketball and American football. But now that I do commentary professionally, I feel like I'm almost partially working when I watch games because I do try to pick up on phrases. I pick up on the way that professional commentators, or I have favorite commentators, and the way that they handle difficult moments in the coverage, particularly, let's say, when one team is down by 40, right? The way that they continue to make things interesting, which is something that we take for granted. But I've tried to apply that, for example, even today, on a day where, Magnus has already won the tournament. So, well, what is there to play for? So it seems. And yet, we've got 15,000 viewers, and I'm really, really pumped that people are still as into the action today as with any other round, Fiona. And that honestly warms my heart. And I'm not saying that, this is to me belong the spoils. I deserve all the credit for that. But this is something that I pay especially close attention to, because I think it's always easy to commentate when Magnus is playing a brilliant game. You don't even really need to commentate, then it kind of plays itself. But those lulls in the action, when everybody's tired, that's when I think the job of a commentator is hardest, and that's what I try to look for in sports games.
And the job of the producer, who has found a shot to keep us all busy and mesmerized. I was listening, Dania, to what you were saying, but at the same time I was looking.
Oh yeah,
and I was thinking, Andre, I mean, this is actually really impressive twirling.
Yeah, it really is. It's just artistic, expert, you name it.
And out of what you said, I loved how you, how watching sports now is something where you're like, yeah, I'm doing work here.
I'm working. I'm working. It's what is it called? Research and development, R&D.
Yes, and well, let's maybe go back for a second to Jorden and Sam, as Sam has avoided the trade of queens, but now it's White's turn to go on the attack.
Yeah, queen e6 check. Here it goes. They basically repeated the initial position that they had when they entered this endgame, except now it's Jordan's move, and he's taken this move to play queen e6 check. Okay, I mean, king d8, I think Jorden can just play d6 and Sam can resign, and king c7, d6 check, Sam can also resign. So in summary, I think Sam can resign.
That summed it up nicely. And yeah, for Sam, well, unfortunately, there's not really much here. I mean, there's only those two squares, so I wonder if it's more Sam coming to terms. He's still looking very focused, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know he's hard to read right now, actually, like completely stone-faced.
Yeah, he is. He is hard to read, but he is coming to terms with what's happened. He's gone king d8, and Jorden is almost certainly going to go d6 in this position. D6, queen h7, and then maybe build up a battery with bishop g4. It's all over.
And we see that bishop is working so well, the white bishop, to protect the white king. There. What if we try and again give that check? But now we're not in time at all because
Yeah,
bishop
it's like
G2
brushing
mate
it
is coming.
off like a fly off your shoulder. You know, like bishop G2, and then it's checkmate.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
D6 is going to happen.
after D6, that is the only check we have.
It's the only check you have, and the only way to defend E7 is Queen H7. And now the simplest win is Bishop G4, creating the threat of Queen C8 mate. Again, there's only one check, and this check can be parried with F3. Whereas Bishop D7, the simplest is just to trade into an obviously winning pawn endgame, something like this. Yeah.
And
I think if Jorden plays D6, it'll be all over.
yeah, I think he's literally just checking last couple of details, and I'm sure D6 will appear on the board very, very shortly when Sam might just resign
I have a question.
immediately.
You wanna watch this?
Yeah, Vic. Which do we want to watch? I mean, as
FC Panko
mesmerizing
answered it for us.
right.
He's like, go away from me. Go back to Jorden. And Jorden is not
Okay,
looking...
Jorden, let's go. D6, come on.
Yeah, he doesn't seem ready just yet. He just pulled a face of... no, there he goes.
There he
D6.
goes. See, it was me prodding him on. Yeah, I mean, there's really, really nothing to calculate here because Queen E7 is such a devastating threat that it necessitates the queen moving back to H7.
Yeah, I think very likely that will be the end of the game. Queen H7, Bishop G4, and curtains.
Right, and Sam, again, he is very, very tough on himself. He's going to be unhappy. He's going to be unhappy that he didn't spoil his game against Karjakin. That win stands as an amazing display of both opening preparation and thinking on one's feet. But he's not going to be happy with the way that he ended this tournament. And yet, an amazing experience for Sam, who has by now played in his fair share of super tournaments. And with every passing one, it does seem like he's feeling more comfortable facing these top guys. And he drew Magnus this tournament. He's got a lot to be proud of.
For sure. And I think it's always a matter, you need a little bit of time just to get over the disappointment of a last round loss. And then when you either go home or you've taken some time to disconnect from that emotional aspect of the last round defeat, and then you look back at your tournament, I think it just needs that a little bit of distance before you can realize that it was actually a good performance overall.
Right, for sure. And perspective is very important in this regard. And realizing that every win that you can score against somebody rated over 2,700 is worth its weight in gold, even if your rating is 2,700 yourself.
For sure. And Danya, actually, I'm just seeing that Arjun Erigaisi, he has won his last round game in the Challengers, and he finishes on 10.5 out of 13.
By the way, Jorden did not go Bishop G4 for whatever odd reason, but he's gone Queen F6, which is also just as winning.
So there's a couple of moves. Let's have a look. Maybe start with King
And wait,
C8.
who did Erigaisi beat?
He beat Maurizi.
Oh, wow. Just for good measure, beating a GM in the last round. Not too bad.
I mean, a 10.5 has got to be one of the biggest scores here in Wijk.
Unbelievable. I mean, the guy is absolutely unbelievable. Oh, and I see what Jordan's devilish idea is. After King E8, he wants to throw in a check on H5. You can't take that bishop because you get lobster pincered. Yeah, Bishop G4. Bishop G4, and then the pawn runs through to D7. That's it.
So Bishop
G4 check. King E8, and now you can pick off the bishop with Queen E5 check. Although the one thing Oh, this is hilarious. The one thing you got to be very careful in this position, you have to give this check first. Do not take the bishop because it's going to be a stalemate after queen h3. So one more trick to avoid. Sam going queen e8 and Jorden does go queen e5. I wonder if Sam's going to go king d8 just for good measure, forcing Jorden to find queen g5 check.
I think so. And queen g5 has been played.
He didn't even take a second on that move. He's like, no, I'm going to dash all of your hopes. Resignation and a win for Mr. Van Foreest in the final round. What an excellent, resilient display. I mean, he just kept it going and kept it going. And Sam defended so well over so many moves, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Indeed. Congratulations to Jorden on a great finish here. And that leaves us, Dania, with only one single game. Praggnanandhaa against Andrei Yasipenko, as we see Jorden there taking his time, getting the score sheet. And I think only Pragg and Yasipenko are left, even in the challengers. Yep. Everything is finished. So this is the last game of this year's Tata Steel Chess Tournament.
It looks increasingly like it is going to be a decisive game in Prague's favor. I just don't see Andre holding this together, holding all of the avenues of invasion together. The rook is too powerful in this position. The knight is too passive. And Andre has been taking a very long time in this position, trying to figure something out, but really, I think, to no avail.
And the players have not yet actually reached move 60. I don't know if we will, maybe we can go on a very quick break.
Let's do it.
And no, I thought, well, I thought that maybe maybe, I mean, we could also do that, Dania, yeah?
A little break, please, yes, but okay.
So we'll do the rapid rapid recap now, yeah? Is that okay,
All right.
Mr. Vic?
Yeah, let's go to
Break, and then rapid recap. Perfect. Great plan.
We'll see you in a minute.
Jorden van Foreest, you just beat Sam Shankland with the white pieces. I've hardly seen you very exhausted after a game. And this game You look very tired.
Yeah, I'm very tired. Really exhausted after this game. It was very tough, and I mean, just a long game. I didn't expect I would win at all because his position was very solid. But I just kept on trying because I have an extra pawn. But yeah, I didn't expect to win, and I mean, it's the last round of the tournament. It was really it has been a long tournament.
Indeed. Yeah, you were pawn up basically the whole game, but you kept on pushing. You tried to create troubles for him.
Yeah, well, I had a pawn. I wasn't actually sure if I should win it because he gets very solid, like knight on d6, and then I didn't know what to do. But I thought I should anyway just take the pawn and then see how it goes. I thought there were several moments where it was very close to a draw, but I thought I should keep on trying since I'm always on the better side. And finally, late in the end game, he probably made a mistake. I'm not really sure where, but at some point, yeah.
Last year, you won the tournament. Now you're at +1. You finished at +1, but what a roller coaster event. So many wins and losses.
Yeah, it's very strange. Sometimes I have sometimes very solid results. Like I think I once made 11 draws in a tournament, and last year I had 9 draws and 4 wins. But here it's been just a really topsy-turvy event. Like I think I won 5 games and lost 4. So that makes it even more tiring, especially like losing so many games, but also winning. But overall, I'm of course very satisfied. I mean, ending on a high like this is very nice.
So like 9 decisive results. How hard is it to actually cope with all these emotions?
I don't know. Now currently I'm just quite tired, so I'm not. But in general, like when I lose a game, I just keep on going, look forward to the next game, and same when I win a game. So just want to fight every game. You don't always get to, but I try to, and it leads to interesting games. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, you also like in this tournament, there were also like a lot of games that were not very.
Apologies for cutting out of the interview, but we had a result in Praggnanandhaa against Yasipenko with Yasipenko resigning, and we are back just in time to see the absolute devastation of Andrei Yasipenko.
Indeed, and you know, he could have lasted for maybe a couple more moves. He could have made move 60, but at the end of the day, the result was no longer in question. Once Pragg put his bishop on b5, we identified that as the X factor. If Pragg had managed to do that, we said the game would be over. The strain on Black's position would be too heavy. And Andrei, he brought on the defeat even faster. Bishop e6, allowing bishop e8. He just forgot about that move. And he resigned here because after knight e7, the simplifying operation wins the game. Rook a7 check, and now rook takes e7, and white just vacuums up all of the kingside pawns. Boom, boom, and then these connected passers are easily going to decide the game. d5, bishop comes back to g6. You can also take this one for good measure, but essentially the h-pawn is unstoppable. There's nothing more to play for, and Andrei, as you can see, very upset, losing the last game of the tournament.
I mean, this is such a tough image to look at. We see Andrei hasn't even got up from the table yet, and yeah, just utter devastation and disappointment all over his face, written all over his face. I think once again it will also be a case with some distance and some perspective. He can reflect on the tournament differently, but of course today, a devastating loss. And I mean, Bigfoot was asking you earlier, Danya, is this some of the worst kind of loss when you know you had been lost for so long, but then you're given some whisker of hope?
It's dashed. Yeah, that's the worst feeling, because you get that excitement and you lose all over again. Because in your mind, by the time Pragg won the exchange, Andrei had already resigned in his mind. And then all of a sudden, after the queen trade, maybe I can build a fortress. Maybe he won't find a way to break through. You get that excitement, and that is dash. That's what makes this so painful. It's the fact that you lose the game again. But it is what it is. An excellent game overall by Pragg. It wasn't smooth by any means. There were mistakes in the technical conversion phase, but by and large, Praggnanandhaa with the final round victory. He beats Vidit, he beats Grindelius, and he beats Yasipenko. 3 wins in Tata Steel, notched by the Indian youngster, and a performance that he can definitely hang his hat on.
for sure. What a debut for the young Indian. Pragg, by the way, is getting ready for his interview, so we'll be hearing from him in just a second. But as you said, I mean, first, well, he's ready, so let's go there.
Praggnanandhaa, you just beat Esipenko with the white pieces. That was like a very, very good game, it seemed.
Yeah, I think I played well till move 40, and then I think my technique wasn't that good. I think I should have finished much earlier, but I went to this endgame, and after going to this endgame, I wasn't sure whether it was completely winning or not, because he could set up some fortress, yeah. But I think when I got this bishop a4, I was sure I would win that.
Most of the game you were an exchange up. What was like this moment when he allowed knight f6?
Yeah, but I think already that is very bad for black, and because if king g7, I think maybe there is knight e7. His king is just very weak. So, but I didn't expect he'll be giving exchange sack. But okay, anyway, it's lost, I think.
You scored 5.5 out of 13 in your very first super tournament. How was your whole experience here?
First of all, I have to thank the organizers for giving me this invitation, because yeah, it's a great experience for me. I learned a lot. I think I could have scored better than this, comparing the positions I got in the tournament. But I think I lost 4 games out of 5 in the middle, which was bad. I think there I could have scored like at least 1 point more, and yeah, it's still good that I scored 5.5. And yeah, final game was definitely I'm happy about that.
You won your last 2 games here. Did the tournament finish too early? Shouldn't we play another 10 rounds?
Okay, the penultimate round was a walkover, so I
Oh,
can't
sorry,
really.
that's true, yeah, sorry.
I can't really take that as a win, but yeah, the last game was good, so maybe if there are more rounds, maybe I could score more points.
Do you still feel very energized?
Sorry?
Like, do you feel you still have a lot of energy?
I don't think so. I'm tired. Like,
yeah?
Yeah, I can play like a few more games, but like I don't think the quality will be so good.
And what's next for you after this tournament?
I don't have anything planned, over the board tournaments, but I have this Meltwater coming in. So it'll be, another great tournament. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Okay. Well, I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Similar story between Jorden and Pragg. Both of them, of course, very happy with that last round win. But also you can sort of see the exhaustion on the faces after what is one of the longest tournaments on the tour. But Dania, what an event it's been.
What an absolutely incredible event. And I'm sad to say that this is going to be the final one of these. But still, I'm looking forward to it, because this is time for your round 13 rapid recap, Fiona. And the game that we chose today is the battle between Sergey Karjakin and Vidit, which and there were many battles this game, this final round. The players didn't just come out just to make quick draws. We had a lot of amazing fights, and this was one of them. This started off as a 4 knights Scotch.
Quite a rare guest at the top level. We were thinking on move 3, what is it going to be, an Italian game, a Rui Lopez? But no, we were happy to see not a real 4 knights Scotch, which leads to fresher positions, and Vidit striking in the center with d5, and here Karjakin sprung the first surprise.
Yeah, here Magnus surprised Mamedyarov, and Grandelius here did have a novelty against Dubov in the tournament sponsored by Karjakin. I remember Praggnanandhaa had this in one of his games. I gotta have a little bit of fun. Now here, the main move is e takes d5, and after c takes d5 castles, this is the old school line. But Sergey going for something quite rare, bishop d2. This has been played a couple of times in recent years. And the point is that this essentially, this doesn't force simplifications, but it invites a bunch of simplifications right into an endgame where white is absolutely not risking. And Sergey made it clear in the interview that he did not plan on taking any risk this game. He was more or less fine with a draw. But Fiona, he wanted to test Vidit just a little bit, and that is why he declined to draw right around the 10th move. He wanted Vidit to prove that he could actually fully equalize. So here we go, the simplification.
So the start of the simplifications here. Bishop takes f6, queen takes. We see an exchange on e4, takes on b2, takes on c6, takes, rook b8, and queens and rook get traded off as well. And we ended up in this position where we thought we're probably just headed for a quick draw here.
Yeah, I mean, this looks basically totally symmetrical, maybe a tiny bit of an edge for white because of the superior placement of the bishop and the fact that white has a tempo. Sergey brings the bishop back in order to defend the d1 square. But Vidit did everything right. He brought his king in, got his rook to e8, threatening checkmate. And after h4, this is the moment when things started veering off course just a little bit for Vidit. The simplest path to a draw was the move bishop f5. Now, the reason he rejected it was probably because of rook b7. And, well, after bishop c2, rook c7, it looks like he loses a pawn. And he does. But the move he might have underestimated is bishop e4. If white takes the bishop, then after rook takes e4, the h4 pawn is hanging, and that's an immediate draw. If rook takes a7, then after bishop takes f3, g takes f3. The thing is, with this pawn structure being as incredibly damaged as it is, white has zero winning chances. This is well known, and Vidit certainly knows that. But there was something in this line that he didn't like, or he was attracted by the look of bishop a6. But whatever it was, things started getting just a smidge more complicated for Vidit right about here.
And you're really emphasizing the importance of you have to be precise from the get-go. It's easy to underestimate that kind of decision. You're only on move 18, equal material, symmetrical pawn structure. But as you say, once Vidit played bishop a6, immediately Sergey putting on the pressure and starting to ask some questions. How are you going to defend the pawn on c7? Then piling up the pressure on the a file.
And on the rook, he's asking a lot of questions that you don't have easy answers. Sergey activating his pieces. Vidit doing a good job of deflecting all of the attacks. But after bishop b3, it's a very uncomfortable position all of a sudden for Vidit, who can't move his bishop. The bishop on a6 is paralyzed because behind the bishop sits a very weak pawn on a7. Vidit does his best. He goes c5, trying to shut down white's bishop. Sergey says, no. You're not going c4. He prevents that. And now we have a quieter stage of the game where both players try to improve the position of their pieces. Sergey going f3, preparing to bring his king out. After rook d6, a very impressive decision. Anish Giri was in the studio at the time, and he was impressed with c4. This looks like a very committal move, Fiona. It closes the bishop, but it fixes the weak pawn on c5, which enables white to attack it with the rook in the future. You can't really do this immediately because, of course, you allow c4, and this is exactly what Sergey does. After king a7, he plays rook a5, and this was really the most important moment in the whole game. And Fiona, we talked about how Vidit's losses in the previous rounds perhaps, really discouraged him, and in another set of circumstances, he might have found the drawing path, which started with the move rook c6. You have to defend that pawn.
Yeah, this really a crucial moment here. We talked about it plenty. Rook c6, the only way to defend the pawn. And here, well, we looked at the line after rook b6. The rook has to keep defending the bishop. And rook b4.
B4, this is a very important move, attacking the bishop and the pawn. The bishop drops back to b3, and now up comes the king. King d6. The rook has to give a check, otherwise you lose c4. And if you go rook a5 here, then after bishop takes c4, it's very important to point out, this is a really cool line. Rook takes a7, rook takes h4, rook takes f7. This is not an easy draw under normal circumstances, but black has the brilliant rook a4, and now not rook takes a2, because you lose the second pawn to a screw. But first you go king e6. The pawn on a2 is defenseless, and this is a very easy draw, 2-on-1 on one side of the board. So this was the drawing line. After rook d5 check instead of rook a5, king moves to the side to c6, and white will not be able to sustain the c4 pawn in the long run. So this really was the last moment in which Vidit had a very clear-cut path toward a draw. But, and let me just fast forward here.
Yeah,
but Vidit...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that and King D8 really is a sign of frustration. He just sort of abandoned hopes in this position.
Yeah, it's not clear, of course, to us what he missed in the other line. There must be something down the line. It was a long variation, but I think, as you pointed out, the results from the last couple of games, yesterday's very tough loss against Shakhmamyarov surely had something to do with it. And, well, now Sergey Karjakin picking up a pawn and bringing out the king, starting to activate all the pieces, and his technique, Dania, was a sight to behold.
Exquisite, and it started with h5. This is a great move. It provokes further weaknesses. If you go g5, you're going to have a massive weakness on h6, which white can attack with rook c6. Vidit didn't do that, but the pawn trade really softens up. It softens up black's kingside pawns. Now Sergey getting his king a lot closer to the center and getting it right into the center. He plays g4 in order to fix black's pawns in place. The pawn on f3 is a little bit of a weakness, but it's easy to defend. It can be defended with the bishop, with the king, and it really was not a problem. And here, it's a healthy pawn up. Sergey moves his rook aside in order to pave the way for the pawn. And the next critical moment, he goes bishop d1. There's that move to defend f3. Rook d6 check, by the way, does not win the bishop because of rook d5 with a winning bishop endgame. And Vidit, maybe he could have defended more resiliently, but Fiona, he ends up playing bishop b7, and this accelerates his demise. Sergey immediately pounces.
Bishop b7 relinquishes the control of the square on f5, and the problem is that after rook f5, which is the move that Sergey played, you cannot avoid the rook trade. Of course, Sergey had to evaluate this bishop ending with the extra pawn. Is it enough? But Dania, the trousers came into full force.
Indeed, that's a Russian chess term for basically two pawns on either side of the board that cannot be stopped, that overwhelm the opposing forces. Usually it means it's referred to in a pawn endgame, but even though black has a bishop, that bishop does not constitute a sufficient force. Black's only pass pawn is very easily restrained by white's king, and that's exactly what happens. First, Sergey brings his bishop to e4, forcing black's bishop back. Here comes the c pawn. Here comes the c pawn. The point is that after king d6, f6, this is the classic trousers. These pawns are too overwhelming. And if you play bishop e6, bishop, oh no, sorry, not bishop f5. My bad, that's a different line. You go f7, bishop f7, c8, queen. If king e6, then it's time for bishop f5 check, distracting the king. If you take the pawn, then you lose the bishop, and white makes another queen. So that's not possible. Vidit basically has to tread water. And all that Sergey had to do was to figure out the right configuration of pieces that would allow him to restrain the h-pawn and then walk the king all the way toward the bishop. But first, he, of course, had to figure out a way to restrain his h-pawn, and that meant remaneuvering his bishop from e4, Fiona.
Yeah, we thought that he was going to go for a plan with f4, but here he decided he had a change of heart. He brought the bishop around to d3, to f1, and finally to h3, from where the bishop is now defending the pawn on f5. There is nothing left for Vidit to do here. He can only wait, and that gives Sergey Karjakin enough time to simply walk his king all the way over to the queen side.
Indeed, one more attempt to complicate matters by Vidit. King f7, tempting Sergey into f6. Then black had the idea of going h3 and h2. White is still completely winning here after bishop b6, but there's no need for these complications. Sergey just going king b6, and Vidit resigned. The king's march to b8, followed by promotion, is simply unstoppable. And what an exquisite technical effort by Sergey, who would have guessed that the game would not have ended in a draw after the opening? And yet that is the nature of these players. They are able to squeeze blood from a stone. They can make something out of nothing time and time again. And this was a great example of it. A very painful tournament and a very painful ending for Vidit, but a great recovery for Sergey, who himself had a painful loss yesterday against Sam Shankland.
Absolutely. Kudos to Sergey Karjakin. Exquisite technique indeed. This was your rapid recap of round 13. Hope you enjoyed that. And Dania, well, last look at our final round results, which was a lot more bloody than I had anticipated.
Indeed, we had a lot of players coming out ready to play Magnus Carlsen. Not among them, they made a quick draw. Rapport and Giri made a quick draw, and it was great having Anish in the studio. Grandelius Duda, but everybody else, including Grandelius Duda, which happened to end in a draw, but what a draw it was. They were out there in order to play. Jorden scoring a win, Pragg scoring a last round win against Andrei Yesipenko, who was devastated, but what a comeback by Pragg, what resilience. Of course, Magnus winning by forfeit, he wins the tournament, and Karjakin, as we just described, defeating.
Indeed, and there we see the final standings. Magnus Carlsen, winner of the 2022 Tata Steel Chess, with a great score of 9.5 out of 13. In shared second and third place, we find Shahriar Mamediarov and Richard Rapport, both of whom had really tremendous performances here. Then behind that, Anish on 7.5, Karjakin with his last round win, as well as Jorden finishing on +1. Fabiano not been his tournament. Yesipenko is also going to struggle with his last round loss. Then Duda also not the tournament he was hoping for. Vidit, probably one of the biggest disappointments for him it will have been after the early lead, and so on and so forth. I wasn't planning to read out every single name on that list. Daniel,
I think that was very well described. Well, all of the players, I think, no, you're right. All of the players had their own arcs. They had their own tournament experiences. And even though they didn't all score 9.5 out of 13, they all had a fantastic run. And we congratulate very heartily the world champion Magnus Carlsen for winning the Masters. And of course, Arjun Erigaisi for winning the Tata Steel Challenges. We expect great things from him in the future. And we expect great things from the chess calendar in the near future. And that will be heralded by the Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship, which is a brand new world-class online event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20K each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize final. If you're experiencing already a little bit of chess withdrawal as the Tata Steel comes to an end, well, don't, because it all starts at 9 a.m. Pacific so very soon, Saturday, February the 12th, right here on chess.com, and every weekend thereafter. This is a very exciting new event. And for more information on it, head on over to go.chess.com/RCC, the Rapid Chess Championship, coming your way early in February.
So much chess action to look forward to. No rest for the wicked. The Grand Prix gets on the way in just a few days, then the Rapid Chess Championship. But for us, it is time now to wrap up this 2022 Tata Steel Chess Tournament coverage. Dania, first of all, a huge thank you to you. It's been an absolute pleasure commentating alongside you. Big shout out, of course, to our producer, Big, manning the ship here behind the scenes. A huge thank you to all of you guys watching us at home, keeping us company. Big shout out to the team here. Of course, difficult circumstances to run a tournament in the middle of a pandemic. So huge shout out to everyone who made this tournament possible. So many people working so hard behind the scenes. And yeah, that is it for me. Dania, I'll let you finish the show.
Well, I echo everything you just said. I'm so very grateful that I get to do what I love. I get to wake up maybe a little bit earlier than I would have liked, but I get to do what I would have done anyway. But I'm even more grateful that I can do it with such an amazing supporting cast, including an amazing co-commentator. It's been such a pleasure covering Tata Steel with you, Fiona. This is a marathon event. We did it, and I just hope that everybody enjoyed the coverage and everybody enjoyed the magical atmosphere of this one-of-a-kind tournament. I'm sad it's over, but I'm going to get some sleep tomorrow and on to so many other exciting tournaments. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you to everybody for watching, and to Bigfoot for the absolute heroic camera work and production work as well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Danny. A shout out as well to Robert Hess, who was here for the first part of the tournament. That concludes our coverage. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good one, and we'll see you soon.
Queen G4, but whoop, in comes F5, and White's queen is actually basically trapped. And if White takes on B6, well, this doesn't work out, because after F4, whoop, the queen takes B2 with check, heading for H4. Neil's stopping that. Well, queen goes to the other side. Whoop, queen going to H4, back to G3, and as soon as White's king goes to C5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that Wijk can do. So make no mistake, this is not an easy win. And the evaluation could change in a single half move.